understand that it's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
change your life. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. I can hear whispers too far away. I can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
As they say, third time is the charm. Welcome to the third episode of our happy show. And let's once again welcome our game master, Mika Fabs.
Mika Fabs here on the Wheel of Misfortune! I know you all are hyped for the WCS Championship Finals, so we thought, why don't we interrupt you guys with a game show? Haha! We are in store for a lot of fun and fortune-ish. We kind of say that, but it might not exactly be the case because we have something to surprise our contestants for this episode. And for this set, we have some guests from all over the WCS. So let's introduce them, shall we? First up, we have What the Jess from WCS Thailand. Hey, Jess!
Hi, Mika.
Hey! Long time no see. The last time we saw each other, you were bringing me on the Bariram United hype train over at the Sea Champs. Yeah.
That was
okay.
a while.
I know. What exactly did they tell you about this show? Do you know what you're in for?
Not at all. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know anything.
It's gonna be a surprise, so just sit tight, don't worry. Let's bring on over our second contestant. We have Gian from WCS Indonesia. How are you doing, Gian?
Hi, Mika Fabs and everyone. Hey, Mika Fabs, I'm such a
Hey.
fan. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
So, what is the weirdest thing that our team asked you to prepare for this special WCS content?
I have a stockings right here. I know it's women's stuff, but they asked us to prepare, so here I am.
What's going through your head right now?
They might tell us to use it on our head, so we look like a burglar or something as a punishment, but let's see.
That's fair. Good guess. Let's bring on over our third contestant. We have Swan Vu from WCS Vietnam. Hello, Swan Vu. How are you feeling? Are you a little worried, a little nervous about our show right now?
Yes, I'm very excited and a little bit nervous. So hello everybody, I'm Boo from WCS Vietnam. So my mate is go to the episode 2 and I heard some very terrible.
You can't tell them though. Plus, you don't even know if you're gonna be doing the exact same thing. But as Swan Vu mentioned from WCS Vietnam, he mentioned that he got a sneak peek of what went on in previous episodes. Okay, all right. Well, let's clarify the mechanics and see how this game of fun works. So it's really easy, guys. All you have to do is basically impress our misfortune to avoid some misfortune. There are 3 rounds and there are different challenges in each round. And actually, you know what? All of those rules don't matter anyway because it's really just up to our misfortune, okay? And if she doesn't like you guys, if you don't impress her, well then you are gonna have to face a consequence from our Wheel of Misfortune. And I'm just gonna check out what do we have here. There's some new ones over here. So yeah, Swan Vu, you thought that you were accepted or like you knew what was coming. Nope, because we have some new ones over here. We have paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. Hang a spoon on your nose. I'm noticing a lunch theme with our consequences. But of course, the Wheel of Misfortune wouldn't be complete without the champion herself. We have Foxrots here as our misfortune.
What's up, you guys? My name is Fox, and I will be your misfortune for today. I'm dressed as Misfortune, and I'll be dishing out all the consequences and choosing the winners of this game today. Everything you expect, I want you to forget about them, because you never know what I'm feeling like picking today.
Yeah! So, you guys better be prepared. I know you guys have an assortment of random items that you've gathered beside you. So I hope you guys have that at arm's reach because we are gonna get started into our first challenge. So Fox, what do they have to do?
Our first challenge, as told by the trusty iPad, is that you have to name 3 Wild Rift champions and rank them based on how good they would be on a first date.
What the Jess? You are the nearest person to me, so I am going to start with you. You have 30 seconds right now for your own tier list. 3, 2, 1, go.
Sorry guys, man. Luck is good and Katarina is the best.
Katarina, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what you're into.
All right, Gian, you are up next. Let's hear your tier list in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. The best being Ari. Second, the meh one, maybe Kaisa. And the last one, I'll choose Annie as the worst.
You have to check yourself, and you have serious issues if you pick Annie on a first date, right? That's good. That's good.
Yes,
Good that
that's why I put her
your
on the
values,
list.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
I like that. All right, Swanbu, you are up from WCS Vietnam. Let's have your tier list in 3, 2, 1.
The first is Miss Fortune. Now I see the real Miss Fortune. Why not? Yep. The second is Yumi. I am Catholic. And finally, it's Seraphine. I love the pink hair.
Our misfortune, what is your verdict?
My verdict is the winner of this round is Xianvu, because Yumi was just such an out there question and
Unique taste.
very cultured
Yeah.
little choice that I respect. And second place would definitely be Gian, because Ari is also probably my most dateable hero. Like, hands down.
All right, Jess. You're first here. So you must suffer the consequence of the wheel of misfortune. I just
Wait,
thought about
oh, it's like
Wait,
right
whoa.
in the middle.
Oh.
As misfortune, I think I have it well within my power and right to do this.
All right, Jess. Can you put it in your mouth and just have it hang there? You don't have to eat it, okay? Just have it hang on your mouth and show that you are like holding it
With
I guess,
your
with your teeth. All right, Jess, are you ready? Do you have your soap?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh. All right, ready? Can you
Oh,
like
wow.
leave
Yeah,
it
can
in
you
your-
like,
there?
okay.
Ooh.
Jess,
Good job.
Jess, I'd like you to tell me what flavor was it?
Flower-ish, something along that line.
Irish, okay. All right, let's move on to our next challenge. Our misfortune. What do they have to do this time?
You know, it was a lot of work dressing up in this outfit today. And just because I'm kind of salty about that I'm the only one that had to dress up like a pirate, I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to dress up like a pirate. And the one with the best costume will win.
Your 30 seconds starts right now. And which is about 30 seconds go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
there.
I sound like my alarm clock in the morning. 3, 2, and 1.
This is so funny. Okay, let me get a good look. Let me get a good look at our contestants over here so I can decide who the winner is. They're all so good.
I was like, I have. Jess, is that like the strap of your like headset or something?
This one,
Yeah.
actually it's a blindfold.
And we have a sleeping mask over
I know
here.
we have a
That's really
sleeping
nice.
Okay.
But we see like Swan Boo has a gun. What
a
is
gun.
that? What is
Sword.
that?
This
It's
is not money gun. But it started
Oh my
working. And I have a sword by a ruler.
He has a
All
sword.
right. All right. I've decided. The winner is definitely Swanbu because he's got a gun
props.
and a sword. Come
The
on, there was
props.
effort in the props.
He's
And
pretty complete.
The loser is very obviously what the Jets. But wait!
Okay.
As the misfortune of the Wheel of Misfortune, I would like to give the consequence to Gian.
Okay.
All right.
Fair misfortune.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Oh, she is merciful, Jess.
Them's the
She is
rules.
merciful.
Them's
Okay.
the rules. Sorry.
So we'll see which consequence you have as we spin the wheel.
Are you ready? Let's go. If it lands on bite a bar.
Wow. What?
Oh,
Spoon? Okay.
Hang a spoon on your nose.
Okay. Come on. This is
Keep
really
it,
hard.
let's keep it on there for 5 seconds. How's that? 5 seconds.
Okay, let's try.
All right.
This is the best I can do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! All right.
Excellent.
That didn't
One.
make it to the 1.
It didn't make it to the one.
All right, but good job, Gian. All right, we have one last challenge for you guys. What do they have to do this time, our misfortune?
This is personally my favorite challenge. We have another round of guess what's in the box. So I've got a box, and you guys have to guess what is inside. I will give you a hint though. You love the smell, but you'd hate to smell like it.
So I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds each, and since this one's a little tricky, I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds each, and within that 30 seconds, you can ask whatever questions you want as to what is inside the box. Starting with what the Jess. Your time starts now.
Okay, is it a fruit?
No,
Is it solid or liquid?
solid. Make your
5
guess.
more
Gotta make your
seconds
guess.
What is your guess? What the Jess?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah.
Ah! Very good. Oh my gosh, that impressed me so much. All right, Gian, it is your turn. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Okay. Is it food?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a condiment?
No.
Is it vegetable?
No.
Is it meat?
Yes.
Oh wow.
5.
Okay, is the animal? Okay. Raw meat. Raw
Time
chicken meat.
is up. What is your guess, Gian?
Raw salmon.
Ross.
You like the smell of raw salmon. Okay, I'm not gonna
I
judge.
like sushi.
I'm not gonna judge.
Next up we have Swan Boo. Swan Boo. Your
Yeah.
30 seconds starts now.
spicy.
No.
It is a meat.
It is, yes.
Yeah, maybe I have answer. In my hand, I have one kind of meat. It's lamb.
All right, our misfortune. What is in the box and who came closest?
It is another box again. But wait, what's
Looks like a
inside
burger.
the other box?
Yep.
It's fried chicken.
Oh, wow. Oh my god.
Can I smell the chicken? I'm starving.
It
I'm
smells
starving.
so good.
Guys!
Just to spice things up a little, my favorite answer had to be raw salmon, because who in the world likes the smell of raw salmon? Like, I like sushi,
Yeah.
but the smell, no, but it's so unorthodox that it has to win this round. The loser of this would have to be Swan. Because
Ah.
lamb chops, you kidding me? You kidding me? You couldn't get lamb chops this crispy.
No,
Okay.
of course not. All right, so let's check out Swan Boo's consequence on the wheel of misfortune.
Oh,
Okay.
I like this one. It says, post an embarrassing photo on social media.
This picture is just yesterday, and I feel very impressive because I have to do this. I post it on the group of Wiring in Vietnam to do the
Wow.
event.
Oh.
Okay,
Wow,
okay.
okay.
It is I have to wear the pyjama for support the pyjama event.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I will write end of this show. I will post it in the fan page. It's okay?
Okay.
You heard that, guys. You guys have to help us check. You guys have to
Yep.
help us check if he has indeed posted it onto his social media.
We haven't picked a final loser.
Oh, you want to give like an overall
I want to
loser?
give like an overall loser
Okay.
consequence.
I mean, she calls the shots.
I call the shots, and to shake things up, I'd like Mika to decide who the overall loser is today.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Sean Vu, Gian, it was nice meeting you guys. But Jess and I go way back to C-Champ, so I'm gonna pick Jess.
That's what I
I'm
thought.
sorry, Jess. All right, let's spin one more time the wheel of misfortune.
This is
All right. We did it. Okay.
You
Pluck
did it.
a
Not me.
single nose hair. Pluck a single nose.
Oh my
I'm so
god.
sorry, Jess.
it wasn't me, it was the wheel.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
All right, so I need to plug it right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
Ouch.
Oh.
Oh my god. Do I really
That
need to
looks
show this? Like, for real? Oh. I'm sorry, guys.
Are you crying? Are you okay?
Like,
Wonderful.
can you guys see?
Thank
Oh my
you.
gosh. Okay, good job.
I think you should now put that in a little envelope and mail it to Mika so that she has a little bit of you wherever she goes.
Yeah, I want to say this came from what the Jess all the way from
Someone give-
Thailand.
I save it to you, Mika.
Yeah,
Next time we
yes,
meet up,
thanks.
I give you my hand.
Thanks for that, Jess. Thanks for that. All right, and thanks so much for being such a good sport to these gentlemen. It was an exciting third episode. It's always unpredictable here on the Wheel of Misfortune. We'll see you guys next episode.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't.
Kill that trick and flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill. Semua response cakep banget, lengkap lagi. Không, nhà biết rồi, nhưng mục tiêu lực lượng của người đẹp lại là Harry.
Good afternoon and welcome back, WCS fans, and let's continue our journey to the greatness, to the path of greatness, which is going to be today in the day 3 of the WCS Finals playoff. And from this point on, it's going to be a knockout stage where only 4 teams will represent the region to be in the icons later on. And today we have the lower bracket fighting for their survival. Can they make it? Will they put on hold for their dreams to be one of the legends up there? But joining me today, which I will be your host, Chuchu, also joined by our panelists, none other than Contra and Husky. But before that, this is brought to you by Riot Games. And also, thank you so much, Gosu Gamers and One Esports. How are you guys feeling? I'm feeling so hyped.
Well, I'm really hyped up as well, and after so many days of action, we're finally seeing teams getting to the lower bracket. Of course, they didn't ask to be there. Well, they just have to fight their hardest to ensure that they still have a chance at icons.
Yeah, today is a day where dreams get crushed, right? We will have to wave goodbye to 2 teams, unfortunately. But that's the nature of competition. I'm actually looking forward because we have some teams today that we thought would make it further into the upper bracket, but here they are, and it really shows that the competition is heating up.
But this is the knockout stage. There's no more second chances here. And we definitely know it's going to be the best of 5 still. And we have 2 series for the day. You guys who just joined us, don't forget to join in our discussion on Twitter. If you want to, you can just add in our official hashtag, which is going to be hashtag WCS, hashtag Wild Rift Southeast Asia, and Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia. And do join in and tag away all your favorite talents and also the teams and the players as well to give them motivation, because they really need it so much today. And we talked about how they are so in ordeal right now. They can't have any mistakes being done. But let's check out the tournament format first, in case you guys are not familiar with the WCS.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
There you go. We're halfway through the entire tournament. Definitely, for the lower bracket, they have 2 more steps to move forward. It's not as easy as the ones on the upper bracket, but we have the 2 series here today. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, we start off today with PSO taking on CERBERUS Esports, and these two teams find their way on that lower bracket for many various reasons. But I will take a look at PSO here, where they like to go for their signature skirmish type of composition, and for a team that has been established by a football organization, I feel like they need to play a little bit more tiki-taka.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way that these two teams made it to the lower bracket is also completely different, right? We're looking at polar opposites. Cerberus leading 2-0 against Flash Rose in the upper bracket, got reverse swept. Now they are here fighting for their lives. PSO, on the other hand, they got completely walked over by RRQ in that upper bracket. So with that being said, I think Cerberus look absolutely fantastic coming into this series.
Speaking of the team, let's check out for our match schedule for today. Which series are we looking forward to? The first one is going to be the PSO or Persis Esports versus CERBERUS Esports. While the second one, which is going to be Sem9 versus the Philippines' favorite FLA. Now, these two series, I have to say, there's
Pretty
a lot
spicy.
of... It's not just spicy,
Rough.
it's do or die.
Exactly. I mean, Sem9 and FLA both lost their respective series 3-0 in the upper bracket. And I think FLA right now are feeling the bit of a pressure, right? But they are not strangers to this situation. They had to qualify through play-ins in a gruesome five full matches in that BO5 against one team esports. And now here they are against Sem9, back to where they were before. But I think they know how to handle the difficulty.
But then again, you can argue that they're also playing one of the best team in this entire WCS, Buram United, another football team as well, technically.
Yeah.
So when we look at the sort of coordination when it comes down to that series itself, Sem9, they kind of lost a little bit of their signature touch. RH wasn't really present in that game.
Now, hold that thought for a minute. And that's going to be the second series, right? But speaking of the first series, jumping into between PSO and also Cerberus, definitely Cerberus seems like, I hate to say it, a bit stronger than the side of PSO. But anything can happen. If they need to change, this is the time for Persis Esports.
Indeed, and when we look at Persis Esports, of course, we were hoping to see a whole lot more synergy coming into whichever team that they are actually facing off. And what was lacking from the day where they were fighting off against RRQ, we can see that they were being very passive. I was hoping to see Harry as well as Henry to really do a lot more roams across the map. Shole Aja, he was playing Gragas, and I felt like he was losing a little bit of tempo from that early game, and they didn't get much done. But I really do love for the fact that Tots, he's been showing up on that Baron lane.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, it goes back to the whole concept of, are you playing to win the game? Are you playing to not lose the game? For the side of PSO, I feel like they are just playing to stay afloat, right? But eventually, you're going to run out of gas and you are going to lose out in that marathon. And that's what happened to Persis Esports. For Cerberus' side, you said that they look a bit strong. I disagree. I think they look super strong. I'm going to amp up the ante. I think Cerberus look absolutely great. Coming into this series, my money is on them.
Yeah, Cerberus actually had a very long journey coming out from the side of play-ins, and even on during the regional, they have been facing so much 2-1 games. I hate to say, but they look very, very, how do I say it? Their stamina is just incredible, I have to say. Since the day of back in regionals until now, they drag over to 5 games even on the day of playoffs, and now have to face another team and going on the lower bracket. But we talked about PSO earlier when it comes to this team coming up from the football ones. Let's check it out for the team coming up from Persis Esports. This will be the lineup for Persis Esports. Sole Aja, Harry, Dewa, and Henry. Now, speaking of the team with the football banner behind them, I mean, like, do they have what it takes today?
Well, it definitely is a tough challenge for them where we saw Cerberus, they were on a hot form, but has Cerberus tilted enough? You talk about stamina. It didn't seem like they have enough gas left on tank when they could have actually closed off that game tree. I think Persis, they may not be able to get all the way into a 5-game series. I would still doubt their stamina run, but they might be able to take at least one game off of Cerberus if they do things right. We see Dewa as their main carry, but has he been activated enough? I want to see Sole Aja step up. Todd's been looking pretty all right, and when we look at the way that they've been playing some of their matches back in their past game against RRQ, they've been coming up with double mages. Maybe it's time for them to drag the game a little bit, bring out that double marksman, and that's where they could solely wear out the energy of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, if we talk soccer, right, the first thing you need to have when you play football is stamina. You need to be able to run the entire field. PSO hasn't really shown that because they were not given the chance, right? The game ended 3-0. Imagine your opponent scoring a hat-trick. That's the end of the game. And on top of what Contra has mentioned, I want to quickly touch on what PSO has been facing. Not only is their bot Dragon Lane not coming together, we also saw those 4-minute contests when it comes to objectives not looking great for them, right? Because every time the Dragon on the Rift had respawned and RRQ went for it in the upper bracket, PSO always sent their their Baron laner to split push to take that first turret. And I don't think it's worth it. You need him to be involved in these fights, but if he's off split pushing, you not only lose the objective, but you also bleed out the rest of the game.
I have to say the stamina need to be trained with the rest of football players. But hey, maybe somebody else could, not really, something else can outrun them, which is going to be the three-headed canines. We're jumping over next is going to be CERBERUS Esports from the Vietnam region. Contra mentioned to me just now it's not fair, even though they are three-headed canines, but they only have 4 legs. But the thing is, they have 5 men in that lineup for CERBERUS Esports. We have Taku, Mas, BMM, Genza, and Fly. We're not looking over Huborn yet for today.
Yeah, I think Cerberus has primarily played with Taku in that Baron lane, and I have no complaints with that because Taku has shown us that he is individually skilled in that Baron lane. He has been winning a lot of his matchups. When Cerberus wants to go for that 1-3-1 split push, you can always rely on Taku to do the deed, which allows CERBERUS Esports to unlock their potential, right? Which is why Mess has so much more room to breathe. He doesn't even have to focus too much on Taku. He can help BMM, he can help Genza and Fly down in the Dragon lane. Taku so far has been my key player on this team.
And looking at their bottom laners, Genza and Fly, do they look like they really need help though? They look like the strongest pairing out of Vietnam as well. Of course, same could be argued about Team Flash, where they look phenomenal in their previous matchup. But this team, it's hard to really find their weakness until you really put them into a really dire situation when you contest for big objectives like Baron or even the Elder Drake, and that's where they come and they will fumble and fall at the most important points. But against Persis Esports, I think they've been able to play against teams with very similar tempo where they just outclass them in terms of team fights.
I agree. It seems like Persis Esports still have a lot of stuff going on behind the scene because we saw how the communications, how the team comps come when it comes to the fights, when it comes to the objectives. It's a bit messy, and like they mentioned, they love, some of our panelists do love scrappy fights, but in this case, this is against CERBERUS Esports. We do know how organized they are when it comes to team fights. But you mentioned previously, Contra, I'm going to piggyback that one. The fact that CERBERUS, when it comes to having the objectives on their side, they have a bit of a problem if they start the objective first.
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, you know, going up against PSO, we look at this specific matchup, I don't think they will struggle too much against more coordinated teams like Flash Rules that we saw in the upper bracket. Sure, we will see some contention, some push and pull, tug of war at this objective, but again, PSO have not shown us that they have control when it comes to those 4-minute fights because they don't even have the full team. So if you're Cerberus, you can just walk in, get the objective, and get out without losing any members. In fact, if you're lucky, you probably can get a couple of kills along the way. So in this sense, I think Cerberus are well more prepared for this.
I kind of agree in a certain sentiment where Cerberus Esports wouldn't have too much of a hassle when it comes down to getting objectives of their own. It's more of the response coming out of Persis Esports because they tried to play that early game comp. We've seen them draft before, but it didn't seem like they were playing for that early game as well. They were not being all too proactive, and I'm just really hoping to see that we see a shift of gear or, you know, they switch boots and they run a little bit faster onto getting themselves ahead. But it's not really a clear passage where you have one size fit all because they want to play for two identities, right? They try to take split pushing comps, but they're not really split pushings as well. So I feel like they just got to align and get it all together.
For PSO?
Yeah.
It seems like PSO is sort of having different comps coming out from, even though there's 5 men only in the entire team, not like a whole football team we're talking about, right? But that 5 men seems like having a bit of a problem to decide what to do after they take in certain objectives. Even the turret example, first turret down, they don't know what else to do. And we saw how some of them kind of torn in between comps where, are we going this, are we going that? Especially the first Herald. We do know Cerberus love so much when it comes to getting the first Herald, and they're playing fast game as usual, Husky.
Yeah, that's what is going to be Persis Esports' Achilles heel. I want to just bring back one draft that we saw when they play against RRQ. Game number 1, Garen, Gragas, Jace, Karma, Morgana, a team composition that has no late game scaling, double enchanters bot lane, and then when the objective spawned at 4 minutes, what did we see? Toss on the Garen, split pushing that bottom lane. What happens after that? RRQ gets the objective, they get a couple of kills, they end the game after 10 minutes. So that is something that I hope PSO doesn't bring to the table today because there are so many loopholes, right? It feels like you set sail into the ocean, but your ship has a lot of holes that you cannot plug.
Well, how they could possibly fix this is that they could park the bus. For those who get it, yep, you just have like a full defensive lineup. Bring out the beefy boys. Maybe you can get that Darius, Garen combo coming up there, and hopefully you could drag it all the way there. But then again, when you have Cerberus who likes to really go on the corner kicks, or even like they have all these sort of strong attacks from the side lanes, you can imagine how that ball curves in from that corner, and they have triple hit just to hit right in. Yeah, that's how they want to do it.
I mean, a corner kick. I get corner kick at least, but I'm not a big fan of football. But I still know about right wing, left wing, and so forth. Or maybe a striker in this case. Do you think there's any specific player in the side of Persis Esports starting off? It seems like a better than the rest of them, or even the ace for the team. Example, if we put in football terms, it's going to be the striker.
Well, of course, there's very little sample of great performance judging from RRQ's bashing on that upper bracket. So it's kind of rough. But if I have pointed out, it's Tots. He looked great on that Jace, and any other picks that he went for, it still looked decent. It didn't really look like he was fully losing his lane, right? It's only certain measures where you see jungler paying a visit, then yes, he does struggle a tad more, but that's down to Shola. He really has to follow that pacing, because how would you basically get the ball rolling if that's the case?
Yeah, and I think what we saw from Shola in their series against RRQ was kind of similar to what we saw when SLG, when Smash Logic Gaming was playing in the play-ins. The jungler wants to do something like DDD at that point of time.
Are you comparing SLG to PSO now?
I'm drawing a very similar parallel, because what we saw from those junglers are they want to make a lot of advancement, right? They want to roll the die, take initiative, help those side lanes, but they have the tendency to push that too far, and they end up not having someone to follow up with the initiative, they end up giving kills away, or they end up not doing anything at all. So that was something that I think Shola has been struggling, but it's not completely on him. His side lanes also need to keep up, and we need to see that today.
And another thing that I really want to add on is that we see some really interesting picks as well, like brands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's no time to bring that extra guy on the bench just to fit into this current field. So I just want to see them play through the meta.
Speaking of bench or not, we're right now sitting on the bench. We are at the side lanes talking about, and judging all the players on our lane here. We're going to talk about prediction. I know this is going to be so hard, especially when after Husky just going to, bring
Honestly,
up SLG to compare with PSO. Why not?
Not really.
Prediction, numbers, and team.
Trio Cerberus. It's not hard to make a prediction, honestly.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
It's easy.
It feels like
I
you have
don't know if you sense my sarcasm or not, but okay.
Yeah, it's easy. I'm telling you right now, Trio Cerberus.
Okay, the best it could go is 3-1, but I'm still going with a trio. And it's too tough for Cerberus to really lose that sort of momentum that they've built from that play-ins all the way up till now. I think they are still a formidable team and potentially top 48 in the Icons.
Trio for Cerberus for them, for
Yes,
me.
trio. Give
This
me.
is so hard.
Give me fist bump. Yeah.
Trio for
Still got
all
the fusion
panelists.
going on.
Yeah, we still fuse one mind, one body. Well, one mind.
I love the hair, by the way.
Thank you.
Not yours, it's going to be Contra's.
We're one. We're one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
You're
you.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, for my prediction, this is so hard. Oh my God, I'm cracking my brain. It's Trio Cerberus. Come on, guys. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. The moment you mentioned...
I'm sorry, fans from Indonesia. I'm pretty sure that
I know they have potential. It's just...
They just got to prove it.
They just have to work things out when it comes to the team comps. We saw how they can actually work things out together, but the problem is, you saw how each one of them stopped tossing off their body willingly. Take me and just kill me, that kind of moments for coming out from PSO. You can't deny that. You can actually saw when it was versus RQ. But hey, let's look a bit of the graphic that you draw, Husky. We have a lot of artsies here coming up from our panelists. Previously it was Riku. Now look at this. Wow!
Yeah, right.
You drew this?
I drew this, right? So Persis Esports, football club. So yeah, soccer ball, Cerberus, three-headed hound. They look pretty cute, but sometimes if you're a dog owner, you want to let your puppy or your canines have fun. You throw them a ball, they just run with it on the field. And in this case, I think that is what is going to happen. Cerberus Esports running away with the ball and scoring a hat-trick 3-0.
Okay, I think that there's also a few theories that I can form up that it won't be as easy as it seems. So long as you have a few other players, playing pass all along, and you keep all these doggies just chasing after this ball nonstop until you know what, I give up. I'm gonna go rest.
You just have tired the hound out,
But
Yeah.
the Cerberus
for
only
now-
have 4 legs, right?
Yeah.
So will they bang into each other's head while they try to kick the ball there?
That's actually a really good question, right? On all the Cerberus model that I've seen.
You've seen a real life Cerberus, really?
Yeah, I've seen real life Cerberus.
Wow, where did you buy it? Can you tell me where?
The internet.
The internet.
So many things on the internet, guys. Be careful.
Okay.
What you were saying?
I don't think they will bump into each other. Though it's a cool theory, right? Like if you I feel like if you have 3 hits, you consume more energy. You need more mitochondria to channel those carbs into stamina.
Mitochondria is actually a cell component that required to
Is this a science
produce.
class, guys?
It's a
Yeah.
powerhouse
We're
of
here
the
for
cell.
Walrus!
Walrus science.
Walrus
Okay,
science.
I'm liking the conflict.
If you tire Cerberus out, then maybe you have a chance.
But we saw they were grinding all the way, even in the plays, the regional 2-1 all the way. It's just, I don't think they're running out of stamina. But hey, let's look up for our matchup between the first series of our Day 3 playoff in the WCS. Nope,
Not just yet.
not just yet, yep. I got scammed, but as always. Okay, and next one, we did mention about Husky graphics when it comes to this ball and this definitely cute puppies with one body and 4 legs. But for the offside, this is going to be football fans out there. For the offside, which are going to be weaknesses of the team. Do you have any specific in mind?
Well, usually offside is like a certain overextension in a certain way, right? Like you go past the last defender, you receive that ball, and you get called off by the referee. So a lot of times when we take a look at PSO's gameplay, sure, they may want to go for those sort of team fights and they still want to do a little bit more split pushing, and then there are times that they're behind, they just don't do either one. So the problem starts with them trying to have 2 identities, right? So they just gotta keep it all together, and I just want to see more jungle pressure out of Shola and Aja. And other than that, we want to see them really fully commit. If you really want that Drake, just go at it. 5-man, just go for that traditional skirmish that we've always seen from the WCS Indonesia side. And these guys are all veterans, right? We've seen Harry, Henry, Dela, they've been playing back in the Bigatron days. I feel like they do have a certain style of synergy when it comes down to champion pool and everything. And it's like they're trying to mix and match too much. So I think that's part of the offsides that they have.
Yeah, I think, you know, my biggest gripe right now is just that they don't contest objectives fully, right? I don't want to see Todd playing Garen, split pushing Taurus when they fight for Reparo. He needs to join the team. They're missing that core component that gives them that edge, that leverage over their opponents in all of these skirmishes.
Especially now that he's going to be fighting against Taku. You know Taku's going to be pulling up with all these big team fights if he does get things like set. So that's something that he has to be concerned about, matching the same tempo.
Now we mentioned about Taku. Do Cerberus have any offsides on their side?
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, as strong as a team is, they also have their weaknesses that you can take advantage of. I think for Cerberus side, it's a bit more subtle, right? If you're on this team of Persis Esports, you might find it hard to kind of play towards that. But regardless, for Cerberus, they sometimes drag the game out long enough, which was what we saw when they...
But I will fight you because...
Wow.
You take a look at that. It was, what? Flash Wolves?
Yeah, exactly.
Dragging it instead of them?
Yeah, but that was what we saw. In a long game, we can see Cerberus running out of steam, right? They lost that game, and then it became slightly easier for Flash Wolves to close out, to finish the reverse sweep. But another thing from Cerberus is that they play a very fast game. So they want to snowball in the first 5 to 8 minutes. But if you can disrupt that tempo, then you have a better opening of kind of taking advantage of Cerberus's loopholes, because if you slow them down, then they'll have to fall back to the split push. They want to farm up. They will avoid skirmishes that they usually take. Maybe PSO can, you know, look at that angle and tackle it.
Yeah, and on top of that, we do see that they're very proficient when it comes down to fights. Same goes to the macro gameplay. It's pretty solid overall, but there's also that small tendency where they drag on a little bit more of that fight, or they try to set up an ambush, and sometimes it doesn't really go perfectly according to plan. I think like these are just small little loopholes that Persis Esports should study well beforehand going into this match.
We're so judgmental here. We just keep on nitpicking everybody's weaknesses on our side.
But I'm pretty sure they have a lot of strengths too.
Right, exactly, right. I think going to this is just, we're looking at it objectively, right? No matter how good a team is, there is going to be some sort of Achilles heel that you can identify and take advantage of. It's more of, can you find that weak spot?
Yeah, let's just get it balling for a different ball game between these two knockout teams. Who will get knocked out? When it comes to their strength here, specifically for the teams, do you think have any in mind, especially with Cerberus, there's a ton of it, but PSO though?
Well, for PSO, I think that they just gotta keep the ball rolling. So we should start off with proactivity in the map, play a better macro game overall. So I want to see more roams coming out of the Princes, where we have Harry as well as Henry, whichever one you want to call it. So, of course, both of them really play a vital role. And I want to see other champions than, you know, things like Brand, where it's not efficient for roaming, right? Like, it's hard. Sure, you're good at team fights with the Pyroclasm. That's kind of about it. So we've seen them playing Akshan over mid lane as well. I want to see some other varieties. Heck, even Corki would be good.
Yeah, we talk about, I've mentioned early on that Shola has some similar traits to DDD from SLG, where they have initiative to start fight, to get the team rolling, and I want to see him keep that up. Just polish on that macro a bit. Don't overextend, but keep that aggressiveness. Someone has to pull the trigger, and I think in this case, it has to be Shola.
Yeah, and when it comes down to all these sort of objectives that they weren't really contesting well for, go for 1-3-1 splits. You don't really have to fully commit to it. You still get the split pushes done, and I think like with a certain commitment to the side lanes, I think that will make them look a lot better.
Yeah, get a Fiora, get a Garen, do a 1-3-1. Why not, right? Because we've seen one of the best champions to have a hull break. The hull breaker on Fiora will be really great. We haven't seen that quite a lot in this WCS yet. But for the side of Cerberus, now this will be one of the team with so many good points on their side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, enough said. Fast and furious. They like to go in fast. It feels like when you watch Cerberus play, they are in a drag race, right? They just nitro charge themselves from the get-go and they sprint right towards the finishing line. And there are times where you see them trip over, especially when we disrupt their tempo, but most of the time if Cerberus gets going, they are really hard to stop. When the Hellhound smells blood, he's gonna follow that trail to victory.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have seen how Cerberus have been able to control the tempo of certain matches when they do get that sort of lead. And you can basically set up death brushes and force them to actually come right at you. And Persis Esports, if they're not careful enough, they will run into them. And that's where it will be harder for Persis to do anything. So sometimes best defense, best offense, and same goes to how you want to play that macro. Take Kitaka, just pull them apart, and they can't really do all too much. So when it comes down to that 1-3-1 thing for Persis Esports, we haven't seen too much out of it. So that may not be their core strength, and that's why they're not showing it.
Yeah, and to wrap it up nicely, the strength of Cerberus also stems from strong individual lanes. And in this matchup against Persis, I think Cerberus wins on every lane, just judging from the statistics and the games that they have shown us. I'm not trying to take anything away from Persis Esports, but if we just base it off individual prowess, I think Cerberus are miles ahead.
I have to agree, especially when it comes to head-to-head with the Baron laner. At least they have a shot coming out from PSO, right? I mean, like you mentioned, when it comes to Todd, can we get a head-to-head between the Baron laners? Yeah, because Todd and definitely comes to Taku, the double T's we're talking about. But I do want to know if Huban going to squeeze in here or not. If it comes to productivity, if it comes to proactivity, I have to agree. Taku is more reliable when it comes to Todd in certain way, but Todd at least can hold and survive his lane at a certain time.
Yeah, he's great on that 1v1 skirmish in the early game. And for Taku, he's been shining from the minute 1 all the way till the very end. If you give him set in this matchup, it could be over. So I would expect Persis Esports to have a few champions banned away from Taku or even Fly, because these two are the usual initiators into many of all these battles that Cerberus Esports always starts things off. And you got BMM all the way to the back, and he's always setting up for him. So when we take a look at Taku, this guy, he's been looking phenomenal.
Yeah, and it also comes down to how you allocate your resources. In the case of PSO, we will probably sound like a broken record talking about how Todd split pushes every time the objective is up. There was one game against RRQ where Todd joins the fight, but Harry split pushes, and that game he was on in Akali. So we see all of these fragmented decisions from PSO that has led to their inevitable defeat. And in this case, in terms of kill participation, team contribution, Taku is leaps and bounds ahead because he knows when he needs to join the team and he knows when to draw attention. And if Toss plays by the same playbook that they did against RRQ, he's going to have a lot of trouble into Taku.
Yeah, I have to agree. When it comes to judgment call and shot calling come out from Cerberus, they know exactly what to do, even though they've been cornered. They know that they need to farm out a bit, develop themselves when it comes to itemization, and as time progresses, they just can fight again one more time. And the thing is, since you mentioned about the champions pool, right, we definitely know Taku's set is one of the most memorable throughout this entire series. We saw how his face breaker and showstopper just on point most of the time. But out of 83 champions, we only see a handful of them in this WCS.
Well, if it works, why not, right?
Yeah,
like if I can play Garen all the way, I will play Garen all the way.
We've seen Taku picking other champions, and it still worked well too. So it's more of like the other matchup we saw him going for set is because it's being left out in the open, and if you don't take it, it's kind of like a waste. So yeah, just don't give him that.
Yeah, so definitely you mentioned about certain champions come up from Cerberus. Now I do want to put out, is there any conditions for PSO other than the site that you guys mentioned before? When it comes to specific, when it comes to mechanic-wise, starting from the draft, we saw maybe there's a bit of updraft when it comes versus to RRQ, right?
Yeah, no double enchanters, please. Do not go Morgana, Karma bot lane. On paper, it sounds great, you know, you poke your enemies for days and days on end. It feels like you're giving them a super hard time, but what can you do with that Dragon Lane when you transition into that mid game? It doesn't provide as much as you thought it would, and that's kind of RRQ's oversight when they, PSO's oversight when they play against RRQ. So don't run the double enchanter, play something that gives you more control over that mid game, right? The Senna +1, that's something that we've seen a lot of time. A Morgana +1, something that we saw from the Philippine region, FLA, they like to play the Morgana Leona. Now PSO can take that example and probably try to replicate that success because it gives you team fight, it gives you skirmish capabilities, and it allows you to help your team going into the later stages of the game. So it starts from the draft. PSO, don't go for double enchanters and pick a proper hyper carry.
Yeah, I think he said it pretty well. Or you want to drag that game, take a 6 with you.
But hey, just ban Senna all the way since both teams love Senna so much. We don't want to see Senna anymore. Let's see something new. But let's get into our first series of today between PSO versus CERBERUS Esports, the matchup of Series 1, day number 3 WCS. Here we go for the draft. This is where the battle starts. If they're being outdraft for PSO, they have to know what to ban now because we do know when it comes to CERBERUS, they have oceans of champions they can actually select from.
Yeah, they have a whole field to run about, right? So CERBERUS Esports getting that blue side, getting that pick priority, it is going to benefit them a lot. I am slightly worried for Persis in this case because there are so many champions that you need to prioritize. But Persis Esports need to understand that Taku is the one guy that you need to shut down. Give Toss a decent lane and make sure that Toss joins the team when you go for those objectives later on.
That's right. It's interesting to see that they've already banned Rakan and they've given respect to Henry, who's being a little bit more of a troublesome support to deal with. And overall, we see 2 potential Baron laners taken out. It's going to be Jace as well as Camille. CERBERUS, they still leave a lot of things out in the open, and I'm thinking about that Yuumi that's still left available. There's also an option for a set if they really want to pick either one. Taku definitely loves his chances at the set, but instead, they pan it out themselves.
Pretty surprising considering that they have that first pick, right? So it means that CERBERUS, they have a slightly different priority. We see, Persis on the other hand, not really sure if that Senna ban was what they wanted to go for, but we have seen them run that Morgana, Karma, Dragon lane, so it is going down. It does go down in the priority list of what Persis wants to go for. With the Camille banner though, at least it secures a more decent lane for Tots. He has played a Garen before. This means that CERBERUS, they will take that Karma away and PSO will not be able to run the Enchanter spot.
Good start for CERBERUS Esports. They prioritize that Karma, which you could still flex in either the mid lane as well as the bottom lane as well. Now PSO, they have a chance at Yuumi, and Olaf is also open up. And either or, right? If it's not going to be an Olaf, it could be a Jax that they could just play hyper scaling, or they could just run at their enemies. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Persis Esports.
I'm loving the fact that they're thinking about Olaf Yuumi combo, and definitely it's going to be a hustle coming from CES, locking the Xin Chao next. And who will stop this Olaf? That's the thing. Open house Ragnarok, Zumi's in, final chapter, they're done.
Yeah, and normally when you see an Olaf getting picked up, the immediate response is a Kha'Zix, but in this case for CERBERUS, we are starting to see the idea between these drafts. Karma, Xin Chao, Garen, brick wall front line with the Karma shield. They run in, you can't kill them, and they will finish you off in a long fight. So Persis Esports responds with the Darius into Garen, which is a classic matchup that we always see in the Baron lane. It is going to give Toss a lot more leeway to gain priority in that lane against Taku, but it can be still flex mid. CERBERUS has a lot of options to play around this Garen and Karma.
Indeed, and that's the reason why you picked this Darius as well. He matches well against this Garen in a certain sense. While on top of that, if it goes over to CERBERUS, it's even tougher. What we've seen teams when they do have such strong executional ultimates where you could just easily deteriorate the chances of this Olaf coming up online. I think they have great ideas on this entirety of the draft, but on the second half, we're already seeing Ashe as well as Ziggs getting abandoned away.
And I think for Persis right now, they have to consider which if they want to take that mid lane or Dragon lane. Unfortunately for them, they have not seen anything from Cerberus Esports, so the safer pick is going to be that Corki. Doesn't reveal where he's going to go. Harry can play him, or you can give it to Dewa after seeing Cerberus' last 2 picks. But that Yuumi is going to give them at least a safety line, right? So you have a safe Dragon Lane, and you also can jump on that Olaf when he makes those early moves, and that was what we want to see from Persis. Give Shole Aja a champion that can take initiatives. Olaf is perfect for that, but for Cerberus, it is all about winning the lane. So Lucian and Nami, very formidable combo.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. At first, I thought it's going to be BMN on that Lucian once again, but you don't really want to have that karma of not having an interactive duo right down bot. So this is where they bring in the Nasus as well. So I'm not too sure if this Nasus is going to be having a good time, whether you put it up over mid lane or if you want to really change things up. It's going to look a little odd though. Like, how long will it take for this Nasus to hit his optimal effect?
I feel like for the Nasus pick, Persis Esports are probably looking at it as if it's a support Nasus. You go for Font of Life, you build ability power, or maybe you go for the Fimbulwinter, because we are not looking for the Nasus to scale. Corki will do the job, and early to mid game is all about the Yuumi Olaf. Persis Esports with a decent draft, they have scaling, they have late game insurance. This Nasus will eventually transform to become a big one for the team. Mid lane Nasus, right? So you just want to survive the mid lane against the Karma. You will not die to the Karma. It's going to be a passive lane, but you want to be that utility support for your team later on.
I mean, like, this is going to be a bit gritty coming out from a PSO side, but can they drag it? Let's just throw into Casas in the knockout stage. Take it away!
The WCS Finals lower bracket run starts here.
Knock knock, who's there? WCS Finals na naman tayo and knockout na tayo, paring Osiris. Daglagan portion, pero hindi na kami nakapagpakilala dahil nandito agad yung 5 sa may bandang gitna. Medyo may tuguan, naghawakan lang ng tenga, di ba? Hi, hello, kamusta ka? Malamig dito, mainit dyan, umuulan. O, di ba? Ayos ba yun? Pero
grabe, parang magkakaibang panahon na.
Etong si kuya nyo, Henry. Si Henry na hinahabol. Netong dalawa. Siyempre, Mr. Henry si yata yan.
Oo,
diba?
mayaman
Si Henry
yan
at si Harry pala ite. Man, hinahabol dito again sa Anti-Fly.
Malakas yan si Kuya Henry kasi nagbibigay yan ng MS eh. Kasi SM nga, di ba? Pagka ang SM, binaliktad mo. May MS. Oo, mabilis. No, may healing galing ka na. Pwede ka pa magkaroon ng MS mamaya. Pero ito nga, no, kita naman natin kung gaano kakaiba ang pick ngayon ng PSO. Kung saan, nakikita nga natin si Nasus at saka si Yuumi. Cats and dogs.
Cats and dogs?
Magkasama, oo.
They don't usually combine, pero pagka naging magkasama naman sila, they can be best friends nga naman. No? Parang ito nga, si Henry at saka si Harry. And supposed to be, no, dapat mid lane natin eh. Itong si paring Susan eh. Kaso, we have a Corki. Prioritize ng PSO. Nilagay itong si Corki sa may mid lane. Yun nga lang, is it sapat nga ba? Pero dito muna tayo ha. May nang lilipod. Delegates talaga to. Tumatapang dito yung side of CERBERUS at mukhang na nila yung sa bottom lane. At mukhang wala na sila magagawa doon. Even with the flash out, hindi na makakawala itong si Kuya Henry at kasama pa si Kuya Harry.
Papaalala ko lang sa inyo mga kaibigan na isa ang CERBERUS sa may pinakamabilis na game. And remember, nandito pa lang tayo, wala pa tayo sa 2 minutes ay may double kill na kaagad with a 4-man rotation na ginawa ng CERBERUS. Kumbaga ilang mabilis ang pitik lang, pero si Dewa.
Yeah, babawi sila dito kay Taco at the top lane, pero hindi siya napatay. Muntikan pang mamatay si Dewa, pero si Shole mukhang gusto pa din bumawi. Kaso nga lang, alam na ni Kuya Taco na nandyan si Shole. Pero ito, umiikot na naman si BMM at saka si Mess, making a mess at the top lane nga ba? Pero aware din si Shole, Herb.
Oo, pero tingnan natin kung paano.
Sige, kita ka namin! Bawal dyan!
Don't do that. Oo, nako. Si BMM pa naman yan. Magaling yan manipat ng mga openings. And yun nga, no? Nadali nga ng pair. Pero itong gusto ko lang i-highlight yung kay Taco kasi nabaliktad niya pa yung 2v1 na yun, no? Pagka binaliktad mo kasi si Taco, ukat yan eh. Ukat-ukat. Kaya matatakot ka talaga. Umaga, kung 90s kids ka, alam mo yung ukat-ukat, di ba, madam? Alam mo naman, scary yung mga movies nun. At pinakita ni Garen na isa siya sa mga nakakatakot na Baron laner para
lumipad!
mag-ingat ang kabila. Ito na,
Oo, medyo nasaktan dito si Kuya Hari. Napalibag siya ng bubble
Sakitan
trap
moment.
Kuya
Ito
Nami.
pa,
Pero sa top lane na
Bigyan
naman
mo,
tayo
bigyan mo.
dahil bumisita itong si Mes. Nakapag-flash out naman itong si Tots. Todo, flash out siya doon, men.
Oo nga, no, si Kuya Tods, kanina siya yung nang mamando. Ngayon, si Kuya Garen
Daming
na
ward
ang
ng
siyang-
PSO doon. Nakita mo
Oo.
yung ward dalawa sa tribush.
Para daw, kasi dalawa ang mata, di ba? So
Oo
dalawa
nga
dalawa ang wards, para dalawa ang kita. Para
Two is
sure.
better than one.
Oo, tama, di ba? Iya nga nila, di ba? 2 is better than 1. At yun, tuloy-tuloy lang naman yung ginagawa dito na pag-pressure ng Cerberus. Although, maganda naman dito sa ginagawa ng PSO is they are trying to answer yung mga ganitong klaseng aggression na ginagawa ng Cerberus. And although, napako tayo sa 2-0, it means itong mga galawan nilang dalawa ay walang nagpapakita ng opening. We are expecting, actually everyone is expecting a 3-0 ang kalalabasan nitong series na to. But looking at PSO, it feels like they are trying to slow the game. They're going to stop the bleeding. After no 2 kills na yun, hindi na gumalaw ang Cerberus. Pero mukhang magre-ready nga ang nagkabilang kupunan dahil kailangan na nila mag-focus dito sa mga objective natin. It's either a Drake or a Rift Herald.
Pero parehas sila na minamata dito, Herb, dahil parehas na jungler natin nasa top lane as of now. And kita mo naman yung PSO, bin-back out nila yung dalawang miyembro ng side ng Cerberus dito at mukhang hindi nila papatouchdownin dito sa Referral Speed. Kaya kita-kita nila yan, the Redemption will be there, the Calling will be there as well. Final chapter, may surut naman nila. Itong isa sa may bandang likod, pero nakuha pa, hindi pa bato si Kuya Mes. And mukhang makakaalis pa itong si Kuya Taco without even dying in the hands of PSO. And actually, that's a Referral with 1 kill. All the winnings napunta sa Cerberus.
Don't mess with CES. Ayan nga, nakita natin na kung saan kahit anong gawin ng PSO, kahit sila pa yung mauna doon sa Rift Herald, hindi pa rin nila magawa na kuha. Tingnan mo, nagkikreate sila ng pressure sa mid lane para magkaroon sila ng oras to reset at kunin ang atensyon, pukawin ng atensyon ng PSO para i-focus itong Rift Herald at saka sila pupwesto para dito sa nag-iisang dragon. Habang si Kuya Taco, syempre, kailangan niya munang bumalik at mag-defend. So ito nga, yung simula ng bakbakan, pinasok agad kahit sabihin mong tumalsik si Kuya Mes dahil sa package, yung smite ang siyang tumapos. At kita mo si Kuya Taco, hindi pa rin siya namamatay despite of all, di ba? Kumbaga, kayang-kaya niyang stronger makes me pain, ika nga, di ba? Ni Kuya Eri, di ba?
Stronger makes me pain.
Oo, kaya ako, ang kunat ni Kuya Taco, ganun yung ginagawa niya. Stronger lang talaga ang
pero ito the more the merrier nga ba in terms of numbers sa PSO dito. Pero the final chapter mukhang hindi aabutan itong si Fly. Walang tumama na final chapter ni isa. Talagang walang katakot-takot dito yung Cerberus.
Oo, alam mo naman si Kuya Taco yan nasa pangalan takot. Siyempre, kaya hindi basta-basta matutuluyan. At makakita naman tayo ng Corky na may hull breaker si Kuya Dewa.
Naku po.
Parang hindi yata maganda yun, madam, para sa sitwasyon nila.
Para tong linya 2.0 kasi alam mo yun, hindi healthy. Kumbaga, ang isang Corky first item, Hullbreaker. Tama nga naman yung sinabi ni Lodi Rico. What's the use of buying Hullbreaker first item? Pero di naman na tayo on the bottom lane dahil in-embrace na nila itong si Tots at todo siyang binatukan dito ni Mes at ni BMM. And ito hindi pa natatapos dahil may nagtatago sa brush. Kaso nga nanlikod dito itong si Kuya nyo Gensa with the calling. And medyo nadamage naman niya dito si Dewa. Dewa still safe. And nagpa-pressure lang patuloy-tuloy yung side ng Cerberus at the bottom lane as of now. They won't be able to push the turret, pero mamaya mukhang babalikan pa rin nila kasi hindi pa sila umaalis for the side of Cerberus right now. Nakikita naman ng side ng PSO etong si Fly na nasa gedi-gedi lang sa may damuhan dahil with that wards na placement. Kasi nga natin naman nila dito itong si Dewa, may kasama po sana si Henry, pero another final chapter naman yan, used defensively, which is hindi bayad na bayad para sa side ng PSO.
Yun nga, medyo hindi bayad talaga ngayong araw ang galawan ng PSO.
Dahil next week, men.
Oo, men. Better luck next week talaga.
PSO kung sakaling malaglag sila.
Laglag nation kasi sila dito Kumbaga, pagka hindi nila na-contain yung aggression ng Cerberus, ang PSO, kailangan nilang tumaya sa loto para baka sakaling doon yung swerte nila. Kasi parang hindi natin nakikitaan ng opening. Currently, we are sitting on a 4-0. na kahit anong gawin nila and you going for a hull breaker despite of a very aggressive team, parang this is not a good choice. Kasi ibig sabihin, ika nga ng FENNEL, balagbagan all day or day. And yun yung kailangan nilang i-consider dito na kailangan nila si Dewa sa mga bakbakan. Kaso parang mas gusto nila ng split push Matics. Hindi naman kakayanin yun dahil nga i-hard engage sila tulad ngayon.
Kita mo si Kuya Taco, dire-diretso lang sila doon sa may dalawa, sa may top lane. Makunat yan, dalawa na yan, pero wala silang sinasanto. And isang kaltok na naman dito, muntikan pa nila mapatay dito. Itong si Todd, boot na lang nandun si Harry at si Henry with the final chapter defensive para mailigtas itong isang miyembro nila at least. Dahil namatay doon si Shole. Pero with the absence of Shole, this is gonna be a free sweep herald once again for the side of CERBERUS.
Yes, at kita mo naman no, na wala nang jungler. So opening talaga to for a free Rift Herald. So kahit sabihin mong may hull breaker to, ilalagpag lang nila yung Rift Herald, mababawi na
Pero ito, si BMM, medyo delikado ang lagay ng babor dahil natin siya dito ng Valkyrie in the package pero hindi enough yung damage. Pero BMM mukhang itutuloy pa rin siya dito ni Harry, naka-flash out siya pero he's still dead with a Prowler coming from Henry. Kala mo takas ka na pero mukhang may maiipit. Mukhang mahuli pa rin nila dito si Harry sa may bandang harap. Nakasama dito si Henry.
Medyo masakit medyo masakit.
Nag-TP ito. Si Kuya Dewa sa may bandang ito na hindi na siya makaka-TP. Pero nakaling, ginamit na din. And yung tsunami ni Nami para ma-stop or at least mas down dito yung side of Fiesta. Buhay pa rin dito itong si Gensa at si Shole. Medyo malalim kaya yata pare. Pero si what a dodge on that bubble. Pero ito yung suntot sa may fishball dito ni Shole. Enough nga ba yan? Hindi, because the sustain na binibigay dito ni Henry, buhay si Kuya Shole.
Ang mahalaga lang naman, mapaatras si Shole. Kaso mukhang sustain is real mula kay Henry na tila ba hungry dahil dire-diretso sila sa kills na ginawa nila kanina towards BMM. Pero yun nga, kahit sabihin natin na nakakuha sila ng kill, maganda dun, hindi naka-return kill ang CERBERUS. At least 6-1 tayo sa ating scoreboard. Ngunit ang nakahanda para dito sa Dragon, ang Ocean Drake. At ito'y makakadagdag para maabot nila ang rurok ng tagumpay sa ating Game 1.
Yeah, para sa side ng CERBERUS, another giveaway na naman yan na Dragon na nag-secure ng CERBERUS dahil asa ng PSO, they are busy pare ko. Pero ito na naman tayo sa may middle yung final chapter na na-root nila dito. Ito si Gensa. Really low on HP. And maling side yung pinupuntahan niya dito. Of course, na-trap na siya doon ng tatlo. Gensa will fall down. Another kill naman yun sa PSO. Pero it didn't justify na lamang pa rin dito ng network yung side ng CES sa ngayon.
Kumbaga, si Kuya Genza masyadong gumagala and that's a good kill para sa PSO. Para makakuha sila ng dagdag gold at syempre yung mga items nila nagti-take effect na ngayon. Kung kanina medyo alanganin yung mga team fight, this time mas kaya na nila makipagsabayan. And so far so good dahil nga ang PSO ngayon is they are being cautious. Kung kanina si Genza yung medyo nagiging easy, never Genza daw ang mangyayari. Kumbaga si PSO focus lang tayo dito sa goal, defend lang at konting scouting lang mula sa ating Yumi. Kaso ang mid lane, dinidiretso na ng CERBERUS, kailangan na backup.
Sinamon mismo yung referral dito. Asan yung mga miyembro ng PSO dito? Only Harry and Henry to defend him. They tried to use the final chapter. Pero I think hindi pa nga makakabangga itong si Kuya Shedi. And nakakuha na ng CERBERUS dito yung kailangan nila habang nililibang ni Taco. Itong si Todd sa top lane. Todd, baka magdelikado siya kasi nanggagaling sa likod dito yung lahat ng miyembro ng side ng CES. Hinakatid na nila pabalik sa base ng CERBERUS. Itong itong si Todd, men, mapapaligiran ka na namin pero hindi na nila papakalaman yan dahil kinakatok sila neto ni Kuya Dewa at the bottom lane. I think mas madaling hulihin itong si Kuya Dewa kaysa habulin nila itong si Todd. Nagrabe naman talaga yung takbo, men.
Yes, alam mo naman, Valkyrie plus package, may chance ang makatakas talaga itong si Kuya Dewa. Pero for now, Valkyrie lang at wala na rin siyang mana. Wala rin package for now, hindi niya pa napupulot. Ngunit successful ang kanyang pagpupush dito. So CERBERUS kailangan nila mag-capitalize sa kanilang heavy team fighting para diretso ace na at maubos na itong PSO. Kaso parang medyo gusto pa nila mag-farm, gusto pa nila mag-focus na makuha yung kanilang mga items sa tower spike. And you can see na si Kuya Genza, Essence, Storm Razor at ang kanyang Executioner's Calling. So less healing galing na manggagaling kay Kuya Henry at sa mga sabihin na nating kay Kuya Tods, Shole, mga kanilang lifesteal. Pero ito na, ang Cerberus mukhang ito na ang inaantay nilang timing na magsama-sama ang ulo ng aso at makahanap sila ng kill mula dito sa kapwa nila. Nasus.
Yeah, pwede nilang habulin to PSO. Actually, lilikuran nila. Here comes the flank. Pero aware naman dito yung PSO as of now. Yun nga lang, nananakaw na yung mga jungler, upper jungler dito ng side ng PSO. Ang inyo ay amin lamang ginagawa dito ng side ng Cerberus. I think minamind games na ng Cerberus dito. Yung PSO, unahin nila dito si Harry na nauna nakita mata. Pero the embrace will be there and the tsunami. Pinaangatan tatlo kasama yung pusa na nasa likod. Pero ang unang babagsak dito is gonna be Toads na nakapronta pa sa may bandang gitna. Pero one kill isanap nga ba para sa side ng Cerberus? Hindi. Nagkasalubong sila dito sa may loob ng jungle. Sabay silang nag-flash in sa isa, flash out sa isa. Pero Stacy, I don't think na magtatagal pa yung buhay niya para kay Kuya Shole at kay Kuya Dewa dito. At isama pa nga natin sa listahan na itong si Henry. Si Harry na lang yung natitira and they can transition on getting this Baron kasi kumpleto pa sila for the side of Cerberus.
Yes, halos unofficial ace na nga yung naganap dahil doon kay Kuya Harry no, na nakasurvive kanina. I mean, hindi siya nakasurvive dahil sa tsunami. At ngayon naman, ang ibang miyembro naman ng PSO ang siyang nahuli. No? Baga, wala na silang chance para sagutin ito. 8 seconds for the Dragon at mukhang may chance pa. Siguro bahagyang chance lamang para makuha nila itong Dragon. Ngunit dahil sa mabilisang empowered Baron Recall, makakapag-reset kaagad ng ating mga ports at teleports nga kaagad dito papunta rin sa ating Infernal Drake. Pero pwesto mo muna, pwesto na rin dito ang PSO. Tignan natin kung kakayanin nga ba nila makipagsabayan para dito. Naku,
nasa kabilang
nila.
mundo.
Isinuko
nasa kabilang,
na.
Oo, isinuko na ang Dragon ng side ng PSO. Lagi na lang taliwas ng landas yung pinupuntahan dito ni Shole. Hindi sila nagpo-contest for the Drake. And the referral din, nalungkot na ata kanina, men. Dahil hindi nila, nanakawan sila ng referral kanina, hindi na umulit-ulit ng contest para sa side ng PSO. I do get it, na kailangan nila mag-farm dito. Kaso inubos na din ng Cerberus yung laman ng jungle nila dahil sila yung masani. May control sa mapa ngayon, Cerberus, and then ngayon, nagmamarcha sila with their Baron buff for the side ng PSO dito. Yes, nandun yung final chapter pero hindi sila magpapapigil dito. Na-i-push yung turret and Tsunami will be there as well. Na-isolate nila ito si Shole. Shole will be dying in the hands of Cerberus. Actually, si Fly pa nga yung nakapatay doon. Habang trabaho lang, walang personalan. Yung ginagawa ni Taco sa may top lane, 4v5 pa pala yun. Yun sa middle lane kanina.
Oh, grabe naman ang pinapakita dito ni Kuya Taco dahil nga one-man team ang ginagawa niya pag-i-split push. Kumbaga, me, myself, and I. Ako lang ang sakalam.
Durog ang dalawang inhibitor dito ng side ng PSO and I don't think na kailangan pa nila na dumaan sa may bottom lane dito. Pero mukhang aatras ba muna yung side ng Cerberus? Wala na silang minions
no?
Ito pa lang mid lane minions. Kaso mukhang hindi na sila aabante pa dahil nag-reset sila as of now. Pick up muna ng mga items, Lods.
Yes, tamang kuha muna. And kahit sabihin mo na sila ang ahead, 11 kills, mataas na gold, nire-respeto pa rin nila ang kapasidad na ang capabilities nito ni PSO. Dahil nga, medyo may times rin na pwedeng manalo sila from out of nowhere. Remember, malakas rin naman ang team fighting ng PSO, especially once na maging raid boss ang 3 champions sila dito. Ngunit, dahil sa momentum na meron ng Cerberus, nagagawa nilang i-overwhelm itong PSO to the point na hindi na nila magawang ma-acknowledge yung mga engage. And remember, meron silang dalawang support dito, the utilities coming in from Anami and Karma is definitely mahirap sabayan. Shields after heals na makikita mo mula kay Mesa at kay Taco. And then, hindi mo pa mahahawakan basta-basta si Genza.
Yep. And men, pansin mo sa team fight natin, hindi nagsasabay yung embrace na ito ni BMM at saka ni Fly. Una lagi yung embrace and then followed by that Tsunami. Pero ito na naman tayo sa may bottom lane. Dalawa sila magkasama dito pero buhay pa rin. Pero the final chapter, another defensive na naman yan. And natagukan ni Kuya Taku ang pusa at ang aso na unang bumagsak. Isama na natin itong si Shole at si Taco, si Pods. Inatid namin na manhika na dito yung side ng Cerberus at this time, wala nang pipigil sa kanila kahit na-hook sila dito ni Kuya Tods. Wala namin ace para tapusin ang game na to for the side of Cerberus.
Napakabilis naman ng mga kaganapan na yan. No? Although hindi man ang pinakamabilis ng Cerberus, ngunit alam na nila, kumbaga calculated na ang mga
Nakakuha agad ng trick
galawan.
yung isa, men. Ang bilis.
Di ba? Panis. Ganun lang kabilis, di ba? No problem. Kuha lang ng inumin, tapos na kaagad ang laban na ito. At nakita naman natin ng Cerberus, and nakita rin natin yung kanilang run na talagang convincing towards play-ins. Ngunit dito, syempre, knowing PSO na medyo hindi rin talaga sila overperforming or hindi natin nakita ang kanilang full potential nung napalaban sila sa ating, syempre, ang ating Pinoy Pride na RRQ. Lalo pa ngayon, mas mahirap ang pagsubok. This is the top 1 team sa ating play-ins, and Cerberus isn't going to stop.
Yeah, hindi talaga sila magpapapigil dito. Talagang gaya ng gameplay nila, no, raga-ragasa. Pero actually, yung Cerberus kanina, no, hindi pa masyadong ragasa yun. Kasi somewhere in the mid-game, medyo naglaylo sila pag up nung Dragon at saka nung Rip Herald Pero after that, talagang dire-diretso na sila. And Cerberus, keeping it to their name na hindi talaga nila binibigyan ng space para na makahinga yung kalaban nila dito. Which is yun na nga nangyari sa PSO.
Nahirapan talaga overall ang PSO, and to be honest, napakahirap din hanapan ng butas ng Cerberus dahil nga sa kanilang lineup na double utility and the way na kung paano mag-free hit si Genza, the way na mag-frontline. Actually, si Mess is entirely, para makikita mo siya every team fight na hindi siya nagdadalawang isip mag-3 talons fight. Pasok lang na pasok. Yes, and sweep lang pagka defensively, no? Hindi na kailangan maging cautious about it at lalo pat sumabay yung daluyong ni Kuya Fly na kung saan talagang tumatalbog itong mga tropa natin sa PSO. And after that, no, wala na tayong next na pangsagot doon. After mag-Spirit Fire ni Kuya Nasus, after mag-ultimate, talagang alanganin na.
Yeah, and I do think kailangan na natin ipasa sa panel. So panel, take it away.
Ballers, but the football is being chased by the three-headed dog there. Feels like the analogy of a mailman trying to post something, but the dogs keep chasing you away from your objectives.
It really feels like so. And we saw what really happened, right? There's a lane swap that goes on. Harry decides to go with, his bro, Henry, and Nasus overall in the early game is at its weakest. So that's where Cerberus really strikes back. That dive set perfectly was the way to set up tempo. And after that, you saw the response coming from Persis on the top side. That Olaf was like, what, 10 seconds late? And he still tries to dive. Like, that hurts me.
Yeah, it's pain, right? It's pain without the S. I would say, though, Persis, they were creative. They identified that Cerberus Esports is a three-headed hound. So they brought their own dog, right? They brought the Nasus. They gave him a cat companion. Didn't
cat
work
and
out.
dog?
Yeah, the cat and dog, right? It's actually a childhood game I played, which is basically cat versus dog. So we know that they don't go together. In this case, I just don't really see the synergy. They were trying to replicate the Senna Nasus bot lane, right? There was some idea to that. But I think going into the later stages of the game, we started to see some problems. Why is the Yuumi sticking with the Nasus? That was what Omo pointed out. Stick with the Olaf. The Olaf needs your help. He's the one running in. He's the one tanking the full back massager from Genza, and yet he did not have the backup that he needed. So it was a rough loss for PSO, but I think majority of it is primarily on them.
The score 1-0 coming out from CS, definitely whacking over PSO in a very hot one as well. Such a hot match coming out from PSO since the start. CES, if you look at the item progression, you look at how the developing coming up from each of the champs, there's nothing stopping them. Even the Nami, the fishy Nami can't be eaten by the Catty Henry.
Yeah, it's too big of a fish. And I want to just quickly point out, you mentioned item progression. This is something that I'm not in favor of, especially with an Olaf jungle. Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra. You are 0-5. Do not go Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra. You are squishy enough as it is. Your Yuumi doesn't want to stick on to you. Build some resistance. Deadman's Plate, Randuin's, Bramble, something that allows you to survive in a fight. You want the Righteous Glory, Ragnarok, run in and buy space for your Corki and Darius to start ramping up the damage. But if you run in and instantly die, you lose the front line.
I'm also really surprised when we talk about builds, there's like a force of nature on Tots. Like, who really dishes that much of an AP damage from Cerberus Esports? Like, invest in something else.
BMM. You have to remember BMM's his Q and also...
That Karma's not gonna blow up a Darius in a split second. That's what I'm gonna point out.
I mean, that inner flame really works. I mean, like the Qs coming out from BMM really painful if you know how to actually proc out the third.
Sure.
The third passive, right?
But I do
Maybe he's afraid of Nami.
Right,
Maybe.
we could look at something like a Death Dance or Spirit Visage. I don't think the Force of Nature, you get the full value out of the font. I think that's the point that we are heading towards.
True, the little bit of regeneration that you can get out of all these in and out battles that they've been taking. But then again, when you burn all your resources, when that Yumi is gonna click final chapter every time she sees a wave, then what's the point? You can't get into those team fights. You don't even have to stick with the Olaf if that's the case.
The Yumi probably farm more minions with the final chapter than rooting enemy champions.
But here comes our player of the game, the MVP, which is going to be Genza coming from CES. I feel like everybody deserved the MVP coming from CS. Nobody actually make any flaw. Even if they had a bit of a problem when it comes to, you know, when they tried to move as a 5 to rotate and try to get any pickoff. But it was well done by PSO to split push. But the thing is, they know how to always adapt themselves in that kind of situation. And Genza, he didn't waste any time. It's a full, almost full item here coming up from himself.
Yeah.
And I think for PSO, at least there were some improvements from their series against RRQ, which is when the 4-minute mark hit, objective spawn, they played together as a team, right? They tried to contest the objective. It was very unfortunate that Mess ended up stealing the Rift Herald and CES won the fight, but at least we see PSO trying to play together. And, you know, they don't put themselves on the back foot just because someone wants to split push and get their first turret.
Might Def?
Might Def.
Was there a moment where they were contesting? I don't feel like there was anywhere
they tried.
About the spike, but then again, yeah, JG diff.
JG, I have to agree. You know, the thing that I realized coming from a side of PSO, they don't have the element of surprise. Even though we saw Sole try to gank on top on the Baron Legion, but he picked a bit too much. He kind of discovered that.
Were you not surprised by the Nasus Yumi?
I mean, like, the element of surprise when it comes to ganking. So everybody can see through what they have in mind, and definitely it's just not something that CS feels like, oh, this is something that we didn't predict to happen. And we saw straight from the start, it's just diving. We saw the moment they got themselves 3 Ignite coming up from CS, they definitely would go turret drive all the way.
Yeah, this is a traditional CES sort of rotation, and they've already noticed that, hey, they're coming in, and there's nothing much that they can do but to clear that wave. But that contest from Herald onwards really led towards that downward spiral. Sure, this is the only few attempts where we saw they were utilizing all that sort of spells that they have just to go for a pickoff. It's so Swan Lucian, and by then, CES, they could just gravitate to another pickoff of their own, forcing them into the jungle and put them in this choke point. There's no place that they could possibly go when they've already used Ragnarok or even the final chapter. You saw, even at times it's a whiff.
I don't know, it feels like they don't have the trust for the Yumi to hold on. Like, example, we saw the Ragnarok being used by Sole, he's using the Olaf, right? He knows that Yumi is inside of him, but he's just not convincing enough that Zumis will actually take him to survive for the fight.
That's what happens when you go Black Cleaver Sunder.
Yeah.
You just lose resistance, right? You don't have resistance, you use Ragnarok, you lose even more resistance, and you run into a firing gallery. Like, what would you expect out of that? On the other hand, is also how the draft for both teams is about running at their opponents, right? The Karma, Sinjao, Garen, run at your opponents. They have the Lucian Nami to back that up. The same can be said for PSO's draft. So it comes down to who gets the lead, who gets to kind of take off first. And in game 1, it was very obvious, CERBERUS who got that advantage. And once they got rolling, it doesn't matter what PSO wanted to do. On itemization and macro aside, they just could not keep up.
Despite all these adversities, right? Sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
Like, we did see that at least they've been able to hold on to a stabler early game as compared to what we've seen beforehand against RRQ on the upper brackets. So it definitely was a little bit of a fresh air when they came in with that 1-3-1 split push, which has worked effectively for that core team. So I give them a +1 for that.
It checked out box today when it comes to 1-3-1. They almost got it for a bit when it comes to stabilizing the game. But the thing is, I think they are investing way too much to clear the creep wave, like you mentioned before. It's just the moment they just utilize every skills they have. The side of CS is like, hey, they use all their ults. What we're scared for? It's just rush in.
Yeah, and that's something you pointed out, right? And that's something all of us saw. CES shows up to the bot lane with 1 minion wave, and Henry decided I'm gonna final chapter the whole wave, and they don't even clear the wave, right? So that I feel like that's kind of like the red panic button that PSO just pushes whenever they see Cerberus shows up. It kind of falls back to they are just trying their best to hold on.
The same goes for the Ragnarok. He pressed the R's just to run away.
Yeah, like, okay, let me tell you this. I like to play football games as well, and like sometimes when you have all these strikers running at you, you just press that tackle button, and then like you hope that you'll get the ball. Instead, you get him on the back of the foot, and you get a red card. That's what it is. That's what it is.
They just score a foul every single time Cerberus shows up. Cerberus shows up, Sholesh comes into lane, tries to defend, final chapter gets used, doesn't clear the wave, Sholesh just pops Ragnarok, throws an undertow, clears, and still doesn't clear the wave. So panic button, PSO needs to understand that sometimes when you are clearly outnumbered, it is okay to give up that little bit of ground, because if we see them use their ultimate so sparingly, it becomes a domino effect. It basically spills over to the rest of the game. Without your turret, without your ultimate, you can't take fights. Cerberus just keeps pushing the tempo, and they will eventually win out.
They had a lot of red cards and a lot of penalty actually being scored by the side of CES, reprimanded entirely for the entire game. Hopefully, for this one, PSO, they got the draft idea there. But the cat dog thing just doesn't work.
Well, it calls for a brand new formation. Well, first score by CES, and I still think that there's still chances for PSO. They start off on red side once again, and do you think that there's much changes here to be brought forward by Cerberus, because they look pretty clean?
Honestly, I think for Cerberus, you don't have to worry about game number 1 that much, because
not at all.
Persis didn't really bring anything to the table that is a huge threat. Again, the idea is there, but they were not able to execute it. So Cerberus, they can just stick to their guns. The Senna ban now comes out from Cerberus Esports because it forces PSO to think, right? Do you want to ban a Yuumi? Do you want to ban the set? Which champion is more important, which is more integral to PSO's success in this game too? And to them, the Karma was a big issue. They take out the Olaf as well, so it opens out Sinjao for Shole Aja, but it also means that CES can get that set.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not if they'll be interested in that first pick. We still have a couple of options to weigh in as well. Sure, Jace has been banned away. I think that set definitely looks really good here. We've seen Cerberus, if they really want to go for that Gragas, it's also optional, but they like to play a little bit more aggressive, and set it is.
Taku with a set now, that's a scary prospect coming up from PSO. I have to say, they have to
Fly
think.
though on set? Have we ever seen that?
We've seen a lot of Fly on set as well, but we definitely, when it comes to the play-ins and also when it comes to the playoff, we saw a lot of Taku set as well, but responded with another Yuumi, but this time with Garen alongside with it.
This is still okay. It still works, right? Yuumi,
I
Garen.
think it's better though.
It looks a bit better. You break wall, but the thing is, Garen will never be in the Dragon lane, and this is what I've been waiting for. The Fly Thresh. It actually was let through in game 1, but Cerberus didn't pick it up. And there was a reason why you banned Thresh against Cerberus, because locally back in the Vietnam region, Fly is the best Thresh player, and now you give them the Sinjao once more. Cerberus basically got the steal of their lives.
Well, I don't know what would PSO respond to this. They've already had a solid front line in terms of having that Garen being secured. Now they just want to find ways to either get a steal over the wall or get some huge Dragon Rage off of all these CES members who need to go up close and personal. So I still want to see what's really the damage source for PSO, because running this comp, I don't think they're ever going to go for something that will take too long to really farm up. And of course, with the NASA still being open now, I don't want to see it anymore.
Like, who is going to start the fight and who is going to stop Cerberus from initiating, right? Cerberus running the same idea as game number 1, all about hard engage. You run straight at PSO, you throw your skills at him, press your buttons, and PSO have no way to deal with you. Sure, you have the kick, you have the final chapter, and the Garen brick wall, but what is the retaliation? Persis Esports, they do not have that yet, and despite having the first pick, they still ban out the Ziggs. They put the priority on that Ashe Yuumi bot. Decent early game, but I don't think it solves the problem. CES can still run at you.
I was hoping for them to actually take or pick up the Ziggs coming up from PSO, and
They
I'm
banned
surprised they banned it, because we do know with sort of projectile definitely will be reflected by Sinjao, but this is just brutal.
Bring it on.
That's it. Bottom lane is done. Bottom lane is officially done. And we get the Twisted Fate. That's something that we have been discussing on broadcast, that Cerberus Esports, if they run the Twisted Fate, it is basically a game where they run circles around Persis Esports, and this Twisted Fate basically gives them not just map presence, but it also amplifies that draft. Now they can reliably run at PSO. It forces this Galio pick because Persis needs some way to have that semi-global presence in case Cerberus shows up, but the Galio again doesn't solve the problem for them.
It's just PSO reacting by having another global presence of their own. But essentially what Cerberus wants to do, they're going to be looking for a deity in the form of Dewa over the bottom lane. What can the Ashe do? You surely have a Yuumi that will follow you, but only ever so slightly. When you have everyone throwing their ults at you, any member of CES, they're just here to dive and get the money rolling for this Graven pickup. I'm excited for CES.
I mean, BMM is ready to just throw red cards at PSO and send them off the field.
For the football team. There
Yeah, right.
They are the referee.
Yeah, they just beep, you're off. You know, red card out. It's looking really tough because PSO, they don't have a way to kind of like disengage. They have a brick wall, but that's pretty much it, right?
Is the gold card the ticket to Icons?
It could be.
It could be.
The first step to Icons, yeah, I agree. I mean, Cerberus, hard engage comp, global presence, strong lanes. PSO on the other side, very passive, very reactive draft. They're playing to not lose, but what is their win condition? There actually isn't much out there.
I mean, like, this is brutal coming out of Cerberus. They definitely would die straight head on before even the 1 minute mark, possibly, because right now we're heading back to our human-made casters. Take it away.
And second game tayo ng Cerberus versus PSO. Nakaisa na yung Cerberus agad-agad dito, pero kita mo naman parang Osay, 5 agad ang pinakita na baraha dito ng side ng CES, pero just so happen, wala silang naging customer. And by the way, hindi tayo nakapagpakilala kanina. No? Kami nga pala magiging shoutcaster nyo. O si Asumia, kasama ko dito. Si pareng Osiris. And you see, walang naging customer yung parehas na team natin kahit 5-5
Oo,
ang
magkabila
kanilang
lang
ikutan.
sila.
Pero ito, may umiikot sa likod dito ni Harry at Kuya Henry. Medyo pwedeng delikado sila dito. Pero okay naman, okay naman.
Okay lang, chillins like a billions lang. Kaso medyo delix lang, no? Tulad nga ng sinabi ng ating panelist, no? Trash Fly na may kasamang aggressive ADC, which is sa kamay, no? Ni Kuya Genza, na nakaka-free hit kanina. So medyo questionable ang gagawin dito ng PSO drafting. Once again, Yuumi in the sa kanila naman, pupuntang Garen ngayon. Pero itong Yuumi na may kasamang Ashe kasi parang alanganin. Tignan mo na burn na agad. Yung Summoner spells. And this might be a different story. You know, although parehas. Pero ang problema dito, yung kay Kuya Genza, hindi pa nababurn. Kumbaga, Delix eh. And ito na, mukhang si Kuya Miss. Ito na naman.
Si Miss naghahanap dito, death sentence na tumama. Hindi tumama yung play, men. Hindi tumama. Nag-wards. May sariling prioritization. Pero dito sa may bandang likod, pinasukan sila ni Kuya Dewa with Tonon 2. Pero this time, ang nakakuha ng first blood is gonna be the PSO. Pero they're going for more. Kumawi din sila dito. Genza will be saying no more. Pero dito si BMM as well. Mukhang nag-bye-bye. Bye para sa side ng CES. This time, PSO, silang naka 4-0.
Hindi sila in sync kaya nag-bye dahil nga although nanggaling si Miss doon sa back hindi sapat yung kanyang flank para masetapan yung ganyong klaseng pwesto. Tingnan mo naman dito, nag-lantern na kumbaga it signals na wag nang makipagbakbakan pero masyadong kumukulit at gusto pang kunin si Kuya Dewa. Kasi syempre hindi siya basta-basta magpapabaya Medyo lang tayo doon sa ating mga pwesto para sa Cerberus. Pero in-expect yun ng PSO. So good move para sa kanila i-anticipate yung early gank na ginagawa dito ni Kuya Miss. Masyado nilang minaliit. Well, kahit tayo. Si Kuya Harry tsaka si Kuya Henry dito sa kanilang bottom lane. Ako saan, na-burn na yung summoner spell. Pero nagawa pa mag-survive.
Yapi. And actually, that's one of the weakness din na nakikita natin dito para sa side ng Cerberus. Dahil nga aggressive sila, if you have a champion na maganda or magandang gamitin nga na pang-counter aggressive. Just like a Galio, no, on Dewa, nagulat din sila dun sa pagpasok talaga neto ni Dewa. Hindi ready itong si Mes doon sa taunt na yon, and nakaposition agad nga yung PSO. And partida yun, Erpa, walang vision kasi din na nilapag doon yung Cerberus kanina. All the vision ang nakalapag doon is galing sa PSO. So, namatyagan na sila agad bago pa sila nakaporma. Pero dito sa top lane mo, si Taco naghahanap ng sapakan dito. Kumakawin muna itong si Todso, pero ingat-ingat din muna the bottom lane dahil the play will be there. Final chapter, the back will be there as well, pero dalawa yung naroon nila. Pero another hit will take down itong si Harry. Nagkapalitan lang sila ng AD sa AD.
Ayun na nga, nahihirapan, no? Si Kuya Fly na idaan sa sinulid ang karayom, no? Hindi masyadong malayo ng bahagya si Kuya Henry, pero nag-hard engage pa rin sila by using the flay and the box. Pero consistent yung damage na nilapag dito ng PSO, and at the same time, nagkagamitan pa ng exhaust. Si Kuya Genza, upon knowing na meron na-ignite na siya, it's gonna be useless to use your flash and save it for another day. Pero mukhang another day to live kaya si Kuya Fly dito dahil mukhang ang kanyang life ay alanganin kay Sholi Aja needs to go back at Ocean Drake focus dito ng PSO.
Yeah, and just apparently, no, Cerberus dito mukhang gusto nila mag-rotate dun sa may top lane to get the Trip Herald dahil hindi na yata sila makakaabot dito sa may Dragon na to, or rather, hindi tinuloy. Hindi in dito ng PSO yung sinimulan nila na Dragon. Iniiwan din. May niligawan saka iniiwan, ginosting.
Ghosting na yan. Wala tayong ghost dito na enchanted ghost.
Wala
pero,
pa.
Ghost enchant, pero wala tayong nakita. Pero ngayon, may nakita tayong ghosting mismo. Kay Kuya Dragon, gumagulo tayo doon. Pero dahil nga nagkakagulo itong dalawang team natin, no, hindi rin nila malaman. Wala rin nag-start sa Rift Herald. Lagpas na tayo. Lagpas na sa normal na minuto kung saan mainit ang mga teams sa pagkuha na pagka-respond. Kinukuha ka agad sila. Wala lang, bahala kayo, ano lang tayo, mid lane, gano'n.
Oo.
And kahit sabihin, siguro, it hurts the confidence din ng CES to take those early objectives for the reason that they got behind. So this time, they put Genza doon sa Dragon Lane para lang kumuha muna. Makapag-ipon sa kanyang kaban, pero mukhang ito na yata ang laban dahil Destiny ginamit rin.
Yup, mukhang si Chola. Ang ginosting niya naman this time, yung referral. Sinimulan niya na yung referral, pero I guess, hinahabol na lang nila dito kung nasan yung ginagawa dito ng Cerberus para sa side ng PSO. Good call though, kasi napoforce din itong Cerberus na lumayo ng lumayo. I think, dahil nga nakuha ng advantage ng PSO, yung kanina, na kill, 4 kills agad yun sa side ng PSO. Dumidistansya muna sila. They wanted farm as much as possible. Iniiwasan nila yung team fight.
Yun naman talaga pagka na-ghosting. Kailangan mong umiwas. Kailangan mong lumayo. At mukhang ito kaya, ang totoong commitment na to kasi they are just going for the trades. So, bale, Rift Herald, ang nakita natin ng Game 1 is Cerberus is giving a lot of attention dito sa push potential, no? Pero ngayon, sila ang siyang kukuha ng Drake. At the same time, no, dahil wala rin tayong Destiny, wala rin silang entirely idea or hindi sila pwedeng mag-commit ng cross-map plays.
Naka-hook itong si Kuya Harry, na-play siya actually inside the box, pero just so happen, may flash out his skill save. Pero hindi nila mapipigilan yung pagpupush dito ng PSO top lane, pero meanwhile the bottom lane, binigyan ng yellow card si Kuya Dewa, pero ang lakas din ng damage ng tower dito, kaya namatay itong si Kuya Mes. Sabay transition din agad sa push dito yung Cerberus para maitabla yung push na nangyari at the top lane by the side ng PSO. Pero hindi pa natatapos dyan dahil nagwa-1v1 with a great one itong dalawa na to sa mga top laner natin, pero mid lane din. Meron din, napaka-action Jackson pack dito ng ating mga labanan. Nahuli si Kuya Fly. Sabay push din agad. PSO hindi pumayag na isa lang ang lamang nila sa tower push.
At dalawa nga ang nakuha nila doon habang ang Cerberus isa lang mukhang ang bagal ng kanilang momentum. Simula doon sa unang kills na head start ng PSO, mukhang dapat ito na yung chance nila to entirely manalo. Kaso, itong si Cerberus, tingnan natin kung masusustain ba nila or sabihin na natin pahuhupain ba nila yung aggression na nilalagay ngayon ng PSO dahil isang outer tower na lang ang natitira at mukhang ang pinaka-posibilidad dito, Yasu, mag-focus sila sa susunod na Rift Herald for the reason na mabawi nila yung mga nawalang tore sa side nila. And so far din, hindi pa natin nakikita si Kuya Taku na sumama doon sa mga
Oo,
balagbagang
oo.
team fights. Kaya parang ang hirap pa, pa isa-isa gaming ang
Oo, pero
ginagawa
ito
ng
si Kuya
Cerberus.
Taco, mukhang pinagtutulungan na naman ng
Naku,
bottom
yun na, siya
lane.
daw.
Nagamit
Siya
niya
naman
na
daw.
yung showstopper and haymaker niya kanina. Nakasurvive naman siya as of now. Nakapag-flash out na rin siya, pero meron pa rin naman siyang barrier if ever the destiny will be used. Mukhang ito na ang backup coming from BMM, pero the yellow card, tatama naman nila dito. Ito si Shole, medyo buhay pa naman, pero mapapatay pa din naman after all. Dito ni Kuya BMM, but ang kapalit naman nun is gonna be the life of Taco. Meanwhile, at the top lane again, inuuyog nila dito sa taas itong Kuya Tots. At todo effort siya to defend that, pero hindi na nakabagsak yung Dimasian Justice. Ibig sabihin, namatay siya nang walang hustisya. Dahil
Sinisigaw pa
nakuha
lang
din
yung
dito ng side ng Cerberus yung top turret habang yung bottom lane hindi pa tayo tapos dahil kinukulit nila dito ni BMM na nakapag-flash out. Diretso lang, Rekdi. Kala ko hindi na sila hihinto eh. Takot sila sa yellow card, Erp.
Oo, takot sila ma-effort. Baka red card bigla ilabas si Kuya
Oo,
Damingsu eh. Delix naman yun. Baka mai-AO slow silang dalawa eh. Nasa tower aggro sila. So medyo delikado yung kanilang positioning. At wala na rin kasi yung mga pumatay o pumaslang kay Kuya Tods, eh nawala na rin sa mapa. So wala na silang idea na baka bigla na lang lumabas sila Kuya May. So good call para kay Kuya Harry Henry na umatras muna at lumaban na lang patungo sa ating susunod na dragon. Pero yun nga,
pero
yung...
ito may face check sila dito. Nahuli with the death sentence, pero hindi nahuli ng dabak. Hindi niya na ihatak ng todo-todo kahit nag-connect yung kanyang death sentence para kay Kuya Fly, pero kinukulit pa rin na naman ng side ng CES yung middle lane this time ng side ng PSO. Pero chill lang muna tayo. Again, wala tayong mga vision, pero Crystal Arrow para kay Kuya Fly. Testing lang daw para maging chill.
Alam mo, pagka nahuli ni Kuya, alam mo na may Rakan tayo dito, nas nahuli ni Kuya Fly, ni Kuya Tresh si Rakan. Tawag doon, chicken play. At ito na, gold card. Teka lang.
Gold card, pero ito, mag-isa lang. Uy, nakatakas
Para medyo bastos din.
Medyo bastos. Pero smooth
ang
na
galing naman ni BMM, biglang nawawala.
Nang go-ghosting talaga, Erp.
Oo, Erp.
That's how you ghosting
dito sa game natin, Masyadong mabilis ang pangyayari. Harap-harapan din Destiny.
Well, natonta rin kasi siya doon, malamang. So, there's no way to stop that, Destiny. Lista mo na nga daw, sabi ni Kuya BMM dito. Pero hindi pa pwedeng ilista agad ng Cerberus to dahil pantay lang yung network natin. And kita mo, even though nakakuha dito lamang yung PSO kanina ng early game, Cerberus, nakahabol na sila. And ito na naman tayo sa may bandang sa may bandang River. Labanan ng Dragon na naman to. And mukhang nakaposisyon naman dito yung mga wards on side ng PSO very well. Kaso nga lang, kababagsak lang. Pero ito na naman tayo. Sundot-sundot lang, Parang ginagawang fishbowl dito ng Cerberus yung mga side ng PSO as of now. Hindi din naman nag-all in dito yung PSO. Pero chacha, rumba, ang daming sayawan sa meeting.
Madam, yung tusok nila, pang 5 piso lang. Pero yung back and forth nila, pang 20 pesos.
Oo,
masyado naman yatang gigil tumakata sa sundukan.
Pero ito, the final chapter na may kasama bang Heroes entrance na walang tinamaan.
Huli.
Patay natin yung zone. Pero ito na pushback with the present guard coming from mid. Sabay lagabog ng showstopper dito ni Taku. Napabagsak nila dito yung batunan. Ito si Dewa, pero si Ari, low on HP. Destiny will be there. Hindi namin kayo papasukan. Check lang namin kung nasan kayo. Pero nandikot si BMM dito. At in-sniper niya. Tinry niyang i-sniper dito itong si Kuya Hari.
Naku po, slow. Uy.
Pero may Dapper. The save to save the day, man.
Masyado magaling kasi Kuya BMM mawala no? Para makahamon. Tapos biglang mawawala. Ano ba yun? Uy, teka lang, muntik na. Uy, akala ko.
Parang X lang yun di ba? Kaya mo siya naging X kasi biglang nawala. Tapos kung medyo masaya ka na sa buhay mo, biglang lilitaw. Kung kailang may kailangan na siya, man.
Ayan, yung may mga magagaling pag may kailangan.
Pero ito, kailangan niya yung kill kay Harry and Harry. Hindi na siya makakawala.
Tatlo!
Para sa tatlo na pinasukan dito ni Shola para sa lubungin yung yellow card.
Si BMM muli. Mananakit siya.
Medyo nasasaktan. The final chapter, hindi din masusulidan yung side ng CES as of now. Again,
gold card!
Chapter natin, pero ito, the play. And talaga po, showstopper on 3! Pinalagpag yung tatlo, men! Tubuan yung dalawa na umalis sa crime of the scene sa may bandang gitna.
Technical foul sila doon, no? Dalawa ang naging palitan. Muntik na, sumama si Kuya Dewa. Pero hindi siya masaya dahil nga first tower and the outer tower ngayon ng buong PSO is linis na ng CES. No? Meron pa silang Dragon Lane Tower na sliver of health na lang. Pero buhay na buhay ang pag-asa pa rin ng PSO dahil silang lamang sa kills at hindi naman nalalayo yung ating gold. Pero ang magandang punto dito ang pagbabalik ng Cerberus. To kung kanina 0-4, 1-4, ngayon naman 7-10 na tatlo lang ang kanilang kalamangan in terms of kills. Pero yung gold nila ay nasa kanila at yung mga itemization looking good para kay Kuya Genza for a late game Draven. Sino? Bloodthirster, Storm Razor at saka Infinity Edge. Pero pumapana!
Yung araw, men, dumiriting like a Tokyo Drift. Kaso walang nasagasaan doon. Pero target na naman nila dito is gonna be Kuya Dewa. Final chapter sa solid sa dalawa at mahuhold nila with that low. Pero another showstopper to stop the show dito ni Kuya Dewa. Pero low health ito si Fly at saka si Mes. Hindi ako magbabar naman dito si Mes. Pero dinamay niya ang pusa at itong si Shole sa kanyang pagkamatay dahil 3B5 ang naganap doon. Busy itong si Kuya Hari, busy itong si Kuya Tots. Well, at least si Kuya Tots may trabahong ginawa. Pero si Kuya Hari kasi missing in action, men. Sa mid lane, pumipitas ng mga bulaklak.
Trabaho lang talaga, no? Habang yun nga, pitas-pitas lang ng bulaklak ang ginagawa ng ibang miyembro dito. Pero tingnan natin kung hanggang saan naabot yung ganitong strat ng PSO. Actually, it was working on game 1 as well, na kung saan yung split push nila na si Kuya Tots at saka yun nga, no, yung ating Corky na may hull breaker was able to really take down more towers compared to Cerberus. Pero one team fight changed a lot. Pero ito na mukhang may papalag kaya si Kuya Genza, pero wala siyang prior vision. Medyo delix ang kanyang positioning.
Okay lang, meron naman siyang fly daw Merong fly, may lantern, men.
Oo, may fly sa lantern. Pagka sumakay ka sa lantern, diretso ang iyong lipad patungo sa kalinga ni Kuya Fly. Gold card!
Another gold card na naman yan. Pero the final chapter to hold them down. Nakapag-stasis naman to safety. Etong si Shole, hindi pa naman siya napapagsak doon. Actually, nahil na nga siya agad dito ni Kuya Henry. Back to full HP agad si Kuya Shole doon.
Easy heal once again. At dahil nga, mas ramdam mo rin yung AP dahil kay Kuya Henry dito, naka-echo. Rabadons na rin siya, no? Kumbaga, alam mo na mataas na ang bigay mo. Mabibigyan.
Naku po, nabigyan sa top lane. Inumpog ang ulo dito ni Kuya Tots with the showstopper. And even with the Dimash and Justice, hindi enough yun para magbigay hustisya sa kanyang pagkamatay na naman sa top lane.
Kulang na kulang sa hustisya dahil hindi nga mailapag basta-basta o mailapag man ng espada, hindi sapat para makapagpatumba. Pero ngunit ginamit yata ang Destiny at may maiipit.
Oo, nakuha at nahuli. Kitang-kita sa mata. Sabay, the hero entrance hindi na nagawang iligtas pa. Mukhang nag-hero entrance sa kamatayan na rin siya para kay Kuya Dewa. Mes, munti ka na siya mamatay doon pero almost is never enough.
Ay na nga, almost is never enough. No? Kulang pa rin kahit anong pag-e-effort ni Kuya Shole. Tatlong miyembro ang log 2 sa side ng PSO at unti-unti man Sonic Wave play.
Naku po, tabingi na naman yung final chapter neto ni Kuya Henry. Pero okay lang, pinasok pa rin naman nila. Here comes the teleportation coming from Cerberus nga lang. Habang yung ibang miyembro ng Cerberus men gumagawa ng Baron. Dalawa lang sila. Nakikipin-check. Dito sa dalawa, pinaikot-ikot lang men. Parang ang pinola-bola. Kaso medyo matagal yung pagbabaron dito. Pwede pa pumasok kay Shole. Pero hindi pa tapos yan dahil si Taco with a showstopper. Totally stopping itong movement si Shole. Pero si Taco, ang tapang mo naman pare ko. Nagpalaki siya dito pero the Crystal Arrow will hit. Pero okay lang, sabi niya. Crystal Arrow ba yun? Parang di naman.
Pwede mo naman ako tamaan ng Crystal Arrow. Kaso ang katabi ko, si Kuya Mes. Kaya medyo delix din. Na hindi nila, don't mess with us. No? Don't mess with Ses. Ika nga ni Kuya Mes. Kaya nga, kitang-kita mo naman dito no, na hindi na rin nila nagawang i-engage and cooldown ng arrow. This will be, an opening. Kumbaga, more confidence para dito sa Cerberus. No? Meron ka ng dalang Baron. May dragon ka pa at mukhang ginugulpit. Sinasampal ng baraha.
Naku po, 1v1 lang yan ha. Ito si Dewa, ginamitan pa ng Destiny.
Nakita CCTV.
Nakita CCTV.
Madami.
Pero bumak muna. Siyempre,
Grabe naman
respeto
ni
daw,
Kuya
respeto.
BM.
Parang ano, side.
Respect the referee. Oo,
Hashtag
respect the,
respect.
ano, oo.
Referee yung nananapak, no? Siya yung
Parang
may mga
delikado
card
yun,
eh.
ah.
Pero siya yung ano eh,
Oo.
matapang dito. Grabe yun, Kuya BM.
Iba talaga yung innate na magic resist ng isang galyo, no? Yung kahit Rod of Ages, dahil nga rin sa Rod of Ages, kumapal din ang kanyang buhay. Pero
Final
naku po,
chapter
wala
na
na
naman,
buhay.
dalawa yung na-root nila dito. Napitas nila dito si Kuya Mez. The back will be there to at least slow down. The aggression coming from the BSO. Pero the Stacy's will help nga ba? Itong si Kuya Shole, yes of course, dahil napabagsak din nila dito si Kuya Gensa. Pero si Taco pumasok
go
din with the showstopper.
charge!
Pero the show must go on. But Kuya Hari will fall down as well with a 2-4-2 sa both sides natin.
Akala mo si David Blaine, si Kuya BMM, pero the blame is on Harry dahil nga napasobra na naman sila sa kanilang positioning. Pero who to blame dahil nga mahirap rin talaga ang galawan dito. Isa pa. Ito ba card mo?
Dire-diretso ng lakad dito si Todd. Sabi niya kailangan mag-depth ng top lane dito. Wala akong pakialam kung may nakatago sa damo. Si Shole nga kung todo tago eh. Pero si Todd, walang mag-ano sa akin, pipigil. Ayun yung palma, men. Pero ito, walang tamahan tayo dahil pinasok na sila dito sa Cerberus under the turret. Yung turret napabagsak na rin dito pero masyado makunat din dito. Itong si Kuya Todd. Pero duguan na dito yung dalawang miyembro na CES but CES still holding out somehow. Nastun naman nila dito si Kuya Todd pero okay lang dahil beyond the wall na rin naman yan. And respect na naman again ang binigay dito na CES. They're gonna back away as of now.
At may ano naman, no, kahit sabihin natin na nakalalamang sila, nag-iingat pa rin ang CES.
Warmogs ba yun? Dalawa?
14 at kahit papaano may kumbaga kahit papaano may breathing space na naman muli ang PSO at ito yung ating closest game din talaga no so far at double Warmogs nga ang nabanggit dito ni Madam Yasu kumbaga lamog si Waps ang PSO once na may pagbakbakan ang ating dalawang tangke na rumaragasari tama naman si Kuya Taco, si Kuya Fly, ang ating mga main initiator at Destiny.
And speaking of initiation, dahil Destiny na nga na naman.
Huli ka!
Binigay ni Kuya BMM, pero the final chapter will be enough para mahuli ang isa sa side na si ES. Or actually, napabagsak nila dito ito si Fly Stasis muna dito para kay Kuya BMM. Pero meanwhile, masyado yata na pasobra si Kuya Mes sa paghabol dun sa isa. Pero at the same time, triple kill. Etong si Kuya Nugensa, pero masyado niyang tinake ang kanyang chances doon. Walang malakas nga naman sa marami. Low health na siya doon. Na-shutdown naman nila dito si Gensa, pero the exchange is still 3-4-3.
3-4-3 indeed, and might be a tower para kay Piataco. At kung titignan mo tong fight na to, no, medyo ang ganda talaga ng pwesto ng PSO. Nasa choke point at nahanap ng Sonic Wave si Kuya Fly. So wala na magpipil. Napasobra din ang pasok ni Kuya Mes. Nag-enjoy masyado kay Shole. Pero that fade away whirling axis puts him in the top spot also para dito kay Genza. And they paid the price na kind of slow down yung ating pacing muli. Pero nakakuha sila ng ikalawang tore sa side ng Cerberus. Pero PSO, they are doing great compared to Game 1 na akala mo. Naakala mo ito na yung kanilang redeeming or ating redemption arc. Redeeming. Kumbaga, mariredeem na ba nila ang kanilang sarili? Dahil nga, nasa lose streak sila simula sa taas, papunta dito sa ating bracket ngayon. Pero tingnan natin si BMM.
Gold card na naman, Stan, para kay Tods dito. Pero si Tods tinatakbuhan, bruise kong lahat, no? May armor. Siya yung may armor. Siya yung medyo makapal-kapalang muscles dito. Pero siya yung nanakbo. Pero natunog yung Crystal Arrow. Pero hindi magkukunik yung final chapter. Sabi dito na si ES, ito, gusto namin ibigay sa inyo ang final chapter nyo na ng gold card nila dito si Kuya Hari will be deleted nga ba? Yes, of course, and Kuya Henry as well na nanggaling facility dito itong si Toads pero may box nung kanina biglang wala. Bumagsak pa pero isang hit lang yun, men! Kalahati HP nun! Tinapik lang ni Kuya Gensa.
Uy, ito pa flash gold card.
Pa. Etong si Shole, pero okay lang, nakapag-wax out pa rin naman siya. But I don't think they can wax out.
This is it, Fancy.
Focus na nga lang yung ginagawa dito ng Cerberus. And the second game, sa kanila na naman, mapapa sa kamay. For the Cerberus.
Galit na Cerberus, no? Saan? Pinakitaan nila tayo muli ng kanilang aggressive na playstyle. They start up nung ating laban ng 0-4.
Minsan, eyeglasses buff.
Kumbaga, auto-mega ni. Auto-mega ni, Babs. Ganun pala yung pag nakasalamin eh. Pag nakasalamin daw, matalino eh. Totoo ba yun?
Yata. Di ko alam eh.
Nakasalamin din pala tayo, sorry. Di ka naman sinasin dyan, mare na tayo.
Alam mo yun, may anime power kasi.
Ba yun, mga villain na glasses, no?
The start of your villain arc.
Oo, villain arc. Pero nakita natin kung paano hinimay muli ng Cerberus ang PSO, no? And nahihirapan talaga, and so far parang it feels like hindi pa handa entirely si PSO as we saw from their upper bracket battles up until this point na they have their shining moments, pero parang sa kalagitnaan ng bakbakan, nahihirapan sila i-identify ang kanilang pagkatao at kung saan nga ba tutungo yung kanilang draft. Kasi they're winning fights after fights, pero they're having a hard time converting it into a win. They have good split push, mind you, no? Pero talagang hindi nila magawang ma-overtake itong Cerberus.
Hindi talaga nila magawang ma-overtake yung Cerberus. Men, ikaw ba naman habulin ng aso na may 3 ulo? Sabihin natin, matalino na yung aso na naititrain mo pa kapag isa pa lang yung ulo. Eto 3 to eh. So kabahan ka na, men. Pinagsama-sama na 3 brains.
Pag kinagit ka sa paa, kasama yung isang mong paa. Tapos may bonus pang isa.
Kulang ka pala isa, kasama pa yung kamay mo, men.
Oo. Mga 3 kagat. Tinapay lahat. Ganun. 3 kagat, tinapay lahat.
Tinapay lahat.
Mahirap takasan ng 3 kagat ng Cerberus. At sa drawing nga ni Kuya Husky, bola ang PSO.
And yeah, I guess, panel, we can pass it to you. Take it away.
From Cerberus Esports versus PSO, who's PSO right now at the brink of being dropped out here, being relegated and gone in the entire tournament. You guys, but PSO did really have a good fight, so.
Indeed, and I really do like that sort of adaptation that they brought in for a front-to-back composition.
Oh, I got your emotes.
And yeah, we absolutely love that game.
I love this game.
They're being a lot more proactive, and that early skirmish got them so much lead. I kind of wish they converted to something special.
What's with the clap? Now explain to us, what's with the clap?
Okay, so they fixed a few issues from the bot lane.
Put on the clapping!
Okay,
you keep on wavering around.
So they fixed a few issues, right? Like, we want to see more proactivity coming in from Cholet. He's done that throughout the course of the game. Sure, the only issue right now is that synergy or the sync in team fights is not really showing, right? Like, you see the Galio coming in a little late to the fights where the guy's already picked off and he walks into another 4 guys. So other than that, the Ashe building in a Proto Belt when you're facing against a Twisted Fate that is looking to hunt you out, it's best to have that QSS than the Proto Belt.
Yeah, and you know the one thing that could go wrong for Cerberus early on went wrong. That's how Persis Esports got a lot more leeway to work with. They were able to play around the map a bit more. I was, looking at Cholet's item build. I'm like, why do you need to go for the Divine Sundra? Full damage Lee Sin, but thankfully this time he has the support of Henry, so he can afford to go for those moves. And he has the backup of Dewa and Toss as well. At least there is some follow-up from PSO, which was exactly what we wanted to see. You have Cholet making those moves. He just needs his team to be with him. And in this game, it really showed. They put CS on the back foot early on, but CS played a very good macro game. They were able to slow it down, and eventually, when Gensa starts cashing out, they cash out the game.
44,000 damage output coming from just Genza alone, enough to add up between Sole and also possibly Dewa in this state. So we saw, you mentioned about that Divine Judgment. That Divine Judgment is not suitable for it. He should have gone. You saw how he almost got a penta just now.
Wow, that one's Draven, right? Draven doesn't build Sundra for sure, but I still don't think Divine Sundra is an item you want to necessarily build on Lee Sin. Like we see Yomus, we see Black Cleaver, but you can go for those two and go into tank items, right? Again, your Sterox, your Death Dance, your GA, your Randuins, they do a lot more than going for the Divine Sundra. Realistically, how many times are you going to auto-attack your enemies, right? As the game progresses, you are going to transform into an engaged bot. You jump in, you get a kickoff, you Zonias, buy time, that's it. You're not going to stick onto anyone and just keep hitting them with your bare fist.
I felt like it was just a little bit of band-aid to the situation where they drafted a composition that lacks that burstiness and what you could possibly do with Lee Sin and just convert it into someone that could possibly blow a member off of Cerberus Esports. But BMM, though, as the casters highlighted, he's been able to use his destiny in great moments to not only split push, but to also evade all the sort of danger that could have actually gotten himself caught out. So there are times that he could also go for a pickoff if he greeted a little bit more, and he didn't. So great discipline. We see BMM contributing a whole lot more of those picks, and he definitely saved it for Cerberus Esports because you saw what happened down bot. That Draven didn't really have the best time.
You get a yellow card, you get a golden card, everybody got a yellow card everywhere coming up from BMM. It seems like he never ran out from that yellow card at all. And definitely we saw the Destiny also being used when he's trying to escape. It's just so hard when the Galley tried to fight him one-on-one, almost won that fight. But hey, BMN calculated everything precisely perfect.
You know what this actually means from the side of Cerberus? They're not only one game away from knocking out Persis Esports from this competition, but it was actually a sign with the Twisted Fate pick, because if we go back to League of Legends PC, there's actually a red card Twisted Fate skin. Twisted Fate is effectively a referee, he just pulls out the cards, is throwing it at Persis. Is like Harry off the court. Harry, watch out! You have one foul, and everyone else.
Bring up the VAR. You don't get a goal.
You don't get a goal. just get out. And I agree. With the casters, Grandin and Omo, they put it perfectly. This was a closer game for Persis Esports, but end of the day, they just could not cross the finishing line.
Yeah, I want to get into that. The fact they got themselves quite a good momentum. They set the tone quite good when it comes to early game of the phase itself, but it's just they didn't know what to do with it. They just don't know what's next.
Yeah, I guess that they were managing a few things right in terms of having to punish members of Cerberus for their over-aggression in that early game. They've been able to do that as we go into the highlights. They were all clumped up, and I think that they were in that pole position because when you have an Ashe, you permanently slow them all together, and they were all stuck on that corner. Nothing much that Cerberus could have actually got done right there.
Yeah, and it was a slow start for Genza, right? He died 2 times, didn't get to cash out until very much later on. But we do see something from Persis that perhaps needs a bit of fine-tuning. That was what Omo pointed out, I think like 7 to 8 minutes into the game, where they have a decent lead. They were getting those early kills, but they were not actively converting it into a bigger advantage. We see them do this push and pull around the Rift Herald and the Dragon Pit. They start the Rift Herald, they see Cerberus show up at the Ocean Drake, and they were like, yeah, we want to fight the Ocean Drake, but no fight happened. They walk back to the Rift Herald, and that was just time bought for Cerberus.
I feel like right now for the side of PSO, they can only have one thing at a time. They can't. The first game we saw, they want to go for map control. We tried to take objective and turret, but second game is all about fight, fight, fight. They can't balance those things out.
Yeah, like I guess that there was a lot going on. For me, it's all about knowing when and where you take that fight, than to just randomly pop an ult and just hope for the best, because that's happening throughout the course of the past 2 games that we've seen. Now this time from Harry himself, like those heroes entrants, yeah, a few did land. The rest was just not only an absolute whiff, it got him into a hot soup, and on top of that.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about PSO being on the back foot in the series, but the silver lining is that I want to give them credits. We saw lesser panic button pushes, right? There were lesser.
There were still some.
There were some. I'm not going to deny that. It's a habit that is hard to kick, but at least we saw lesser final chapters to clear wave. There were some reactive heroes
Just
entrance.
hold it back a little bit more.
Yeah, but
Yumi is not the hardest support champion in the game.
Oh, wow.
Well, you're not the toughest, well, not the tankiest, not the most durable. But hey, I mean, to be fair, if I have a Death Cap, Luna's Echo, and Voice Staff on my Yumi, I would push that button.
Yeah, to be fair, he did so much better. He got all the items that he needed. He dished out a lot of damage, and
but the thing is,
frankly,
every time he pushed that button, he hits nobody. That's the problem.
Yeah, you just really have to have the rest of Cerberus to be fighting in a position which is a choke point. That's where you could be able to actually get majority of the members. But most often than not, see what Cerberus does, pull them over the side lane, pull them into an open area of play, and you just got to run around with it. And Ashe, she is able to hold her own, but can she really chase though as compared to all the other marksmen? And I think that is another issue of its own.
And this is where we come full circle, right? Like what the casters also pointed out towards the end, BMM is the star of the show. We saw his stats just now. What, 17 KD, 16,000 damage per well, 1,600 damage per minute, but his side lane presence was what allowed Cerberus to drag out the game. It's constantly pushing waves, it's constantly getting those pickoffs with the rapid fire cannon and gold card, so it really caused some problems for PSO because they don't have a way to run straight into Cerberus. They're relying a lot on Sholei using their Lee Sin to get in, get a kickoff before they start the fight. And to be fair, most fights were started by Cerberus.
I have to agree. And most fights, like we mentioned in the previous games, are like the three-headed dog chasing over the footballers. And it happened again in the second match. Now, the thing is, do they shut BMM? Because we do know Fly is very proactive as well when it comes to going for ganks and trying to chase down the opponents and try to do the pickoff. So it's either they shut down BMM or Fly here.
I mean, Persis, they now get first pick, right? They get first priority, so it should change up a bit on who they prioritize. In both games, Senna was banned out because that was what PSO would default back to as their failsafe if all their plans go south. So in this case, I'm looking at Cerberus themselves, whether they think that Senna is going to be a big problem, and if it's not, Persis will have two choices, the Karma or the Senna opening. But from what we have seen, it feels like Persis probably will go towards the Senna a bit more.
It could also be the Yuumi, and Cerberus would gladly give it to them if this is going to be the case of the past few games where he hasn't been able to really show the best performance on top of it. But now with all the bans, the only change that we're seeing here is that they give a little bit more priority onto the set. That also leaves a few more options open.
Yeah, in this case, we see both the Yuumi and the Senna open, and of course, Persis, you will want to take the Senna away, which means that Cerberus can easily take that Yuumi Sinjao, which could be a very decent combo, right? The Olaf is no longer in the spotlight because Cerberus has not been prioritizing that. But at the same time, you can also go for the Gragas, which gives Cerberus a lot more breathing room to decide where they want to place this Gragas. The Corki is a pick that I actually didn't expect from Cerberus this early on, but again, it is a safe pick that allows Cerberus to play around with that draft a bit more.
We've seen BMM doing pretty well on his Corki game, so we would expect this Corki to go up mid. If they really want to flex it, it's still very possible. Now, with the Gragas, who could possibly go into the support role, now that you have Senna, who's not really a champion that has the best of mobilities, sure, you can hide in the shroud for a little bit. So if you take another marksman that's going to be slow, Cerberus, they could find ways to really pick them off really hard.
Yeah, it's a deny pick, right? You take the Gragas away, so no Senna Gragas, which means that Persis Esports have to consider either the Galio or the Nasus. But in this case, you know, they have the Galio picked up. It gives them some leeway to consider, but this is where the Sinjao comes out once more from Cerberus. 3 games in a row. For Maz, he has been doing a fantastic job in the jungle, starting engages, just making sure that he always leads the charge into the fight. So far, I think Persis haven't really found a solution for the Sinjao in a fully. The Lee Sin is kind of a band-aid, but with this draft, I don't think you want to default back to that. So Cerberus just starts banning out those hyper carry junglers.
Yeah, and it will take a while before Persis Esports get into that late game stage where this Senna is going to be able to get all the stacks up. So they still need somebody who could do primary damage, where we saw Gallo's not really the best option when you have now 2 really solid frontliners from Cerberus Esports that could easily burst him up if ever the case he goes for the full AP build. But we see from the bans, more junglers removed, and this time without the Darius as well. It's going to be interesting as we are still seeing the Nami, so this could be the Gragas going into mid lane instead.
I was hoping a Varus would be in here somewhere, definitely banned out by the side of PSO. Now it's down to PSO to actually who will be the AD carry. And definitely Lucian is still in the pool if they want to. It's one of the best right now.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Lucian, right? You can say the same for Cerberus if they want to be ambitious and put Taku on Gragas. But no, for Persis, they take the Kazakhs, probably one of the few remaining junglers that is still high up in the priority list. The problem is right now, who do you want to pick for this last one? I personally think they should pick a more active mid laner, Twisted Fate, Diana, Zed, someone that could have an impact that allows them to not only run around the map, but also gives them sufficient damage to take the fight onto CES. Because if they put this Galio mid and they pick a Nasus right now, I'm going to be very upset. But thankfully, they take the Twisted Fate. They steal the referee for themselves. Hopefully, this will change their fate a bit more.
All right, it starts to make a little bit more sense with all the global pressure. So PSO, they can play around the map a little bit more. We expected Dissolution to come in as the last pick, being left available. So we can still see the same team for both PSO as well as Cerberus. So long as they start to fight, they get those quick picks and get out of there, they should be able to stack those numbers up. But Persis Esports, I want to see how Sholay performs on this Kha'Zix, because it's not going to be easy for him to get those in and out sort of fights, but thankfully with that Galio's help, they could still play this front to back and still have a little bit more sideline pressure. With
I don't know about this draft coming up from PSO. It's not well-rounded as CES when it comes to early, mid to late game scaling. So late game, if Dead Dragon is out PSO, wouldn't they have a bit of a problem?
I think that
not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? There is some scaling for Persis, but overall I feel like Cerberus just out-damaged them when the game goes late. But in this case, I want to reinforce what Contra just mentioned. Sholay has a lot of weight on his shoulder, but thankfully he does have Galio and Twisted Fate with that global presence to support him. Now it's all about getting Sholay ahead early on.
We'll see if we go to a game 4 if that's the case. And Cerberus Esports, I think this is a very stable comp. Nothing should go wrong.
Very aggressive comp.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the last chance coming out from the side of PSO, of Persis Esports, if they want to get into the icons. Can they drag it out? We do have, definitely Cerberus, have almost at the end of a tunnel, the light that they've been waiting for. Almost getting into the light right now, but not the other side of the light, they're still in the living. But hey, Cerberus, then it feels like they will actually have it. Last take, guys, who do you think going to win this one?
I kind of want to see game 4 how it goes, if it's going to get better and better for Persis Esports. What say you?
I'm not going back, I had my drawing, I planned everything out. Cerberus still will win this 3-0. They're at a stage where they've tested up game 1, run at Persis, worked out. Game 2, run at Persis, worked out. Game 3, just run at Persis a bit more. We actually saw Taku on that Xin Zhao, so if this is a Xin Zhao Baron lane, I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we haven't seen a lot of Xin Zhao Baron lane, by the way.
We haven't seen any Xin Zhao Baron lane.
That's true. This might be it.
If that's the case, right? Unless they roll
It's
swap.
one of the most annoying Baron laners you can actually deal with, because this guy just charges at you, dishes all the damage in the world, presses second knight if he has one. He can burn you out, but I'm not really the biggest fan, though.
Yeah, well, on paper, he's not the best, but think in Cerberus' shoes, right? They feel so good. We're winning
just
games.
Just split steady with the Gragas on Baron lane. It won't go wrong against the Garen unless you just want.
It's a skill check. We talked about it during the pre-show, where one of the advantages that Cerberus has is that they have strong individual lanes, and this is the best chance for them to show that, right? They ran the Corki, Lucian, Nami. Now they have a Xin Zhao, Gragas. They have a lot of disengage, but they also have a lot of way to just run at your face and take you out, and that's something that kind of loops all the way back to needing to get Sholay ahead, because he's the bulk of the damage. Senna is going to take a while. Galio's going to take a while as well.
Let's get into either it's going to be the last one or not. Casters, take it away.
Let's go, PSO Cerberus! Third game na tayo, mga kabayawi nga ba yung side ng PSO dito or Cerberus? Patuloy na silang makakapunta sa finish line. Kami ulit magiging shoutcaster niya, ako si Yasmin Yao. And kasama ko dito si paring Osiris.
What's up? What's up? This is Pansit. At titignan nga natin, napapansin ko dito sa draft natin, Madam Yaso. Teka lang, may nagbaka na naman.
Grabe yun. Yung Cerberus dito, early pa lang, men. Ginagawang maagang na pulutan. Yung side ng PSO, nasasaktan doon si Kuya Henry. And Laser naman ang kanyang ganti. Kaso nga lang, si Fly okay lang daw. Mas madami yung na-deal nilang damage dito kumpara kay Kuya Henry.
Oo, yung dalawang natin dito, high nun Senna, high nun Lucian. Napakainit na naman talaga sa afternoon. Dahil pati ang kanilang bakikipagbakbakan dito. Ayaw magpakawat na ito mag-asawa, Madam Yasu. Kita mo naman, konting even flow lang. Tamang bounce lang. Pero ang napapansin ko dito, si Kuya Tods, nakagaring muli. Okay na sa kanila na magamit si Garen. Kaso, sapat nga ba si Kuya Tods para tuldukan ng pagkapanalo itong WW ng Cerberus para hindi maging tatlo at mabigyan sila ng L At ngayon, tignan mo naman ang pwesto. Ito na ulit, si Shola naman na magiging maaga ngayon.
Si Shola, masyado maaga ang bisita sa may bandang baba. Isang kalabit pa. Si Gensa,
Kita na,
mukhang
kita na,
mahalap na. Pero nanggagalit sa likod dito si BMM at saka si Mes with the flash in.
Sinusok.
Trying to end the live. Eto.
Oh, masyado
si Kuya
ka
Harry
makulit.
and another flash out na naman yung ginawa dito na side ng PSO. Somehow nag-survive pa rin naman sila. Pero si Shole, medyo duguan na. Mukhang
gold
mapapauwi.
card.
Pero nandito na din si Dewa. May gold card siya. Pero hindi niya naibato sa isang miyembro dito ng Cerberus. At least, nailigtas naman nila doon si Shole. 1-for-1 nga lang yung naging exchange na.
At 1-for-1 indeed, all the first blood alam mo naman ang kalakasan ng isang Kha'Zix talagang pwedeng lang mapakinabangan. Pero si Kuya Mes, no, all 3 games talagang Sinzao game. Gusto niya yung mga dives, yung mga kills, yung easy access sa backline. At syempre yung crisp and sweet na panlinis. Pero teka lang, nakikita si Kuya BMM
Oo, men, nakadena ng ginto. Hindi pala ginto yun. Si Kuya BMM, nakadena ng isa. Pero matapang pa din siya. Pumopronta pa din dito. Itong si Kuya BMM, despite being very low on HP, buti na lang walang rotate na nangyari at naganap dito sa side ng PSO.
And yun nga, na maganda naman ang ginawa ng PSO. They are the ones who's pulling the trigger, no? Alam na nila. And once again, kung game 2, in-expect nila, this time, inunahan nila sa ganong klaseng kills, sa ganong klaseng rotation, sa ganong klaseng games. And kita naman natin kung gaan nila minamaximize yung aggression ng isang Kha'Zix na to the point si Kuya Shole. No? Umaabot na dito sa Krugs sa side ng Cerberus para lang i-deny yung konting farm dito ni Kuya Mes.
Yeah, and pansinin mo paring Earp, 'di ba? PSO dito, maliwanag yung kanilang sariling jungle. Pero CES ang nakakita doon, pero yung hindi magko-connect dito para kay Kuya Gensa sabay. Dash away na lang yung ginawa dito Kuya Harry, nahabol nila. Si Kuya Henry, Dash, men, nakapag-blacklist pa pero nasunog, men.
Naisipin mo yung tubig, may apoy.
Oo nga, water type Pokemon sabay naging fire type.
Alam mo, Takore, baka ganun yun. Mainit na tubig siguro yung ginamit ni Fly doon, kaya napaso.
Hot water. Sabi niya kasi, gusto mo ba ng kape? O eto, bigyan kita pang kape, pero the Destiny alam nila na 3 versus 3. Pero loyal na dito ito si Fly, pero si Gensa, pero hindi pa sila patay. Ang unang masasakripisyo is gonna be Mes, pero si BMM, galing siya sa likod, pero late na siya sa party.
Ito nga, medyo nabitin ang dating ni Kuya Mes. Pero teka lang, tamang paulan lang ng kanyang mga ano dito. TV nyo, wala ka naman respeto, Kuya Dewa. And okay lang din naman na kahit sabihin natin na maagang namatay si Kuya Mes, saks lang ang kanyang pagdating upang mapuntahan ang Infernal Drake o kaya ang Rift Herald. Pero mukhang lining sila dito.
First
at
item,
kuha lang din na package. First
Hullbreaker.
item. Nako, ito na muli. Si Kuya BMM ang magdadala muli ng Hullbreaker. At Dustblade of Draktar na si Kuya Shole, no, sa dami ng mga na-set-upan niyang kills kanina. At habang ito naman si Kuya Genza, naka-Essence River na rin. So medyo spammy technique na ng mga kills. At medyo masakit na. Uy, naku po,
pumasok sabay nag-flash out palabas para lang
yata
kunin.
siya.
Men, para lang kunin. Hindi, men, nag-flash out siya. Pumasok din. Tumalon sabay pumasok kay Bilibay.
Nag-cooldown kasi yung explosive cast ni Kuya Taco kaya akala parang feeling ko tumalsik no?
Yapi.
Nagpaka-bouncing baby boy. Pero ito na nga, usapang baby boy dahil nandito na ang dalawa sa ating Esports sa Cerberus. Na kung saan ginamit na rin ang package para maluto ang itong si Shelly, no? Itong alimasag natin.
Yung redemption, kala ko malalasit pa redemption.
Grabe
yun
yun,
Next level, ano yun play yun kung saan malasit mo pa ng redemption.
Ayun
pero
lang,
ito
Ginulo ni Kuya Taco, kaya hindi nasimulan yung Infernal.
Oo nga, men, walang explosive yun pero hindi tinuloy. Masyadong takot kay Kuya Taco ang nangyari dito sa PSO, the Dragon Take. Pero hindi pa din naman may pupush ng Cerberus yung middle ng side ng PSO habang tumatrabaho lang itong si Kuya Todd sa top lane na walang bumibisita or nanggugulo sa kanya. Well, maliban na nga lang si DMM, OTW to the top.
Ito na, tamang push na naman ng mga galawan dito ni Kuya Tods. Alam naman na natin yung mga split push technique niya, pero the reset coming in matapos bugawin palayo ni Kuya Taco ang ibang miyembro ng PSO. Nagkaroon ng oras ang Cerberus to have their own reset at makabalik dito sa Infernal Drake. Pero setups after setups at si Shole, no, medyo papunta pa lang din siya dito sa Infernal at mukhang gusto muna nila mag-chacha sa mid lane bago entirely mag-hard commit dito sa mga dito sa Dragon actually dahil nga nakuha nila yung Rift Herald at na-drop na rin. Less pressure sa side ng PSO. Pero Death Rush ang set
Ito
up!
naman with the Black Mesa by Con sa may bandang likod dito sa dalawa. Destiny with leader as
Destiny.
well. Nabagsakan
Gold,
naman
red
ng Divine
guard.
Judgment. Etong isa, pero si Harry pa ngayon tunay na matay talaga. Pero at the Dragon natin dito, mukhang PSO naman talaga yung makakakuha dahil nataboy nila yung Cerberus. Pero Cerberus,
Double
hindi rin
push.
sila pumayag, men. Kasi nag-double push nga sila. One in the middle lane and one in the top lane.
At mukhang hindi pa nga magpapaawat si Kuya BMM eh. Dedire-diretso niya pa rin
Diretso?
ba? Tila ba parang batang pasaway? Dahil nga si Kuya Hari lang ang babaka. Pinabing hindi makaharangan dito ni Kuya Hari eh. Kasi Hari siya, hindi siya harang. So medyo alanganin. Although yung galyo natin, wala pang item. Rod of Ages pa lang. At ang dala ni Kuya BMM, mga minions, kumbaga, ready siya, may pagbalagbagan na may kasamang backup.
Yan, yaman ni Kuya BMM as of now. Kita mo, 2,000 yung lamang niya.
Huling outer tower.
Dito kay Kuya Hari, pero Redemption to at least slow down the push, pero hindi talaga nagpapigil dito yung side ng Cerberus to push etong bottom turret ng side ng PSO. Wala na silang outer turrets as of now, or rather yung mga first tier turrets ng side ng PSO. And mukhang hindi natin nararamdaman masyado yung isolation play na pwedeng gawin ng isang Kha'Zix dito dahil si Chole. Hindi naman siya actually nanguhuli. Nung kaninang una lang na umpisa, yes, naging successful, pero after that, wala nang sumunod, men.
Oo, kasi yun nga walang huli, kaya hello lang ang ginagawa niya. Mapapahay lang sila at hindi nila magawang mag-hard commit kasi this time, Cerberus are cautious enough na magsama-sama. Hindi sila basta-basta nagpapabaya kung kanina medyo meron pa. Uy, teka lang, kita ka dyan sa CCTV.
Abulin mo ng gold card,
Habol
hindi
lang
niya
konti. Ito na yata
Pero
isolation na kailangan natin.
Yup, na out of vision. Pero nandito na naman si Shole. Hinahanap natin yung kanyang isolation play. Pero na-dodge agad yun ni BMM, men. With the Valkyrie, ang tapang niya dito dahil nandito na si Kuya Tay. And ire-respeto naman niya na side of PSO. Pero dito sa may middle lane, blackit ng pula. Pero
uy, natusok!
With a tusok-tusok, tuhog, ginawa, fishball ang isa. Yung bubble natin hindi tama dito kay Kuya Hari. Pero si Mes medyo nagbakaway ng si BMM. May Valkyrie out. Pero the Dawn Shadow will be there. Dalawa! Yung nakaderang ito. Pero nice! Tsunami! To stop the aggression dito ng PSO for further damaging or even catching itong si BMM. Napabalik sila doon, men.
Dahil sa isang napakagandang daluyong, nagawang pigilan ng pagpasok ng PSO. At kita naman na, nakuha kaya? Hindi, na-smite. Smite Carino.
Smite kalaban, men. Kalma lang.
Smite ka lang. Smite and wave, boys. Smite and wave. Ayun na nga, at ito na, Rift Herald muna ang focus ng dalawang team natin. Mukhang walang gusto pumansin kay Mountain Drake. Pero si Tods mukhang tutuldakan na nga ba niya talaga ang pwesto dito ng Cerberus. Pero tamang Destiny, kuha sa CCTV.
Yeah, Destiny. Wala pa actually si Mountain Drake. Di pa dumadating ngayon. OTW,
Ay,
na-traffic.
wala ka pala.
Na-traffic. So, ang binibwisit muna nila dito is yung middle lane na napaangat with the bubble. May explosive cast pang kasama. At naipit pa yung referee, man. Naipit si...
Naku po.
Yung nagbibigay ng baraha.
Naku, yun na nga. Yung balasador. Yan. Maraming galit sa balasador eh. Di ba? Alam mo naman.
Naipit.
Mahirap talaga pagka balasador ka. Medyo madami na iinis sa'yo. Lalo na pagka hindi mo binigyan ng damage card. Puro energy ang... O kaya blue card, no? Mana binibigay mo. Siyempre, babang binabalasa mo, gusto mo gold card. At minsan talagang nakukuha natin red card. Doon, aloy! In-ignite para lang makancel.
Kinuha na siya ng mga kamay sa baba eh. Binalik pa, alam mo yun, papunta ka na biyahing Encantadia, kaso balik ka muna dito, Lods eh.
Bakit naman ganun si Tods, si Kuya Tods? Ignite, ginamit yung Ignite pang-cancel lang ng TT, tapos kay Kuya Genza pa, alam mo naman na, makakapalag ka dyan pagka pinansing ganyan. Pero kita mo naman dito, ayun yung explosive cast muli, kung saan nahuli si Kuya Dewa, that pick off a problem, no? Na, likod na likod nga siya at tumalbog siya. Nauntog pa nga sa pader ko. Ipapacheck ko kay Kuya Spear. May bukol talaga siyang makikita doon.
May bukol talaga. Tapos minsan kakapain mo pa, no? Pero ito, walang makakapigil dito sa side of Cerberus to take this Mountain Drake. Nakadadating lang ngayon at papaalisin agad ng Cerberus. And kita mo, out of position na naman dito yung jungler. And lahat ng miyembro actually ng side ng PSO, hindi na sila nagko-contest sa mga objectives dito, which is not really nice para sa kanila. Kasi pakalat-kalat lang sila sa mapa dito. They're investing times, pero hindi sila nakakakuha ng pick off man lang despite having a Kha'Zix.
Oo, kita mo naman, ang tagal nilang bumahay doon. Ngunit wala silang napala.
Oh, ito pa,
at yun
namatay
lang
pa si
nga.
Toots
Oo,
dito.
binaril. Oh, aray,
Buhay pa,
aray.
buhay pa. Buhay pa, buhay pa.
pa
Pinatay ko
naman.
agad
Oh, pero ito na,
Pero
binatahan,
ito,
binatahan.
Destiny, binatahan. Kitang-kita na yan sa CCTV ha. Pero sama-sama tayo dito sa gitna. Sige, pumasok kayo, sabi dito ng Cerberus. Chechepein namin kayo, sabay dito sa may bandang jungle natin pinagawan. Minit nagawan ng sinain si Shole.
Naku
Andun
naman.
nasa harapan
Ikaw
na niya.
nagsaing,
Dalawang
ikaw
teamfight
di
na naman tayo.
nakakain.
Yapi, sa may middle lane, 3 versus 3, sa may jungle, agawan pa din
Oo,
ng
bato
mga
lang.
farm. Pero si Dewa Gold Card na naman ang binigay dito kay Kuya Nugensa. But Gensa, of course, hindi naman nila mapapasugat agad-agad yan. And kinukulit lang talaga ng Cerberus. Eto na, sinamo na si Kuya
Oh.
Riferald, ibabangga na. They are looking forward to get this
Hoy,
middle
na,
turret.
uy, may
Explosive
tumalsik!
class there, pero tumuhog na rin dito. Etong si Kuya Mes, pero Heroes Entrance,
Oh, may stand,
defensive na
may stand.
once naman. Pero yung
Uy,
Justin
huli. Uy, huli pa nga.
Another defensive na naman na tidal wave just to stop or at slow down ito PSO.
Naku
Pero
po,
sinabot rin sila dito.
naku, nagtabi-tabi.
Na golden lasso or na golden nga itong si Kuya
na
Fly.
golden
Pero
muli.
kung hindi na makalagad dito si Gensa, naka-touchdown sa prutas,
Sakit.
men! Makakapatay pa! Pero nakapag-stasis pa rin yung isa. Buti na lang buhay pa rin siya. Pero meanwhile, Shore taking the life of Fly na galing doon sa may jungle. Pero buhay pa itong si Gensa.
Naku po, ang hirap ng sitwasyon dito ng Cerberus ha. Medyo magandang laban yun mula sa PSO at mukhang makakita na tayo ng Baron in 7 seconds. Hindi man yun i-start ng PSO pero magiging mainit ang bakbakan. So titingnan natin dito sa replay. Nahuli agad si Kuya Taku. And yung flash talaga dito na may kasamang Todd. Nahuli yung tatlo sa backline. Sabay flash out si Kuya Harry para hindi na mamatay. And then yun na, CCs after CCs. Gold card na may kasama ka din ng ginto. Kumbaga, lahat na may ginto dito talagang pinigilan ang Cerberus sa pagdadagdag pa nila ng ginto. Alam mo naman si BMM, kailangan niya ng ginto dahil nga, kailangan pa natin palakasin yung damage ng isang corgi.
Oo, man. And ito na nga, PSO, no? Medyo tumapong na sila dito. Si Fly makikita nila dito sa may bandang damo. Pero another tidal wave na naman yan. Stopping the aggression ng side of PSO dito. The calling will be there. Explosive gas. Nakasalit yung dalawa. Pero dalawa yung nakadenang dito sa may bandang likod with the Dawning Shadow. Dalawa din. Yung napaangat ng bubble. And napapagsak nila dito. Itong si Kuya Harry. Divine Justice will be given. Kaso nga lang, hindi na rin siya makakaligtas doon para kay Kuya Todd. And hinahabol pa ni BMM. Ang tapang. Gusto niyang apulahin. Gusto niyang i-insecticide. Itong insekto coming from the side of PSO. Kompleto pa yung Cerberus. Men, they can go for the Baron na sinisimulan nga dito neto ni Kuya Mes. Kitang-kita naman yan ng side of PSO kasi sa kanila yung scatter vision na pinoprovide. Kaso ano gagawin nila? Tatlo lang sila dito. Nasa timer pa. Yung dalawa nila, Destiny will be there. Pero Cerberus ayaw talaga nila magpapigil dito. Focus na sa goal. Nakuha nila dito yung Baron Nation. Pero pumasok yata sa kamatayan. Si Kuya Shole, iniiwan ng dalawa, men. Bala ka dyan. Iniiwan siya. Tinry niya na lang naman mag-steal kaso
Hail Mary play na yun, Madam Yaso. Desperate moves. Para lang maituloy itong laban o ma-extend pa ng isang game kaso hindi nga sapat. Dahil on point si Kuya Mes sa lahat ng objective. And kung papansinin nga natin, no, yung haba ng laban kanina, yung Gatling gun kasi nito ni Kuya BMM, may kasama insecticide yun.
Oo, kaya nga pa-spray yun
Gatling gun yun. Spray talaga yun. Titignan mo. Oo.
Pusa yun.
Ay, pusa ba yun? Oo, corgi nga pala. Tignan mo naman, Hindi naman mukhang balin. Ba't mo tatawagin Gatling gun?
Oo nga.
Mahala.
Diba? Pero ito Cerberus nakuha na nila yung pangatlong dragon sa ating mapa dito at patuloy pa din yung pagmumarcha nila sa gitna at sa bottom lane na malamang sa malamang bagsak na din itong second tier turret ng side ng PSO at the bottom lane habang kinukulit ang apat ng side ng Cerberus yung middle lane nga ng PSO. And napalipad, napabounce out si Kuya Shole doon. Pero another pero the tidal wave to at least slow them down. Hinatiyan naman dito ni Genji, BMM rather, ng the package sabay galing sabay bottom lane. Napabagsak na nila yung mid lane. Bukas na ang bakay dito pero hindi pa natatapos kasi nandun pa din yung Dimash Justice coming from the side dito na PSO.
Uy, grabe naman yung Hullbreaker nito. Galit na galit yung mga minion, no? Sige, pasabugin mo.
Meron ng Baron buff, may Hullbreaker buff pa. BMM talaga tinutulo-tulo niya para maibigay pa din yung yung effect ng Hullbreaker. And of course, Cerberus sila pa rin talaga ang huling kakagat for this knock-off sa ating WCSC Finals.
At literal na kumagat ang mga Cerberus na tropa natin. Ang tatlong ulo ng aso, kinagat ng tuluyan. Kinagat ng Seven Lions. Kumbaga, kinagat talaga ng dogs dito. Kung paano nga ginawa ng Cerberus yung ganong aggressive na playstyle, aggressive rotation, lahat na pwede nilang opening, lahat na pwede nilang i-trade, ginamit nila, they maximize it up to the point na nagawa nilang makuha yung kanilang snowball factor. At kahit sabihin mong nanalo man ng isang team fight ang PSO, and kudos to be honest, meron pa rin sabihin na nating hopes or liwanag ng bahagya, signs of life ika nga nila, no? Kaso ang problema hindi na nila nagawang sabayan, especially itong si Kuya BMM, no, na talagang yung damage, and even Genza has been repeatedly or consistently dishing out a lot of damage every team fight, at yung mga safe play nila ni BMM na kahit sabihin mong muntik na ma-ace ang Cerberus, si Genza buhay na buhay pa rin para ipagtanggol yung base. And overall, the PSO, no, medyo sad to say, ang ID, DI na makakapasok o makakatuloy. And mukhang maging na lang sila. Kailangan, baka they feel envy kasi itong VN is technically pasok na sa ating susunod na bracket. Pero ang masaya naman dito, yung susunod na laban.
Oo, men. Alam mo kasi, yung susunod na laban, nasa pangalan na nila yan. FENNEL na. Di ba?
Ayun na. Bumuno na ng baraha.
Siyempre,
baraha.
May anime effect
diba?
pa yan. Ganyan. Ganyan din mo, men.
Mas ina-activate mo ang trap card ko, Yugi Boy.
Pero feeling ko kailangan na natin i-activate at ipasa sa panel. Panels, take it away.
Record history with the fastest game. Having Omo playing that Lucian. Maybe you'll be within 5 minutes, we're done. Thank you so much, Omo and Brandon. But just now, what a nice clean sweep coming up from those guys, I have to say. Persis don't have a chance.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy for Cerberus. Cerberus look like this right now. Just alpha energy. My kind, right? Like I call myself Husky. My kind, the Hellhounds. They won 3-0. What did I say early on? What did I draw early on? Cerberus 3-0. Simple as that. Just pure energy.
Kicking the ball.
It's so strong. I love it.
I need like Brandon's biceps to be on screen.
Yes,
so that
we need to
that's
hit
how
the
strong
No,
it
hold on.
is.
Just come do it with me. Just left like just
Nah.
pure
That
power.
way.
Hit the gym first. We need to hit the gym first.
Yeah. We have time for that
We have
later.
time for that, yeah.
Okay. I hope we have time, actually. Now, going back to the point, at least Persis Esports, we see signs of improvement for them. Maybe it's a little too late where we saw the adaptations, they come into fruition. And you know what? Twisted Fate's 100% win rate might have dented, but we saw a glimmer of hope when they came in for that retake up mid, where you see the rest of Cerberus, they were rushing in, they think that, okay, there's no way this could go wrong. And when Persis Esports, they are well coordinated, they look great. Cholet on this Kazakhs, he did a lot of work, but I kind of want to see more from Harry once again. This Galio pickup for 2 games in a row hasn't been paying dividendly.
Yeah, I mean, at least Persis, they got the referee on their side, but they still lost the game. At least we know Twisted Fate is a fair man, right? He's a fair man. It doesn't matter which side he's on. It really comes down to how you execute. And we talk about how Persis need to focus on Cholet, right? Because he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. He has both Dewa and Harry to enable him. They got to a decent start. This Kazakhs ended the game 4-1-0, but evidently it was not enough because even with that decent lead that he got from the beginning, he was not able to transfer that to the rest of his team. Cerberus just out-macroed them, out-fought them, and when we hit into the late game, that's where the late game prowess from both BMM and Genza showed up.
Now this is where I want to direct my question back into what we mentioned before. It seems like PSO or Persis Esports, when it comes to engaging a team fight early on, they know what they are doing, but when it comes to map control, the marker is just all over the place after they've done that.
I believe that there's a little sense of hesitancy that's being displayed by the team because you know Cerberus, they're always active on the punish as well. They rotate as quickly as PSO wants to get those objectives done. We saw what happened on that attempt on the Drake, sure, where they kind of had a little bit of skirmish and they decided, hey, we can just secure the mid lane turret as well as the Baron lane turret at the same time, what you gonna do? We're gonna do it much quicker, and it's still gonna be a winning trade for Cerberus.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it was Persis Esports who were put on the back foot. So when your tournament lives are literally on the line, I think Persis basically defaulted to a safer playstyle. But to their credit, they actually had decent moments, right? Game 2 and Game 3, they got out to a good start. That's an improvement. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to beat Cerberus, but at least Persis Esports showed us a side that we wanted to see from the get-go that we didn't get to witness against RRQ. Proactiveness, a bit more of a stable draft, they showed us that.
Yeah, and despite having to suffer this loss, I think that Persis Esports, they can walk back with their heads held high, that they went up against one of the best teams out here in the WCS,
the best regions.
Southeast Asia, and my God, they look phenomenal in some of these team fights. If they tidy up their team fights a little bit more coming to the next season, we hope to see a stronger side from WCS Indonesia.
I agree, and this is going to be the player of the game. We're not surprised anymore with double digit of KDA coming up from Ganza as well this time. Feels like every single player coming up from CS just popping up from the MVP today with 92% of kill participation now. Ganza with that Lucian is just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, well, across the entire series, we only saw 2 different variations of Dragon lanes from Cerberus. Thresh Draven and Lucian Nami, right? Game 1, Game 3, Lucian plus Nami. Game 2 was the Thresh, Draven Thresh. But at the end of the day, what Omo pointed out early on rings true. Genza, probably the best Dragon laner that we have, coming from the strongest region right now, Vietnam. And he's showing that. Of course, a lot of credits to Fly for being that best support for him, but individually we saw how Genza always delivers even when he's put on the back foot, and that's something that Cerberus can always rely on.
Yeah, and it goes back to that team fight that they almost got ace. Genza as well as Fly were the only 2 left, and we saw that sort of synergy that they had, though one of them got shackled on. that could have been 2 members getting caught, and you saw that quick micro mechanic that he has, still offering a lot of damage on his way out while they try to hold on for the dear life. I think it speaks a lot. Genza, he's so level-headed throughout the course of the battle, and he's there to make a lot of moves where he initiates spirits without even needing the help of Taku, Mes, or even BMM.
And I'm loving the fact we are looking at a rocking Nami. We barely see Nami, and this is the first time we're looking at Nami being so reliable in the game. Starting out with an Aqua Prison and just bubble it up, or even follow up, starting with the initiation coming up from the explosive cast. They have so many options coming up from CS, they always play around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say the same for Persis in Game 3, right? We saw these back and forth fights where Persis Esports, credits to Harry, who really assisted Shole to start a fight. And normally we looked at the jungler of PSO and we were like, yeah, Shole has to do something. But Harry took matters into his own hand. Dewa also was able to contribute. Of course, they still ended up losing the game, but it's a plus point that PSO can be proud of. End of the day, they went up against the strongest team. What can I say?
The real MVP just now was the cannon.
What was
the
the
siege
There's like, what,
minions.
4 or 5 of it?
I think it's more than that.
Baron empowered, Hullbreaker buff siege minions.
Too much. Way too much for them to handle.
They were retreating from the creeps, from the minions just now. Not really from the champions, by the way, we saw in the last few minutes. But sad to say, like how the Aqua Prison bubble up, that's going to be bubbling down from side of Persis Esports streams to have to meet the end of the tournament. But still, thank you coming up from Persis Esports. I'm loving how it progresses toward the entire of the series, coming up from all the playoff until now. We saw how they've been growing. At least there's progress coming up from them.
Yeah, though despite the score lines, we saw this is actually a massive improvement compared to the game that they faced against RRQ. Yeah, game 1, you can put that aside. Game 2, game 3, it's evident that when they take leads, they could actually show up. I just wish that they have a little bit better coordination, like I've said a couple of times ago. Yeah. So Persis Esports, I really hope to see them once again in the next WCS, because they definitely have more to offer, because this is just the start of things when we've just adapted to the tempo of play against all the other region. And that's what I love about WCS the most. When it comes down to the finals, it's a melting pot of cultures, meta, all combined, all together. And we see all these ideas blooming. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, they got here through blood, sweat, and tears, right? They had to play a full best of 7 in their own domestic league to even make it here in the first place. And I agree with what Contra mentioned, right? When they played RRQ, it was not even close. They did not have any chance to give us some signs of hope, but against CERBERUS, at least we saw a glimpse of that light. And that's something that I think Persis Esports has actively tried to improve on the go. And despite their shortcomings, despite us saying going against them in our predictions, there is always something that we can learn from Persis, which is the persistency. It's a bad pun, but PSO fans should be proud that they are even here in the first place.
I didn't even see that one coming, honestly. But anyways, well, we saw how they've been able to put things together in such a tense situation. It's always rough when you have to find ways to come back from a 2-0 deficit. But hey, they made the best out of it at least.
But you know what's more interesting right now? We have something to show you what they have been doing behind the scenes, especially coming up from I think and Grandin. You guys might want to close your eyes for a bit because this might be something too, you know? Check it out.
What? Wait, I thought it's Grandin that's supposed to.
I mean, you know his biceps is like huge for Grandin, so he's just gonna. This is so sweet. I think you guys should caught one more, which I was like, what are you guys doing? He was like patting the chest. I think it was almost patting the chest of Grandin. And I'm like, what are you guys doing there? I'm like, should I close my eyes down? But I'm on screen. I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
Just fixing wires, guys.
Yeah, fixing wires. There you go.
I mean, that was on set, right? Who knows what happens behind this closed door? We'll find out.
They're about to wrestle.
They're about to wrestle.
It's a pay-per-view, so you guys don't get to see any of that.
I'm sorry. I feel like Grandin gonna win that one.
Oh, you think?
You never know. There might just be reverse sweeps coming on the way.
You know what? So there's this voice line from Canon. The bigger they are, the harder they fall or something.
Okay.
Maybe Omo is going to use that. We'll find out.
But hey, let's congratulate our winner just now. CERBERUS Esports managed to advance one step forward again. It's only a few more steps before they're heading into the top 4. Congratulations, CERBERUS! This is going to be BMM. Hi, BMM. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh, he can't speak Chinese yet. Can you hear us? Yes, I think so. Okay, BMM, congratulations again for the rest of CERBERUS winning that one. But I do want to ask, you guys are chilling from the start. Even when you win, you guys still chilling. Why are you not celebrating?
Thì đầu tiên câu hỏi là sao team của mình cảm giác đánh mọi người rất là thoải mái á, không xong rồi kiểu chill á, và lúc mà thắng xong mà cũng không thấy ăn mừng gì cuồng nhiệt.
Thì tôi biết là còn một trận nữa thì Tem mới chính thức được vào top 4 và có một vé đi đánh giải tiếp theo lên trận sắp tới mới là trận quan trọng của CERBERUS.
So they say their objective for this tournament is to go to the World Championship. So like they just focusing on the next match, like they already thinking about their next match while they're playing this.
They're not resting at all, definitely.
Yeah, the journey's far from over. I like the spirit, and yeah, I believe you have some questions.
Right, so BMM, I wanted to ask you this. So when you guys played in the upper bracket, you guys went up against Flash Wolves. You guys led 2-0, but evidently in the end got reverse swept by Flash Wolves 3-2. What was the thought process? What did you guys corrected during those few days leading up to this lower bracket series against Persis?
Thì họ hỏi là ở trận chung kết ở trên nhánh trên của mình á, thì mình dẫn 2-0, sau đó mình thua ngược 3-2 á, thì trong những ngày qua thì team mình đã thảo luận như thế nào, chỉnh sửa những gì để mà ngày hôm nay mình thi đấu rất là thành công và thắng 3-0.
Thì là Tem và Ước là một đối thủ nói chung là rất mạnh ở thời điểm hiện tại, nên là dẫn trước 2-0 là có mặt sự tâm lý rất ổn định cho Tem, mà để họ có lại lợi thế, làm cho tâm lý nó đi xuống lên, bị bị kiểu là bị gỡ lại ấy. Xong rồi em cũng thảo luận nhiều các thứ chiến thuật để cho một trận đấu ngày hôm nay nó cách trơn tru nhất ấy.
Like when they went 2-0, but then they lose 3-2. They sit down together and they all agree that strategy. There's nothing like wrong in the strategy. It's just that their mental, like their mindset is a little bit tilted after like getting reverse lose in their in the third game. So like they talk with each other and help improve their mental and finding more better strategy so they can like big win today.
Yeah, it's glad to see that you guys have managed to bounce back harder now with trio sweep against Persis Esports. You guys should have good enough of confidence to go to the next stage of it. Now, speaking of the next stage, you guys have a chance to either meet up against Brab United or even Team Flash, whoever drops from the upper bracket. So you guys have mentioned that you might want to meet Brab United. Is there a reason why to it?
Thì mình có ở vòng tiếp theo á, thì mình sẽ gặp một trong hai đội là Buriram hoặc là Team Flash á. Thì giống như mình có chia sẻ trước đó là mình sẽ muốn gặp Team Flash hơn á. Thì có thể nói rõ hơn lý do tại sao muốn gặp Buriram hơn á, thì mình muốn chia sẻ lý do tại sao không?
Là lý do thứ nhất là hai đội cùng là Việt Nam, là vì mình cũng muốn cho hai đội đều được tiếp tục đánh giải sắp tới. Và theo những định kiến này em thấy là Team Flash hiện tại phong độ họ rất mạnh, nên đánh với bờ du có cửa thắng sẽ cao hơn ạ.
Okay, so there are 2 points for this. So first, obviously it would be much better for the region if 2 Vietnam team can be participate in the World Championship. But second is the whole team is very think Team Flash is a very tough opponent. They're one of the best team right now. So they want to save up for later, and facing Buriram will they think they will have a much more higher chance to win and qualify for the World Tournament.
That's an interesting take coming out from BMM himself of CERBERUS Esports. Thank you so much, BMM, for joining us. We wish you all the best for your next series. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, BMM.
So that's it. I have to say, CERBERUS, they really had it going since the start. They're grinding all the way. But up next, we have our opposing teams, which is going to be the series of Sam9 versus FENNEL Adversity. And that's going to be a really tough one, hopefully. But hey, thank you from us for now. But we have to head the break for a bit because we can't wait for the next series. Hope to see you guys after this and see you guys in just a few minutes.
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
หน้าค้นหาครับหน้าท้าทายครับโหดมากๆครับ
ชื่อเมธิตวงศ์ชูศรีครับส่วนชื่อเล่นชื่อน้อยครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่ออัดชื่อเล่นชื่อแบงค์ครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อนิกครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อโอมครับ
ก็ชื่อในเกมปัจจุบันใช้ชื่อโนเอลนะครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเป็นชื่อที่แม่ตั้งใจจะตั้งให้ตอนเกิดครับแต่ว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยฝรั่งเท่าไหร่ก็เลยเป็นน้อยแทนก็เลยมาใช้ในเกม
ชื่ออาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าอยากได้ชื่อที่เป็นตัวเองนำหน้าครับ
ชื่อในเกมชื่อ What a Jazz ครับเลือกชื่อนี้เพราะว่ามันแปลกดี 1-1 จิน
ตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผม เพราะว่าส่วนตัวเป็นคนชอบเล่นเมชครับ
เล่นแครี่ครับ เพราะว่าชอบเป็นตัวถือปืนครับ
เล่นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับ มาเล่นตำแหน่งนี้เพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นนะครับ ก็เลยมาเล่นเอง
อาร์เชนี่ครับ เพราะว่าชอบเล่นมุกแบ็กบ่อย
คนที่ตลกที่สุดน่าจะเป็นผมนะครับ ส่วนเหตุผลก็เพราะว่าผมตลกครับ
อาร์เชนี่ครับ อาร์เชนี่ครับ
ส่วนเรื่องทำงานหนักน่าจะเป็นตัวอาชินีครับทำงานหนักมาก
ตัวผมเองครับ
What the Jet ครับ
What the Jet
ฉลาดที่สุดในทีม ทั้ง 4 คนยกเว้นแบงค์
ตอนเด็กๆผมฝันอยากมีร้านกาแฟเป็นของตัวเองครับ
ก็จริงๆ ตอนเด็กอยากเป็นหมอฟันครับ แต่ว่ารู้สึกว่าไม่เวิร์กเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมาเกมเดียว
ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วสไลด์หนีเข้ามาครับโดดช้ำออกมาแล้วยังไงไล่ฟันโนเอลกำลังจะตายแล้วตั้งลิฟต์โพสต์สุดท้ายโดนลุ่มแล้ว
นั่งดูรีเพย์วิเคราะห์ตัวเองครับ
ก็นอนดูรีเพย์แล้วก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับผม
ผมอยู่ห้องกับโนเอลแบงค์แล้วก็อาชนีไม่เปลี่ยนนะครับ ผมชอบนอนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว เพราะว่าเหตุผลที่โคเดนฟีดแยกไปนอนเพราะว่าเขากดแล้วผมเป็นคนเซนซิทีฟกับเสียง
แชมเปี้ยนที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่อันเดอร์เรทที่สุดในตำแหน่งของผมตอนนี้น่าจะเป็นเคนเนนครับ เพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่ได้รับการบัฟมาหลายแพทช์แล้วครับ แต่ว่ายังไม่ค่อยนิยมกันมาใช้กันเท่าไหร่
เกรฟส์ครับ ตอนนี้คนชอบลืมว่าเกรฟส์เขาเป็นตัวที่ฟาร์มไวครับ แล้วก็โหดเลดเกมครับ แต่ตอนนี้มันสู้ไม่เก่งครับ คนก็เลยไม่ค่อยหยิบมาเล่นกัน
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
ไปแล้ว
โหดมากๆครับ
หน้าค้นหาครับ
หน้าท้าทายครับ
รู้สึกดีครับ แล้วก็ประมาทเล็กๆ กลัวที่จะทำให้หลายๆคนผิดหวังแต่ก็มั่นใจครับว่าทำได้
น่าจะเวียดนามครับ เพราะว่าเป็นประเทศที่เล่นแบบดุดันครับ
เป็นทีมแฟลชจากเวียดนามครับผม เพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วมิดเลนเขาเกือบทำพวกผมตกรอบครับ
ก็อยากให้แฟนๆไวลิฟในประเทศไทยเชียร์ทีมไทยทั้ง2ทีมเลยครับ แล้วพวกผมสัญญาว่าจะไปเหยียบเวสเทิร์นให้ได้
ก็ผมก็จะพูดเหมือนในทุกๆครั้งที่ผมพูดนะครับ ก็ขอขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดนะครับ แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเรามาตลอด เราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับ
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS FINals sắp tới.
In game của em là Jisoo. Lúc còn bé, lúc em đang ngủ á, thì có một vị thần tới đặt tên cho em là Jisoo.
Trong game in game của em là MT vì phát âm nó khá là giống với cái tên của em là hai chữ em muốn là chữ M và chữ T, MT.
Một ngày em lướt Facebook, em thấy một cái post có các bạn nói Joyce đó, cho em lấy tên thầy của em lấy luôn.
Hồi bé thì em có là fan cứng của Elsa nên em lái cái tên qua một xíu, em đổi thành tên như thế.
Em chơi ở đường Baron, tại vì ở Liên Minh thì em đi hầu hết các lane rồi, còn mỗi lane này em chưa đi rồi.
Em đang đi vị trí đường giữa cho team Flash và thực ra thì em rất thích đi đường giữa từ đó đến giờ.
Khi đang trong 1.8
400 máu từ rồng. Bị chặn ở phía ngoài là các thành viên bên phía của CERBERUS bắt đầu đánh ngược trở ra.
Em chơi vị trí hỗ trợ thì bởi vì em muốn hỗ trợ cho team.
Tại vì hồi xưa em đam mê liên minh PC, mà sau này em muốn chơi mấy game mobile hơn, nó dễ tiếp cận hơn, nên là tốc chiến ra mắt thì em chơi game này.
Lúc thời gian dịch em không ra ngoài quán net chơi được cho nên em chơi tốc chiến.
Hồi nhỏ ước mơ của em là phi công.
Ước mơ hồi nhỏ của em không nhớ rồi nữa. Hồi nhỏ cũng rất nhiều ước mơ. Em nghĩ là ước mơ của em là không phải là trở thành ai, mà nó sẽ là trở thành cái gì, như thế nào cho chính mình thôi. Thành viên nhỏ nhất trong đội là Sai, 2K3, năm 18.
Em thì suốt ngày bị ăn hiếp rồi.
Em cũng nghĩ là em luôn.
Lớn nhất trong đội là WC.
Thành viên lớn nhất trong đội là Joyke, sinh năm 98. Chắc chắn là em rồi. Tại vì em tự tin em nói mà, nên em được quyền chọn em.
Oh yeah.
Ăn sụn gà chiên nước mắm.
Chắc là mì gói.
Chắc là ăn thổi lỗi, tại vì em nhiều lỗi quá.
Quê hương của em là Hạ Long, thì là vùng vịnh biển các thứ, nói chung là nó cũng là nơi du lịch nổi tiếng ở Việt Nam.
Quê em ở Quảng Trị. Quảng Trị một tỉnh thuộc miền Trung. Và đặc sản của Quảng Trị thì là em.
Nói chung trong một game in house thì em thấy là đó là một điều đương nhiên phải làm với một team esports chuyên nghiệp, và em cảm thấy mọi vấn đề đều mình có thể giải quyết ngay trong lúc đó luôn.
Em chọn Yasuo, tại vì Yasuo là quốc tướng của Việt Nam rồi.
Khắc nghiệt, tấu hài, vui vẻ, rất là khó.
Hơi bị dễ.
Em cảm thấy khá là vui và hồi hộp, bởi vì đây là giải quốc tế lần đầu em tham dự.
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui, và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS FInals sắp tới.
Cảm thấy rất là vui vì được sát cánh cùng các đồng đội để chinh phục những cái giải thưởng cao quý nhất.
Một cảm giác khá là vui và tự hào.
We are back, ladies and gents, and welcome to the Day 3 playoff of WCS Finals. And also, thank you, none other than Coca-Cola, Goosey Gamers, and One Esport. And this is brought to you by Riot Games. I'm Chicha, I'll be your host for the entire day. I know you guys got sick of me, but hey, I'm still here anyway, so you can't say no to that. Which we're gonna have Odolus and also Grandin.
One thing though,
I'm scared here right now, actually.
I'm not sick of you. I'm not sick of you.
No, we're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. My question for you though, Grandin, is how do you want this to go? Because I know that Omo has been, you know, really up in your ear.
Oh.
Now the thing about this is that I need less taken care of. So, you go with that?
Let's get it, man. I feel like that weight on my ankle is like finally let go. I've dropped that, you know. Forget about it. You can see how excited I am here. It's our first time on the panel together. I'm so excited for how this one's gonna go because I really like the points you guys are bringing up, and I've wanted to fight for my ideas as well. And so it's great that we finally get this chance.
You know what? Just a little throwback. The last time that we worked together, that was during the Summer Super Cup Grand Finals. It's a long time coming, brother.
It's been a long time.
They're just waiting for almost suddenly just appeared out of this corner or
Grabs
somewhere.
my leg.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that to happen. But definitely, today, earlier, we have CES versus none other than Persis Esports before with a 3-0 clean sweep. Now, will it be the same case? No. Will it be the same case when it comes to SEM9 versus FLA? Come on, guys.
Look. I looked at them, I followed their journey from the beginning. You know, I watched the entire, I was there with the WCS MYSG, right? I followed through within the storylines. I've seen what they're capable of, and I have to say, FO is going to win 3-0.
Ooh, that's straight out of his pockets.
It's going out.
So it's going to be 2v1 here because I'm the only person fighting for SEM9 on this panel.
I'm okay.
Hey, we're in the same boat, okay?
No, it's more of I wanted to fight for you guys. There's really this thing that we call friendship, but at least in this,
you're not my friend today.
Come on,
You're
we're
not
still
my friend
friends after
today.
today, right?
No, you already experienced the beauty of Malaysia yesterday.
Kinda.
So Sagi is your BFF,
BFF,
right now.
yeah.
So you're still gonna say no to SEM9 today?
I have to.
You don't want to
I don't want to
betray.
swim home, right?
You don't want to be the person next to you betraying his own countrymen?
No, okay. Don't get me wrong. For me, this is more of like a friendly game because Philippines and Malaysia, we're now buddies. Let's go. But we really have to state the real cold facts. FLA is a better team. Philippines is a better region. I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's not waste any more time. I'm going to jump over. I'm loving SEM9, so let's take a sneak peek onto the team. It's going to be the knockout stage. Coming up from SEM9 lineup, we have RH, Zoraveki, Chili, Sagi, and Wito. Still not looking over if they're desperate enough to change over to the Shang on the Berlin or even Vita. So what do you guys have to say about this?
I don't think there's a point doing that. RH has been consistently strong in the Baron lane. He's done well for themselves. SEM9 has been able to match lanes. I think it's the mid game where they start to fall apart. That being said, though, there's also no point changing to the Shang because they're not going to win either way.
Wow.
Look, I'm going to be real with you guys. SEM9, they pulled together a super team. They've dominated their own region. But the problem is they're going up against a team that just kind of has that X factor, you know?
Yep.
They've come into this. FLA, if there's any team that can make that lower bracket run work, it's FLA.
I agree. I have to agree, right?
You have to agree right now.
Obsim.
Whoa! Sim. Okay, all right, guys. I noticed I've been, teaching a lot of good words to our friends here.
I don't know if that's even good word right now. I don't think that you actually being honest enough with me.
Yeah.
Is that the real? What you thought?
Omsim? Omsim means indeed.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I can't trust him the entire day today. You're not trustable.
You have to trust him because he's telling you the truth that FL is going to beat SEM9.
That's true.
But hey, maybe not a 3-0, right? But definitely. What do you have to say to me now?
Not Omsim.
Not indeed. There you go. Omsim.
Omsim, yeah.
Omsim SEM9 will actually take a good chance to have a go because I'm the type of person that believe in unicorns, glimmer of hope, fairy tales. which usually never happen. But hey,
Look.
it's still a bit of glimmer of hope there.
Okay, if we were gonna go down that rabbit hole, we're gonna start talking about all the things, the what ifs and the fairy tales and the stories that could be. Sam9 could very well beat FLA today, go up against RRQ in the next lower bracket run, beat them as well, and take out the entire Filipino region, and see MYSG for the first time in Wild Rift competitive esports make their way into the international esports competition.
Yeah, sounds like a fairy tale. Let's move on.
Fairy tale, not definitely one of the strongest in the lower bracket, and worth watching. It's going to be coming up, FLA. Coming up from the Philippine region, we have Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and Brave is playing today.
I don't mind. Put in any player, it should be the same result. Hashtag balagbagan is the word for FENNEL adversity, which basically translates into dirty fighting. Just all-out brawl, and I think that's going to be their plan here for FENNEL adversity. Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and as you said, Brave is the original starting five for this team, and I believe this is a mix-up that they have luxury in doing, right? Again, for FENNEL
The luxury?
Come on, Shu. We know how this is going down. But basically, for FENNEL University, they are the team that has the most number of games already for the entirety of this tournament, right? Having that, I would say, extra training ground during the plains did really help them overcome and really introduce themselves to the world, not just in Southeast Asia, because now FENNEL University used to be just, that other team from the Philippines region. Now, not so much. They're making a name for themselves. They have a very good set of good-looking players over there in the FENNEL. And yes, balagbagan it is.
Help me out here, Grandin. Come on, you have to have something. Like Sam9 used to be a nobody as well, and now they're somebody, maybe? No? Hello?
I mean, to be fair, Sagi also looks good.
They are pretty good. They are pretty good looking. Both sides are pretty good looking. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Guapo.
Sam9, they've come into this. If the game was about shot calling and about understanding the game, sure, I think there's a very good chance that Sam9 probably gets top 4 in the competition. But the problem is, you actually have to play the game. You have to go beyond that and actually use your fingers on the screen and make things happen.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Crazy, right? Crazy concept. You would never have thought. Sam9 has a team and a roster filled with so many experienced players. You look at the background, you look at the coaching staff that they have as well. They have a roster filled with incredibly talented players, incredibly talented minds. But when it comes down to playing together on the Rift, they face off against some of the toughest competition, and they just cannot stack up.
That's basically how you sum it, right? Again, for FENNEL Adversity, what I think was missing from them, at least from the previous series, was an Exocen caliber of shot caller, right? Was an Ozora Veki, as I would love to borrow players from the other team, right?
Wow.
But that's true. The 0-3 that did happen the last time out, man, that was the closest 0-3, and that's not even biased to say.
They got tilted the first match, and it was strategy losing coming in. And also, let's just drop our predictions here, which are going to be brutal. But hey, your prediction... No, I'm going to go first. Hey, 3-2, 7-9. Hopefully. Yes, maybe.
The starry dreams. All right. FENNEL Adversity 3-1. One goes out to Saggy Hearts. To you, my brother. BFF forever.
Just because FENNEL Adversity always have to drop that first game, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to go with FENNEL Adversity 3-0.
Which region you're coming out from again, Grandin? Just saying.
I'm coming from the WCS region.
The door is that way.
WCS region all the way.
Southeast Asia region.
I can't say that. But if you're saying South Asia region, definitely we all are happy to be here. But the thing is, best man wins, best team wins. Maybe Sem9 just gonna show a different color today. You don't know that. You don't get to judge that. But well, you don't have anything else to say now, huh? But you know what? Let him think for a bit. He's speechless right now. Let's meet up for our teams for the matchup for this series. Speaking of the draft, this is where the battle begins. Even though it's still not clicking or touching your screen yet, Brandon, this is where the battle starts, the draft.
Just love the buildings, by the way. Nice one. Nice one.
Look, I'll tell you
understand?
what. I'll tell you what though. If this is the only part of the game that matters, Sem9 could probably win here. I don't doubt their ability to draft. But it's about going into game and finishing and executing. That's the issue.
Yeah, you could be right on that one. I just didn't like the set on the jungle, though. I mean, not in this meta. You really need to have some jungle pressure. And Ozoraveki knows how to really do just that. We'll see, though, in this particular draft we're in, we are already seeing target bans on the junglers.
Here's the thing, Otto. There was a point where the Filipino region displayed the Yumi top first, and then Sem9 played it immediately after. And they both came to the same conclusion. This thing worked before either of these teams had any communication with each other. Like, I see these two regions as regions that see the game so similarly, and they both come up with very similar ideas.
That's where the friendship comes in, right?
Oh,
I
wow,
tell you,
we're friends now.
Philippines and MYSG really are good friends. But for now, you know, good rivalry brewing up, and we have Yumi being banned away against FENNEL University. No Yumi top lane this time around, I am afraid.
Sure. And that's a good choice as well. And FLA, I like the fact they got rid of the Karma and the Camille. You don't want to give them that easy initiation. But we've been seeing a lot of Senna first pick, giving them that scaling option and a lot of utility as well.
Yeah, Senna first pick is a staple for Sagi, not just for Sagi, but also for Danny. So we will see if they would prioritize a Senna first pick or maybe Set, because Sem9 really loves their Set.
That's true. Jace, if that's available as well, has been something they have been willing to play. We saw in the previous series, I think the Vietnamese region has been quite aggressive with some of the options with the double marksman. I don't think that's something that Sem9 really have up their wheelhouse. There we go. It is that Senna.
That's the Senna, and could be very well answered by staple champion still by Danny. Again, for Danny, the last time that we saw him, he went over aggressive on that Kai'Sa. But I believe that this will be a dial-back game for them. That's a very good pick for FENNEL University. Jace has been, you know, a menace really to deal with come laning phase. Both Calm and both Arise can play this champion.
I agree. Coming out from FLA, they're really loving that Jace. It's so easy for them to control the entire game. But how will Sem9 respond to this, though?
I think FLA first need to decide what their second pick is going to be. If that's going to be their jungler or if they want to try and take something away from the Sem9 composition, right? You think about what the Senna wants to do here, doesn't have the Galleon anymore. So you generally want to take away stuff like the Set, like the Gragas, stuff that can do well in that dual matchup. Gragas, if you give him all the farm, he gets so much additional damage. It's just a free additional player in the game, realistically.
Okay, now that we are on the second rotation for the blue side, they have to really look for the perfect tandem for this Senna. Could be a Nasus though. Against the Jace, I'm actually having double thoughts on that, especially that Nasus kit overall is good against a double marksman composition.
Right. Would be good against Danny. If Danny is going to go for the hyper carry, could do well against it, but it's really early to show your hand.
Yeah, Senna Nasus.
There's a lot of Nasus play recently, so definitely that's going to be paired up with the Senna we mentioned before. But coming up from FLA, I think the Jace is still not being handled by Sem9 composition right now.
Yeah, I think Sem9 really hasn't directly addressed the Jace. The Darius is just a safe matchup, right? You look at what RH is going to be able to do. He's going to go into lane. He's going to farm. He's going to be stable. The problem with this one is now with this Garen potentially coming in, you get a lot of counterplay against the Darius trying to get the combo off. If you want to play Set now, it's also going to be difficult. You get some additional damage, but this is where that second ban phase really starts to matter. A lot of marksmen have to be gotten rid of by Sem9. That kind of opens up the rest of FLA's comp.
And one thing to note as well on that Garen pick, it basically nullifies Nasus extra HP. Remember that, execute from that ultimate. Also the silence is very, very deadly. Jax being banned away here is possibly a response or a respect ban against Ozora Veki, you think?
I think Zoroveki has been that big hyper carry for this team. We've seen some of his Olaf play before. I think the Kazakhs would be quite nice to see from him as well. It's something that can help them get initiate and really find an angle for his team. The issue here, I think, is Sem9 have problems winning the lane, right? They've been able to hold their own, but winning lane has been another separate issue. And if they're not able to get pressure for Zoroveki, I think what ends up happening is that he's just playing damage control, he's running around fighting fires, and Sem9 just don't get an angle to play the game.
Believe it or not, Shu, I'm
No, I
trying
don't
to
believe
think
you. What?
right now how Sem9 would win against FLA, because that's what I love, right? The challenge of trying to overcome adversaries. But adversity right now is FLA, and so far, their picks right now are all signature picks for their for their players. We have Arise that can go for the Jays, and the Garen. That flexibility will come a long while. And now we are back to a Danny special, a Corki, sorry, a Ziggs, and that will be paired. That will be paired.
His eyes is very similar, but yeah.
I'm confused with the Yordles. I'm sorry. All right, that's the Ziggs that will be paired up with Gragas in the bot lane. Too much explosions.
What are your thoughts regarding this Zig? How would they respond coming from Sem9? Jace is already a problem. Now, additional to it, into the equation is going to be another problem, which is going to be Ziggs.
I think they need hard engage.
Yeah,
I really like this for Zoroveki. You get the Sinjal, you have that hard engage, the initiation to help you get the fight started. The Apprehend does something similar as well, right? Rocket Belt, Apprehend, pull them in, get that fight going. The problem is, I think FLA have a really easy answer with this last pick. You either play for a hyper carry and you let your team really play around you, or you go and play for a really strong peeling champion, and you still and SM9 just never get to touch you.
And I actually did forget that this Jace could also go to the jungle. That's a very good answer, though. We needed engage, said Sem9, and Twisted Fate could do actually just that, right? I don't think Chili will be playing the AD Twisted Fate that we have seen from Arise. That's that's something that they could work on to really target down the primary damage dealers for FLA. And I think it will still be Danny. Oh my god. Arise's Akshan, this is so busted.
I mean, talk about one of those two options. You either get the hyper carry, you get some more disengage. They just go for the Akshan. Gives them that ability to counterplay, and it does so well into the Twisted Fate matchup, right? If you go into this, you get heavy priority in lane. And we talk about Sem9's issues, having a Zoroveki needing to fight fires, play around his teammates. It just doesn't look like a good spot. Arise just gets to punish the Twisted Fate so well.
At least in that part, I can say that Twisted Fate still can farm from a mile away, right? But when it comes to the Scuttle skirmishes, around 1 minute and 25, that's when you will see the disparity on the laning prowess of both these mid lane champions. One thing to note though, Doming is back to the Jace jungle, which for me, I really love. For the kids out there, if you actually want to play this champion, one way to maximize the Jace in the jungle is for you to stay melee while clearing the camps.
Yeah, one of the jungler have spoken, which is going to be Odaluse. You play a lot of jungle as well, right, Odaluse?
Yeah, I do.
So speaking of which, we do have Sem9. I hate to say this, but I do love FLA draft this time. It looked way more balanced. And it comes to Sem9, I still want to have that glimmer of hope.
No,
but
it's
just
totally
help me
playable.
out.
True. It's absolutely playable. Composition from Sem9, definitely playable. You still have a lot of good front-to-back kind of play style, but it's really about the execution.
But hey, Castles, are you ready for FLA versus Sem9? Take us to the Rift.
And welcome back. Maraming salamat, panel. And ito, balik ang tandem namin. Dash and Deadeye ang magiging casters nyo for this game. FLA versus Sem9. Ito na, binibigay na namin ang aming energy para sa FLA para ma-3-0 nila ang Sem9 ngayon.
Boop, boop. Ito na yun. Let's head into the game nga, Papi Dash. But man, this is very crucial series din. Kasi we are in the lower bracket and alam naman natin, this is a knockout series game. But you know what? Sa lahat ng manonood natin, of course, here in our streams, give your all supports sa FENNEL adversity because they will need it. So, of course, back to the ball game, Dash. With regards to the composition, scaling potential is there for the side of Sem9 here, but FENNEL adversity here. Again, the last pick, I'm really surprised Arise will be in this auction. Great mobility, though, pero kulang na kulang sila sa crowd control dito. Let's see if they'll be able to push it through.
Okay, so nakikita natin sa composition talaga nila. I'm really favoring the side of Sem9 dahil nga sinabi mo nga kanina, Deadeye, marami silang CC to make it work. But with the composition na pinut out ng FLA dito, ang kailangan lang nila gawin dito is hold this out until the late. Kasi yung only damage source naman ng Sem9 in the late game would be the Senna. Makukulangan sila sa damage. Yes, marami silang CC. Pero yung FLA, if you think about it, they have 3 damage sources. Yes, hindi sila hyper carries, but But the biggest thing here sa FLA is dahil wala rin naman hyper carry in the game, they would pose as good carries. Dahil nga meron naman silang Akshan, meron naman Jace, tsaka Ziggs, which is a lot of damage in the late game.
Yeah, great point. The distribution of damage sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. And what's great about this one is the pickup of the Gragas as well. Alam naman natin, of course, the composition here for the side of SEM9 really loves to have the 5v5 composition. Yes, they do have the crowd control dito, but with that explosive cast, if tama yung skill shot dito ni Raph on that ultimate, it will destroy yung formation dito ng SEM9 and give an opportunity for the side of FENNEL Adversity to go for that counter punch. Pero ito na nga, they should be very, very careful here this series. Again, knockout stage, pero sa top side, this is also very interesting because we have seen so far RH and Com, one of the players of each team na parang meron na silang carry role. This role right now is also a factor for the victory conditions for this side of SEM9 and FENNEL Adversity respectively.
Ito yung maganda sa composition ng FLA. Dahil nga, alam mo naman si Ziggs, meron silang mix of AP and AD damage sa side ng FLA, which is great. Pero ang kailangan natin tignan dito is paano magpa-pan out yung early stages ng objectives natin. FLA, kailangan nilang maging smart dito sa pag-take ng objectives natin kasi nga, wala pa silang very great damage potential. Yes, meron silang Arise. We can make a situation na yes, pwede sila magkaroon ng damage with Arise, pero SEM9 has the advantage. Yung kailangan talaga nila gawin dito is probably bigay mo na yung first objective or rather take the other objective na hindi kukunin ng SEM9.
Yeah, they should have that trade, not that contest in the early stage of the game. Anyway, again, point out mo, of course, Dash, maraming damage distribution din yung side ng FENNEL Adversity here, but we have to consider din that SEM9 has also the Senna and Nasus scaling potential, and Senna will be saggy on the player, of course, using this champion, will be the major threat sa late game natin, ladies and gentlemen. And with the history naman, in between SEM9 and FENNEL Adversity, not that much, but we have seen, of course, on December tournament, of course, it was FENNEL Adversity having this matchup 2-1 sa kanila. And sa recent nila ng match, of course, that was SEA Champs as well. 1-1 din yung score. So, hindi one-sided yung matchup ng dalawa. But those were the days. Iba na ngayon. Nakita na natin how FENNEL Adversity changes, but hold the thought. Parang we are seeing some dragon dance dito, Dash.
Gusto nila magsuntukan dito sa meron tayong Mountain Drake na gusto i-take rin ng FENNEL Adversity. But because nga nasa Izora Veki yung jungler nila dito, and remember, look at that. Look at the left side of the map. Wala pa siyang smite. So if ever i-take to, madaling i-take to na FLA. Mahirap to. Pag nakuha pa, mahirap na. And ito, papasok na nga sila. Nakuha nila yung Mountain Drake. Kung pasok si Izora Veki, wala na silang HP. Dawning Shadow comes out pero walang damage pass for Kuya Calm. And now, he would be able to flash away. Or B5, nabuhay pa nga sila. Na-hold itong si Doming. Meron pa siyang flash. Makakapag-flash away. And mabubuhay pa ata. Pero hindi, si RH natak pa nga siya. May kasama pang kill for the side of SEM9. Pero at least, nakuha ng FLA yung Drake. Tatak pa sila. Gusto pa nila lumaban dito. May slow pa si Winter pero hindi na sila tutuloy.
Wow, great transition right now for the side of SEM9 din. Going to take that first blood turrets here in this game. Pero miscalculation yun. Without that smite coming in from Izora Veki, alam ng FENNEL Adversity that they have the advantage. Yes, then now they have taken this dragon buff in the early stage of the game, but look at the sustain. Look at how the capability of SEM9 when it comes to team fights. Napaatras na lang lahat ng FENNEL Adversity doon, and they are very confident to push it through.
Ang maganda pa doon is si Calm, nag-demolition justice siya, pero si Izora Veki nakaka-crescent card. Dahil nag-flash out si Izora Veki, hindi nag-come through yung damage ng ulti, which is very nice. The reason why nakapag-turn around pa sila doon is because of that flash from Izora Veki. Pero to, nakita natin dito Deadeye, Ref Herald, tinitignan ito ng SEM9. Nakita natin, meron na silang first item. Mas favorable sa side ng SEM9 yung pagkakaroon ng first item. FLA, kailangan pa nila ng second item para maging effective, pero still, nire-risk pa rin na i-take to kasi meron naman silang poke damage.
Alright, this time around, Ref Herald naman tayo, no? So as you've mentioned, of course, first itemizations are in for both teams dito. Luden's Echo has been secured for the side of Chile, so that is gonna be additional magic damage going into his Twisted Fate, and meron naman siyang Destiny dito just in case to go for this brawl, and parang ibigay na nga ng side ng SEM9 dito, yung Ref Herald, but on the top side,
gusto nga ba nila ibigay ito? Kasi meron na nga naman silang Destiny.
Hindi pala.
Pwedeng i-pop later on. So if ever maglaban sila dito, meron silang Vision. Nakita natin, merong Mist. So if ever napapasok sila, magandang timing ito for their side. Pero alam naman, nakakaamoy na si Kuya Arais natin na yes, meron Destiny kaya kailangan ko na mag-rotate sa mid lane.
Oo nga eh. And we have seen the Yumus Ghost Blade being prioritized here by Domeng, so he needs that mobility as well to roam across the Wild Rift here because he is now the jungler, he has the damage as well, pero yung dalawang teams natin ngayon, they're just going here to secure this top river at this moment in time. Pero ito na nga, I think this is gonna be a team fight throwing in.
Oo, eto na, yung fight Destiny, pinaka nila sa likod. Nakita mo naman, meron silang decimate doon sa likod. Hindi masyado malakas yung damage, pero si RH na yung kanilang target. Maganda yung positioning na FLA kasi nakakapag-poke out pa sila against the members of Sen9. So FLA, talagang maganda na to para sa kanila. Si Ozora Veki, low on HP, wala pang Crescent Guard. So this would be an easy taking for their side. Kanina, ginamit lang nila yung Destiny and hindi sila naka-follow up. So this is easy taking. Good objective takings for FLA kasi nakuha nila pareho.
Exactly. Now this is gonna be time for them to put pressure sa middle lane. And tingnan naman, of course, the Sem9 trying to hold their ground. The Rift Herald has been summoned here.
Oo, sinama na agad sa mid lane. Gusto nila makakuha agad ng tower dito. Meron silang gold card na naghihintay kay Chili. Masastun pa ata nila pero hindi. Ito ang damage ni Shelly sa mid lane. Nakuha na nila. Sa FLA, talagang nagpo-put on lang sila ng pressure sa mid lane.
And this is gonna become nagsi-split push dito sa top side. Pero of course, map awareness is there. Napaback na lang siya. But we have to give credit, of course, of the zoning capability doon ng FENNEL Adversity, no? With that bouncing bombs, minefield, meron pa si Rak dito, of course. On his Gragas, napaka-atras yung Sem9. They have to respect it. And plus, nag-cool down pa yung mga ultimates doon coming in from Sem9. So, 2 objectives in a row. The Dragon as well as the Rift Herald will be in favor for the side of FENNEL Adversity. And this is what they want. Yung series nila kahapon, Dash. The macro was not there. That was the missing link here. But pero ngayon, nakikita na natin that FENNEL Adversity is doing this gameplay surgical, kumbaga.
Oo. Ito yung classic na FENNEL Adversity na kilala natin na very slow, very surgical, hanap ng objectives, kuha. Pag alam natin kaya nating i-take, yes, i-take natin yan. So yun yung ginagawa ng FENNEL Adversity dito. Talagang pinaglalaro lang nila yung Sem9 sa pacing nila. Lalo na pag nakikipaglaro ka sa pacing ng FENNEL Adversity, sinasabi nga namin, eto, sisimulan na nila yung laban, si Winter na force agad yung Fury of the Sands. So, mamaya, during the fight, wala siyang ult. So this is big na nakuha nila yung ultimate na yun, pero nagtatake sila ng time. Zora Becky, miss sila. So if ever napapasok sila dito, meron silang chance. So yan, slowly but surely. Pero parang ayaw pa rin nila makipaglaban dito. Pero ang pangit na position ng FENNEL Adversity ngayon. Kasi look at that, nakascatter sila all around. So hindi ito yung magandang positioning for their side. Si RH, low HP na, half HP na siya. Hindi na siya makakalaban dito. Pero nire-risk nila yung mid lane turret na favorite ng FLA. Alam naman natin na pag nawala tong mid lane turret ito, mapapahirap. Pero kukunin nila yung Infernal Blade. Ano yung positioning ng Sem9 do? Pero ito, papasok sila sa Ozora Becky. Pero Crescent Guard, oh no! Na-hold sila tatlo. Buti na lang, wala silang vision sa side ng mapa na yun. Explosive gas. Pero si Raph, mamamatay na. Pero okay lang. Nakuha nila Infernal Drake. Pero si Chili, anghang-anghang. Nakuha sila ng stun, gold card. Pero hindi pa rin tapos. Dahil,
maanghang-anghang
pa nila yung mid-lane turret ata. Gusto pa nila lumaban dito.
Yeah, they are going to push through. Putting pressure dito sa mid side against FENNEL Adversity. Pero very awkward yung nangyari yun, Dash. I don't know what just happened. Sem9 was in there in the face sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Parang hinintay nila na kunin yung dragon pa ng FENNEL Adversity. But medyo natagalan tayo sa Dragon Dance na yun. Because on the side of FENNEL Adversity, gusto nila i-bait out yung Sem9 doon. And Sem9, I don't know, they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity but they were just too late sa pag-contest na yun. Anyway, of course, Raph fall down but it was still worth it. 2 dragons in a row na dito sa side of FENNEL Adversity.
Hindi pa ata sila nagtitake ng kape nila sa Sem9 kasi binigay lang nila ng walang contest yung Infernal Drake na yun. Even yung mid lane turret nila, hindi nila nakuha. Tinatry kasi, yung nangyari kasi doon, yung FENNEL Adversity dahil may poke damage sila, na half HP si R-Hedge. Kaya, nag-think twice sila kung itatry ba nila na laban yung FENNEL Adversity. And napahirap yun. It's a good thing na FENNEL Adversity did that. Kasi even though na nakuha sila ng isang kill, at least hindi siya more damage sa side ng FLA.
Plus, wala pang Fury of the Sands doon si Winter. Pero this is gonna be a potential gank.
Okay, nakaslow sila. Pero, you know, may body slam naman sila. So, makakatakbo naman talaga siya. Yan, second item, power spikes yung tinitignan natin dito sa side ng FLA. Pero papasokin na ata nila sila. May explosive cast pa nga sila. Kukunin nila yung tower in the mid lane. Ginamit nila yung Mega Inferno Bomb kanina. So, wala na sila pa damage. Ito, nakuha pa nila yung kill with the Demolition Justice. Pa-follow up pa nga itong sa side nila si Domeng. Nako, para pumasok. Yata dun sa likod. Ito, may stun na naman. Pa-follow through on their side. And Sem9 takes 2 kills for their side for 1 in favor pa rin ng side ng Sem9. Gusto nila nila kunin yung tower dito. Meron pa ang sakit naman ng gold card na yon. Ang laki ng credit card. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb, mas masakit. And nakakuha sila ng 2 for 2. Good thing nakakuha sila ng trade sa side ng FLA.
Grabe, beautiful counter punches ng dalawang teams na to, Sem9 and FENNEL Adversity, showing micro skills as well when it comes to team fight, no? Pero overstaying their welcome yung ginawa doon ng Sem9. Alam naman nila, of course, Raph already back out doon with a body slam, but they forced the team fight doon. And that was, of course, a risk na ginawa doon ng Sem9. But still, it is still anybody's ball game at this moment in time. Nakita natin Dash, no? But with regards to itemizations right now, Arise here. Black Cleaver, you have a Storm Razor. Now he is scaling as well on this marksman. Remember, on the later stage of the game, hindi lang, of course, yung si Danny dito will have that burst damage potential. Arise also has the damage per second as well.
Yep. Yun nga hinihintay ko dito kasi si Chili, di ba, sa side ng Sem9. Hindi ko pa alam kung Chili na maanghang o Chili na malamig eh. Kaya hinihintay ko pa yung time na magamit pa niya Destiny niya na yun. Makapal na naman yung credit card niya kasi may rapid fire cannon na siya. Kaya pag binata niya yan, masakit na. Kaya kailangan irespeto ng FENNEL Adversity ito every time na nagpa-pop sila ng Destiny. Kasi si Chili ngayon, ang laking CC potential niya. Yung ginamit niya yung protobelt sa mid lane. Pero yung FENNEL Adversity, tignan mo, talagang hindi nila ginigive up yung mid lane turret nila.
Yeah, classic yung sinabi mga Dash. The classic FENNEL Adversity. They love this mid turret. And this mid turret hold, of course, will give them the map control dito sa game. Nahirapan ilang siege na yon, siege attempts na nakita natin from Sem9 just to take that turret. But sabi dito ng FENNEL Adversity, hold! Of course, wag muna kasi this is gonna be one of the advantages right now when it comes to map control. Now, FENNEL Adversity, ito na naman yung miss natin. They are looking for fight. Time and time again, Sem9 is doing this one, trying to go for the pick-off, pero hindi binibigay ng FENNEL Adversity. But this is gonna be a Dragon Dance.
Remember, may scutter sila. So, kita nila tong nangyayari na kinukuha yung Drake nila. Ang lakas ng poke damage ng FENNEL Adversity. Pwede nila yung explosive cast to Dimash and Justice. Patay agad yung nasa likod. And ito, tumutuloy pa sila. Meron silang gold card, pero hindi pa nila tinutuloy yung Drake. Gusto nila labanan, pero parang wala pang damage na nagka-control. Pero namatay na si Ozora Becky. So, isa na to sa mga advantage na nakuha nila. Inferno Bomb doon sa likod, half HP, halos na sila, low HP sa side si Arise, lumilipad, heroic swing, walang namatay. Pero meron pala, joke lang, sa side si Arise namatay, pero ace agad yung Sem9.
Basco plays once again for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Walang crowd control dito, Dash. What's the point of having this crowd control if mapaburst down mo agad yung mga players ng side of Sem9? Look at this one, great contest coming in from the side of FENNEL Adversity. The sustain coming in from Com is there. Meron siyang redemption as well, absorbing all the initial damage dito coming in from the side of Sem9. Grabe yung swing, grabe yung poke. Danny is there, as well as the Rise. Heroic swing lang doon against the side of Sem9, just poking each and everyone to the side of Sem9.
Get the reset. Yun yung hinahanap lang ni Arise every time na nakikipaglaban siya doon kasi yung heroic swing niya, nag-reset dahil sa dami ng kills na nakuha nila sa Sem9. And sinabi nga naman natin kanina, sinet na natin yung expectation sa ating mga audience ngayon, Dead-Eye, na yes, merong CC ang Sem9. Pero anong magagawa ng CC ko? Wala naman silang damage na kaya mag-follow through dun sa mga CC nila. Yung FENNEL Adversity, yes, damage. Meron silang CC kay Raph. Pero sapat na yun kasi at least meron silang damage.
Exactly. Speaking of damage, Rabadon that's cup, sapat na dito kay Danny. Nakita naman natin the bursting potential. Pero ito na naman yung miss dash.
Okay, gusto nila makipaglaban. Si Danny naging target. Hatak pa nga siya. Meron silang Zonya, Stasis. Nagamit pa nila. May Destiny para malaman kung nasan yung members ng FLA. Pero parang masyadong advance ata si Kuya Mochili. Kasabog na siya. Meron Stasis para makapag-buy ng time. Pero parang mamamatay pa rin siya dito sa likod. Nag-advance ata masyado yung FLA doon. Kasi wala si Kuya Mocalm dito sa laban na to. And si Arise, kailangan niya mapatay itong si Ozora Becky para ma-revive yung mga teammates nila. And makakapag-back away na sila doon. Kukuha na lang sila ng tower. Kukuha na lang sila ng advantage. Pero 2 for 1, slowly but surely daw, sabi ng Sem9.
Meron silang Baron buff dito. They're going to put pressure dito sa mid side. Pero of course, without Danny, it's gonna be difficult sa kanila to have this siege. Pero that was a great pick-off in fairness for the side of Sem9. Alam nila, of course, nakita nila si Com on the bot side. Walang frontliner dito. They have bursted down Danny and the Destiny coming in from Chile. Very aggressive din. But then again, overall, the team fight is in favor for the side of Sem9. Pero dito, FENNEL Adversity showing their dominance already dito, Dash. If this game prolongs, alam naman natin nun how powerful Doming, Arise, and Danny could get. Pero kailangan na dito ni Sagi to step up as well at the side of Sem9 because the damage output is still lacking for the side of S9.
Okay, so yung makikita natin dito, gusto nila labanan nito si Con sa bot lane. Pero remember, si R-Hedge ay merong 5 stacks against him. Pero hindi pa nila mapapatay ito kasi alam mo naman gaano kakunat si Calm with this Garen. And now, binabato na sila, binabombard na sila. Ang lakas na damage ito doon. Nakakatakot naman yun. Remember, itong Drakes na ang FENNEL adversity at this point. Nakuha pa nila yung Baron kanina. Ang daming towers in their favor. So, kailangan lang nila gawin dito is gawin lang yung usual na ginagawa nila. Hintayin nila lumabas yung Elder Cloud Drake kasi at this point in the game, ang lakas na ng damage ni Domeng pati ni Danny.
True. And we are now seeing the controlled aggression FENNEL adversity characteristic dash. This is great right now, and Calm right now is very tanky. Meron siyang redemption, of course, for additional sustain. Pero ito na nga, FENNEL adversity. I think they are just waiting for another objective this time around. Meron naman silang advantage when it comes to map control. Now the pressure is sa side ng SEM9. Paano nila gawin yung counter punch?
Okay, ito, lumalaban na nga, counter punch, Sebastian Justice, patay agad! Sa Sora Becky pa yung namatay, remember, Deadeye, wala na silang smite! So itong Elder off timing para sa SEM9.
Gandang pick-up doon coming in from the side of FENNEL adversity, pero hindi pa sila tapos. They are just going to go for him. Destiny dito!
Destiny, nag-flash pa nga, wala pa silang damage. Sinabi na nga namin ni Deadeye kanina, wala silang damage. Kaya yung FENNEL adversity, bato lang ng bato ng bomba with Danny in that side. So yun, Elder Cloud Drake, easy for the taking. Unless, was sila dito ng very aggressive play from the side of SEM9. Hindi na sila tutuloy kasi si Raph, alam mo naman, ang daming CC ni Raph. So if ever pumasok siya dito, yan na nga yung CC, si Winter, ginagamit na nga nila. Ito, lumipad pa nga si Arise sa likod and ginagamit siya ni R-Hedge dito. Hinahampas-hampas pero wala pang damage. May 5 sacks na sa ulo. Ito, nag-follow up! Noxian Guillotine! No! Ito ata yung turnaround na hinahanap nila pero ito, nag-take yung time up dito sa FLA. Makukuha pa rin nila Elder Cloud Drake, Demotion Justice, that's the second time. Ano ba yun? Bakit meron na naman sila sumata sa ulo? Swords of Revealing Light! And ito na yung kill. SEM9! Naubos na ng FLA. What are you gonna do with the last standing member? Ano yan? MVP? Wala magagawa yan si Ozora Becky. Laban sa apat na members na naghahabol na. Natapusin yung game natin dito, Deadeye.
Oh, ito na nga. Tries to go for the Lasura.
Oh, no, Lasura si Ozora Becky. No, wala kayong magagawa kasi FLA, eto na, yung energy natin ay nakuha ng FENNEL adversity. Kukunin nila yung first game against M9.
FENNEL adversity, ladies and gentlemen! Now, sila yung naka-first blood sa series natin, Dash. This is a momentum build-up na makikita natin. I just loving to see the old FENNEL adversity characteristics, no? Surgical at saka yung control aggression nandyan. I really doubted, to be honest, at first yung composition nila, Dash, because they do lack the crowd control, no? Nakita natin. But, yung sabi nga, anong crowd control? If you can burst your enemy down in an instant, it's gonna be a clean sweep when it comes to a team fight. No? Magandang performance pinakita dito ng FENNEL adversity, and hopefully tuloy-tuloy na to. Again, this is a lower bracket series. If matalo yung isang team, the losing team rather, will be knocked out dito sa tournament.
Sabi ko nga sa iyo, Deadeye, lista mo na itong 3-0 sa side ng ayun yung sa side ng FLA. Sorry. Pero yun, sa side ng FLA, nakita naman natin yun. Different talaga yung binibigay ni Raph tsaka ni Arisen whenever they switch up to support. And ito nakita naman natin yung classic na FENNEL adversity na nag-work against SEM9 before, and ito nag-work naman against them. And I'm really loving yung sabi mo nga kanina, surgical yung gameplay dito ng FENNEL adversity, and ang ganda ng performance nila right now.
Beautiful. Wala. Nakita nga natin on the side of SEM9 naman, miscalculation when it comes to Ozora Becky, no? When it comes to objectives, cool down palagi yung smite niya. So, I don't know, man. Pero tingnan natin, Dash, what is gonna be the post-match analysis coming in from the panel.
It's the first game, but hey, what really happened there?
Okay, I have a note. That's it.
There's only
it's
one.
Too far though. Oh my god.
It's not even a note.
Yeah, no.
They need to zoom it in. Zoom it in. Is it gonna be a note?
What are we looking at? What are we looking at here?
The notes I have for game number 1. Actually, for the entire series.
I
there you go.
It's just 2 words.
It's fine. Exactly.
It's just 2 words.
That's the only thing I have.
It's not even a note.
I have a lot of notes. Yeah, you have a lot of notes, right? But the only important part here is that FLA is winning. To be honest.
So I can just toss this notes
Okay, anyway.
Just toss it out.
I love that, I love that we have brought out, FLA really wanted the Balagbagan term to be their identity, because one of their most favorite champions is the Akshan. And trivia to everyone, what's the passive called? It's dirty fighting. So yeah, just so fitting that they have the dirty fighting identity with them. Game number 1 to us, but yeah, sorry, Chu. I really think it's going to be a 3-0.
She still has a chance. Like she said 3-2. Like there's still plenty of a chance for something to happen here. Okay, let's break this one down from the beginning, right? So we start this one off with draft. First thing that we saw, they tried to go for some pickoffs. They were looking for tempo. They needed to close the game quickly. Because you let Ziggs go into the late game, you're gonna lose, right? That's just the nature of the game. So they try to go for some pickoffs. They go into game and then they play for an early team fight. Goes decently, right? Play around the dragon. You get Darius pulling. Our Hedge did a great job mechanically. They look really clean at that first fight. And then they go into mid game and they forget they have a Twisted Fate. Why build the rapid fire cannon if you're not going to use it? If all you're going to do is let Darius step up, our Hedge step up to pull you in the upper hand, why even build a rapid fire cannon? Might as well go for a Hullbreaker, might as well go for a Rabadon's Death Cap, right? And you just get more value out of that.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well for FENNEL Adversity, they dropped the split push type of thing, at least for this game, right? A Rise on that Akshan could be a threat on the side lanes, and normally you would see Akshan to go for the Hullbreaker if that's the case, but they respected the identity of the team composition of S9 here. They know if they split the map, Chili could, potentially catch one person or another. We saw his very, very beautiful catch on Danny. By the way, shout out to Danny, 37k damage total on that Ziggs. I wanted him to pick that champion last time, right? And now we have it, and now we are reminded that Danny is a beast on this champion.
As Rico said, it's so pain.
It's so pain.
It's so pain. We saw how he just dropped the Mega Inferno Bomb. Definitely, it's just gonna drain out the HP come up from Sam9. They couldn't go in. The moment they want to actually reach to a side of Danny, the HP is like what? Maybe 100 HP left.
So what counters a very heavy poke composition? It's a very good engage, right? And S9, to me, they weren't as decisive as they should be. Grandin did say that they have this experience thing going on for them. But in that particular game, I feel that there's something missing. There's no decisive moment. Let's go in, right? There's no snap of a finger that, you know what, FLA is vulnerable here. Oh, actually, there was one point, right, when Danny was caught. But outside of that, all throughout that game, I believe FENNEL Adversity just, did the triangle choke on them. Just out of air.
Triangle choke?
They locked them in. You're right. Got the
We're
armor
gonna go
cross.
wrestling now?
It's jiu-jitsu.
It's jiu-jitsu.
It's jiu-jitsu.
Either way, I mean, it works out, right? You look at...
Okay, DPM.
You look at what happens here. Like, you give Danny that space, and what was really nice was, like, Wraith coming into play, playing the Gragas, had that impact there. We have to kind of, when you look back at what Sam9 kind of have to do, they try to go for the initiation, they want to make the Twisted Fate work, you have pretty good range on the Sinjal, and so Ozorveki can also be the one to initiate for the team. But look down the bottom side, Senna takes a while to scale up, Nasus never really gets closer to your opponents, right? Like, Winter has a tough time. He's getting severely outranged. Chuchu, you were mentioning how when in the fight, they couldn't go for it because Winter had to go back to base, come back. That's a symptom. That's a result of a problem that comes from drafting the Nasus being so short range. You get the Wither, the Jace, you get the kind of effect doming there, but beyond that, like, you just get poked out by Danny. I'm pretty sure a quarter of that damage per minute is on Winter alone.
Yeah. And again, finally, they have decided to pick up a Ziggs against a Nasus. We did say that Nasus is actually a champion that really counters ADs or marksmen just because of that Wither. Do you really affect Ziggs on that Wither? I don't think so. He will throw bombs from a mile away. Can't reach him. Youngblood. That's it.
I have to say, it's very hard for the side of Sam9 just now to reach at the back line coming up from the side of FFLA. And do we have any first aid or med kits here? Because I'm being bombarded with so many, they're just tossing it over to me. And I say, this is wrong, Chu. This is, you know what? They're slapping my face with facts right now that I can't answer. Because Sam9, what were you thinking? You mentioned, Grandin, that Twisted Fate is not at its full potential. It's like being a bit conservative when it comes to Chile.
Here's my thing. I'm looking at Sam9, right? And I think it's time to toss this composition out the window. On paper, in theory, it looks good. it should work out. For a lot of teams, I think they can make it work out. But for Sem9 now, what do they have in store for them? They have a lot of experience in the top half of the map, right? Top half of the map, Arhedge, Zoroveki, Chili, so much experience, veteran players that understand the game through and through. What do they have on the bottom side of the map? They have these incredible star players, these up-and-comers now, Sagi and Winter. Make that work. Make that work for that paycheck, right? They're coming in here. This is that time to shine against another incredibly strong bot lane duo. Danny and Rafe are an incredible testing ground and a hotbed for competition and experience and growth for these bot laners.
Exactly. So Sagi and Winter needs to work. That's my takeaway there, at least in this particular highlight.
And the auto win condition, make it work. You're not gonna put it in?
I know.
Auto win condition for Sem9, you're not gonna say it?
Yep.
It's not gonna do it. But we also mentioned the fact that it's a bit late when it comes to fighting for the dragons, right? They forced the fight after the dragon is down.
Yeah, that's right. FLA was one step ahead of Sem9 almost every time. Oh, okay. So this was actually a positive point already for Sem9. They were able to catch Danny at one point. However, yeah, this dragon fight, I thought Arhedge will be more aggressive here when we saw the mark already. The hemorrhage marks already being there means that he can just go on a rampage. He decided to pull back, and FENNEL adversity again for their composition. It's just about doing a box and protecting Danny because Danny is basically their carry.
What's the auto win condition for Sem9? Other than Sagi and Winter has to work, who should we shut down? Come on, Autolus, you can do this. This is your segment. Go ahead. Auto win conditions for us at least.
I'll think about
we're friends.
it.
We're
Maybe
friends.
on game number 3 because at least then I want them to win at least one game, right? I'll think about it.
It's not giving it away, but Brandon, do you think they have a shot here for a second game? Please don't say 3-0 now.
No, I'm still going to stick to my original score, but thinking about what could be done, right? Sem9 have come in here with this incredibly powerful bot lane duo. I think this should be a point they should leverage on. This should be something that they look towards. And it might not be in their wheelhouse to play for the double marksman, but if they have the opportunity to, if this is something they have been able to practice a little bit of, I think this is their last chance to pull it out, right? This is the final stage. This is the knockouts. This is, if they don't manage to win this series, they're done. That's a competitive run over. So they really have to just pull out all the stops. A little bit desperate, I'm not gonna lie. I really want to see the NYSG region succeed, but realistically, pragmatically, this is all we have.
And also, Riku mentioned the fact that Sagi used the marksman OADC just now was a bit more utility-wise instead of carrying out the game. But we haven't seen, honestly, in the MYSG region before that Sagi playing a lot when it comes to marksman that carrying out or scaling throughout the late game.
He's played Kaisa. He's played. I think he's tried against Raven's matchup with
Played a
Draven.
lot of
He
Morgana,
played like
though.
Varus and stuff. Sure, he's definitely played a lot of that. He's also had to flex the utility role. But I do look forward to seeing him play the marksman, the hyper carry. I think he even played Vayne, right? So like off the top of my head, yeah, I know that the guy can carry and can have that impact. They need that trust in him to make it happen.
I think this is that game, Brandon. I believe that this is the point in where Sem9 would decide to just go all in on their bot lane star duo because FENNEL adversity, again, very well documented there. If they get first pick, they will most likely prioritize the favorite champion of Danny, at least in this meta, and that's going to be the Senna.
And FLA make it so hard to play for a bot lane carry composition because you get rid of the Galio, so no easy taunt option, no easy peel for your marksman. You get rid of the Karma, you don't get an easy Enchanter, you don't get easy team fighting. It makes things so difficult. Sem9, even as they go into this one, you have to wonder what kind of priority picks can they really go for. They have to snatch away strong junglers, for example, and then it just kind of like pushes down the priority for a strong dragon laner.
Right. They have all the elements earlier just to help their bot lane. We all know Twisted Fate can help at least one lane, right? And Shelly, I don't think Destiny was used at all to help the Dragon lane or to help
Just
even
now,
the
yeah,
top
we
lane,
haven't
right?
seen any
There
of
was
Destiny.
really no impactful Destiny play.
Oh, I don't blame them. You saw how they actually just been staying
boxed,
yeah,
right?
they just
Exactly.
boxed all together
Group
for
of five.
FLA. So it's kind of hard to use Destiny on the
Let's see.
right time just now. So maybe they
Senna
will
ban, there
actually.
you go.
Jace is open.
Jace will most likely be first pick here by FENNEL adversity
That
because
is
they
fair.
have the luxury to put it on 3 different players. Again, we have Doming, the only player I believe, at least in this tournament, that really is very comfortable in using Jace in the jungle.
Like it gives them that aggressive option, and even if you look at other pickups to potentially counter the Jace, stuff like the Lucian, perhaps stuff like the Corki, and you can have good matchups, but it's still very stable and has a lot of power. FLA if the first pick Olaf.
This is already scary enough with Olaf already on their first draw
Yeah.
from FLA. Honestly speaking, Sam9 really have to crack their heads for this.
Yeah, this means that if they go for the Senna composition, they easily get countered, right? Regardless of what you pick here on the bot lane, it will be very scary. They're actually reading this as if that S9 will still... Oh, that's actually a good pick, at least for Sagi. If they go for the Ziggs, though.
Although they have to go for Rakan here, right? If they give Rakan the FLA, I think that's not going to look too good.
Indeed.
I think this has to be a Rakan pickup. The Ziggs Rakan, you can still flex the Ziggs into the mid lane and still give a lot of power over to Sagi. So I think that's their best option now. Thresh could also be decent here.
Oh,
they're taking away the Jace.
Yeah, they're not going to
0-2
give
yesterday for Sem9. Was played by Chili, was played by RH. No big difference over there. But we will see, at least in this particular game, Sem9, at least the first two picks, they want to go for the pro composition. This time they're going to borrow FLA. And there you go, Brandon. I think Omo is smiling at the backside saying that, good one, brother. Okay. All right, Rakan being picked up here for FENNEL University means that they have an engage already available for them. And that is the favorite champion of Rave.
There's so much flexibility with this Rakan. Not only is it that engage, like you mentioned, it's also that supplementary support, right? You get the RN sensor onto the Olaf, you get the additional shielding, and you also have so much independence with the Varus. He's long range, he sits back, he has some utility, he does it all.
Basically, you can impact the map. At level 3, you could leave Varus
from a screen away.
Yeah, exactly, unattended. Save to farm. Rave, again, on this champion, believe he's really the best, at least in our region, in maximizing the kit of Rakan. Not just for engages, but also for peeling.
I'm just waiting who's going to tank everything up.
Wow.
But you know what? Is this how fast I'm looking at Jarvan?
Second.
Okay, okay. But the thing is, they can actually opt out for Trash for Sem9 if they want to. Not wrong.
This is okay, because again, they're going back to the okay, they pick Olaf, we pick Jarvan, we basically do
the basics.
Yeah, Cataclysm onto the Olaf, and he cannot really go on a rampage, right? With that Ragnarok. Same goes with the Hexag Ultimatum of Camille, but Camille is definitely going to be banned against FLA, no less.
Banning out Darius next. What will be the response coming out from
That's
FLA?
interesting.
I mean, I don't think there's a big issue here for FLA. They can still go for so many options. You get rid of the Darius, they still set up, Renekton up. I mean, the ultimate goal here, just don't get a terribly losing matchup. You can have a losing matchup on your Baron side. Because of how strong your jungle bot side are right now, you're still going to have tempo throughout the game.
Exactly.
Just waiting, because right now I'm really scared of this Rakan. We do know how aggressive he can go and he can get with the Grand Entrance right on top. We've seen a 5-man Grand Entrance before. That's kind of possible when he played by FLA.
Sure, absolutely possible, right? And I think that's something that FLA want to try and get done, because when you have that, and an assassin as well. So I really like this ban from the Zed from Sem9, because when you have Wraith running in and pulling so much attention over, you have to be a little concerned about your backline. So potentially here from Sem9, most of the damage coming from the Ziggs. They want to make sure that it's going to be safe to get rid of a really strong assassin that deals with that. There we go.
I think this is going to be a Diana angle for FLA. Again, Arise loves the champion so much. Still is an assassin, but could set up the engage already for FLA. Again, looking at the composition of FLA, you have to be worried as to who goes with the Olaf, right? And that's actually a perfect champion. Now, wherever Olaf goes, he can have that Shen and he can have that Rakan follow him. Meanwhile, Varus stays behind. There we go.
There we go. Diana pick up.
Just
like you
go
mentioned,
in.
it's go in. It's a go in comp. Win the fight the second you go in.
I hate the fact they ban out Trash for the side of Sem9. You know I'm a die-hard fan for Sem9 here, definitely, but this looks a bit dim for Sem9 when it comes. It's doable, but when it comes to poking in the early stage, I definitely feel FLA got the advantage. When it comes to mobility, there's that. And also, United as well coming out from Shen. It's so easy, and it'll be answered with the Riven there.
I actually don't mind this. Actually, I kind of don't mind this that much, because think about what Sem9 have right now. If they got drafted another team fighter, they lose team fights flat out to FLA, right? So now their only hope is to have Riven split push and try and find value. Like have someone split push, maybe Riven team groups with the team, someone on Sem9 split push, Jace, Riven, or Set, and try to out macro FLA. Like find a window where you just push in, set yourselves up, cheese away a couple of objectives. Like I could see it. I could see what they want to
I see the split push angle here, Grandin. However, there still is that very big constraint that Shen really pressures your team on,
absolutely.
right? Exactly. If you go for a split push, that's a 4v5 effectively. Just one skill away from making it happen.
No, it's called River Shen for a reason. Definitely can control
At least
a
that's
lot
how
of
it's a
it.
Baron Shen, right? Baron Shen.
He can just flew over whenever he's needed. And also, we're looking over FLA. Will they actually dive as well if this can get a very aggressive game? But on the side of this
Discipline.
draft, you guys, what are your thoughts? Which one is more stable when it comes to the draft from both of you?
It's easier, ease of ease of execution will definitely be for FENNEL Adversity side, but Sem9 has a window here. If they will be more, how should I call this, disciplined, and at least pulling the trigger, just front to back, make sure that FENNEL Adversity goes and overcommit, there's a window for them to win.
It's all about the kiting, Grandin.
I think Sem9's kind of saved themselves with their last Riven pick, but it's still a very tough one.
Kaisers, are you ready as we're gonna jump into the rift right now for game number 2?
And nagbabalik na nga tayo dito sa Game 2. Maraming salamat panel and balik kami ang tandem ni Dash at Deadeye dito sa ating Caster's Desk. And so, balik tayo dito sa composition natin, Deadeye. Can you set some expectations para sa mga audience natin?
Of course, dito sa Game 2, I think I'm loving Sem9's composition, nice scaling capability, great synergy when it comes to team fight. Pero I think this is gonna be early aggression. Pero of course, it is gonna be calm, just backing away. I think this is may timer eh. Meron tayong timer dito against the side of FENNEL Adversity. Kasi you don't want these players, especially R-Hedge, Sagi, as well as Kili to have this scaling potential. Oh, pero grabe naman yun. That is a microplay na ginawa doon, of course, ni R-Hedge doon. But as I was saying, may timer dito yung side ng FENNEL Adversity. So they must have this early game control against Sem9. On the other side naman, FENNEL Adversity, yes, we do see maraming crowd control yung composition ng side ng Sem9. This is where Domeng's Olaf shine. That Ragnarok plus with that Stand United additional sustain can go into the backlines as well. Kailangan nila pitasin rather si Sagi as early as possible because this Sagi on the Ziggs will deal a lot of damage sa likod.
Sinabi rin naman ni Grandon kanina, no, Deadeye, yung si Sagi with the Ziggs. Kanina nakita natin to kay Danny, pero once na mag-late game to, dun na mahihirapan yung FENNEL Adversity para makapag-deal ng damage. Pero remember, they have a lot of damage, or rather, tanking potential rin kasi sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. So hindi rin natin pwede i-discount yung fact na pwede nila gawin yun. Pero ito nakita natin si Ozora Becky going for an aggressive jungle. Pero nakita natin sa bot side, parang gusto nila kumuha ng very aggressive play dito. Naiwan si Danny dito sa bot side, hindi sila makakuha ng aggressive push from them. Pero still, FENNEL Adversity, kailangan nila magmadali dito sa game na to. Kasi at this point, meron silang early game advantage.
Yeah, ito nga, I cannot blame na right now kung anong rotations ng FENNEL Adversity. Sinabi nga natin, they need to control the early game domination against Sem9. And what's great about the side of FENNEL Adversity then, marami silang access sa backlines like the Diana, we are seeing Doming on the Olaf as well, or Raze Rakan, which is now the first time kita natin here in the WCS Finals. Sinabi nga natin, na-witness na natin on how powerful Wraith can be in this champion, this Rakan. It is one of the one strategy here when it comes to the team fight. No, the initiations of Wraith here on his Rakan will change the tide of skirmishes here in the battle.
Sa dami na nakita nating setups ni Raph dito sa Rakan niya, i-expect natin yun, yung perfection later on pag lumalaban na sila, especially dito sa ating next objective, which would be the Cloud Drake. Maganda dito is that FLA, lamang sila dito sa objective na to, and nakikita naman natin si Danny, no? Nakakaamoy siya na pwede, dahil nga wala dito si Winter, pwede siyang i-gank dito ng Sem9.
Yeah, and I do believe meron silang scatter vision doon sa lower river. Alam nila, of course, meron niyang mga pro player spider senses eh. So I think he's playing safe there on the bot side. But anyway, here in the early stage of game, again, it is going to be now FENNEL Adversity should control. So I think we are going to see action is most likely kung yung mga objective natin will spawn in the game. Pero I think FENNEL Adversity should prioritize yung Rift Herald in this moment in time.
So nakikita natin chances dito ng FENNEL Adversity is, ang maganda dito sa composition nila is mag-stack sila ng Drakes. Dahil nga mas maganda yung stats ng Sem9 later on in the game kasi you know, their composition has a lot of damage nga naman as you remember. Kaya kailangan nila i-stack ng Drakes para at least later on meron silang stats na panglaban din, pangbalagbagan laban sa Sem9. Pero to, kita natin, Rift Herald yung gusto i-start ng Sem9 para mas mabilis yung power spikes nila.
Yeah, and alam ko, FENNEL Adversity don't want this one. Meron na silang vision. This is gonna be a Rift Herald dance, Dash.
Oo, gusto nila lumaban. Meron silang chain of corruption. Meron rin silang vision dito sa SEM9 na kitang-kita nila ako nasa yung members ng FENNEL Adversity. Kaya if ever makapaglaban sila dito, Danny masyadong aggressive ata yun. Mega Inferno Pump dun pa sa sweet spot. And si Winter, meron siyang flash. If ever that flash to Facebreaker would take down Danny. Masyado atang aggressive doon si Kuya mo Danny. And hindi nila makukuha tong Rift Herald. Even yung Drake natin. So meron pa silang timing kasi nagbaback pa si Ozora Becky.
Exactly, and that is a big kill coming in from side of Winter sa kanyang, of course, support champion doon with this first kill. And Cam has been punished as well on the top side. They are controlling by the hold, I thought.
Kita natin yung showstopper dito pero hindi na napunta dun sa point na yun kasi sumabog na agad si Winter. Ang lakas talaga ng early game ng isang Olaf. Pero ito nakita si Arhead, meron sila Ragnarok, Cataclysm nga, nag-flash pa sila, wala na, hindi nakagalaw. Sige ba Domeng, double kill agad sa side ng SEM9.
Beautiful!
Sila dito ng skill, ang ganda ng ginawa nila doon.
Ganda talaga. That, of course, Cataclysm. Pero ito, contest.
Moonfall, Sad United. Ito walang flash si Ozora Becky. So pwede sila lumaban. Wala pa sila damage dahil nga nabablock nila sa side dito ng FENNEL Adversity. So makukuha pa nila yung Cloud Drake. Wow, even without the smite.
Oh, wow. That was good offense from the side of SEM9. Better defense coming in from FENNEL Adversity. Nakabawi agad. They have controlled this dragon. As you have mentioned, of course, Dash, with this dragon taken away sa SEM9, nakakat yung scaling potential coming in from this team as well. Pero ito na nga si Winter trying to go for this solo kill sa bot.
Okay, gusto nila makapaglaban ng 1v1. Showstopper, remember nga, it's a tank. So itong showstopper niya, yes, tinatry niya kasi punta kay Arhedge kaya siya nag-showstopper. Pero not enough eh.
Yeah, not enough. But with regards to at this moment in time rather, meron na silang first itemization. Naka-hullbreaker na ngayon si Chili. Of course, pero I think this is now the pressure brewing in sa mid with, of course, napa-early.
Papasabugin nila tong Rift Herald na to ah. Ayun nga, sasabog nga tong Rift Herald na to sa mid lane. So sayang, nawala yung point tong Rift Herald kanina. Pero dahil wala vision dito sa bot side of the map, kumuha lang sila ng distraction sa mid lane para makuha nila yung tower in the bot lane. So very good macro from SEM9.
Yeah, still, of course, that is going to be a first blood turret in favor, rather, another objective for the side of SEM9. Distraction nga yung nangyari doon. But now, FENNEL Adversity just holding his ground. As I've discussed a while ago, naka-hullbreaker na nga dito si Chili. So there is going to be a pressure or isolation pressure na makikita natin soon enough in this game. And while the rest of the players coming in from SEM9 will scale, most likely to scale rather, across the Wild Rift. On the other side, dito, Roa pa lang dito kay Rice. Alam naman natin, Arise on that Diana. We have discussed this before, Dash. Pag si Arise nag-Diana, parang hindi nagiging utility yung Diana. Parang nagiging killer eh. Even though alam naman natin, he's the initiator, he also is a monster on this champion. Looking forward when it comes to a team fight as well.
Yeah, remember, ang maganda dito sa FENNEL, ang kailangan gawin ng FENNEL Adversity is gawing mataas yung kill count sa game na to. Kasi as long as meron silang kill advantage in their favor, mas lalamang sila sa SEM9 in the later stages of the game. Pero sa nakikita natin right now, merong 2K gold din yung SEM9 kasi nakakuha sila ng 2 towers agad eh.
Yeah, it is going to be, of course, objective advantage dito sa side ng SEM9. Nice macro nakita natin in the early start of the game, which is FENNEL Adversity should look out for. Rafe right now, of course, scanning and giving surveillance rather here in the bot side. Hindi pa naman natin nakita, no, the aggressive plays coming in from FENNEL Adversity, which should, but hold a thought on the top.
Okay, nakita natin dito sa top side, nakakapaglaban agad sila. Nag-flash na nga sila agad si Ozora Becky. Wala nang flash ito si Cole. Meron pa siyang barrier, so makakapag-survive siya for a bit. Itong wind slash from Arhedge, enough na. Pero ito, nandito na yung rest back ng mga kasapi natin. Ito, FENNEL Adversity goes in, and that's gonna be it. One on their toe, and Arhedge will be able to get out with the broken wings. Pero ito, nagtitik na yung ignite, pero hindi pa sila tapos dahil may 1 HP pa na natira kay Arhedge. Nakatulog pa sila na tower in the mid lane, pero si Raph kinuha yung kill. And again, another distraction from SEM9.
Wow, grabe. The macro plays, the sacrifice there. And of course, nakita natin yung Rafe's quill kill doon against Arhedge. Pero yeah, alam naman natin now that SEM9 is putting pressure, FENNEL Adversity through this map control by taking down Taris. Pero ito nga, Rift Herald dance once again.
naman nila, kumuha ng isang Ref Herald nito, nagtitake sa redemption, si Winter, remember, meron din siyang showstopper if ever makikipaglaban, Facebreaker has been put out, and ito yung laban nandito na with the Diana coming in, Arise was in, but 5-man showstopper onto the side of Sem9, pumolo pa ata sila, mukhang mamamatay, meron pa nakuha kill doon sa likod, pero ito si Danny, kailangan na mag-back kasi si Arhedge, magkakaroon na ng broken wings in just a bit, kaya kailangan nila protektahan itong si Danny, 2 for 1 so far, and parang si Calm na ata yung magiging sunod sa chopping block, almost getting the kill there, pero si Arhedge, oh no! Buti ka na mapatay, and nakapag-back away sila, at least nakakuha nila yung Ref Herald sa side ng FLA.
Yeah, exactly. They have taken that second objective rather in that Ref Herald dance. Pero that was very spicy yung balagbagan yung nangyari doon sa top river, no? We have seen Rave again with that great zone control. Nakita natin, of course, with the ground entrance. Pero nakapag-showstopper doon si si Winter, which gave them the ample time to go for that counter punch against FENNEL Adversity. Napaback nga sila doon. Pero take note, that poking potential from FENNEL Adversity is very devastating. Now taking, of course, casualties then for the side of Sam9. Pero ito, the second dragon is now up, Dash.
Ito yung susunod na Infernal Drake natin na makikita natin yung susunod na laban. So, itong Sem9, tinatry nila mag-poke kasi meron nga naman silang Jace, meron silang Ziggs sa side nila. So, if ever na makikipaglaban sila dito, kailangan muna nila ma-put to low HP itong si Domeng bago siya makapasok. Kasi remember, pag nag-Ragnarok na siya, lumalambot itong si Domeng. So, if ever low HP na siya, madali na siya i-take down. So, ito, ginagawa ng Sem9, try to take some vision, wala na silang ward sa side ng FLA, kaya mahihirapan na sila mag-contest if ever makukuha nila yung right timing dito.
And speaking of which, right timing should be very, very crucial here, especially for Rafe here. He is the man that the side of FENNEL Adversity is waiting for to initiate the team fight. Pero look at the positioning here from the side of Sem9. Nakaabang lang. They are ready for the contest. Naabangan nila. They are very cautiously taking this dragon right now. Infernal to which is very, very good in the later stages of the game.
Ito yung gusto nila. Gusto nila na exercise. Ito, nakita na nga nila agad si Domeng. Nagkataklisan na nga agad sila sa kanya. Nagamit na nila yung mga flash on the side of Domeng, so mahihirapan silang i-take to. Meron pa silang Ragnarok, hindi pa na-prepare ni Domeng yun. So if ever na gusto pa rin nila i-take, pwedeng-pwede pa nila gawin yun.
Wow, that was 3 Infernal Dragon resets. Will this be a deja vu? 11 Dragon resets? Huwag naman sana. Pero ito nga, FENNEL Adversity right now. Of course, Rafe still in the vicinity. They need vision. Meron silang ward dito. And this is very, very critical for Rafe in this moment.
So ang baba na ng HP ni Ozoroveki dito, pero ang galing ng ginagawa ng FLA dito, no? Binabayin lang nila yung time. Ayaw nila kasi na yung wave state ay nasa favor ng Sem9 bago nila i-take. Kaya ito, binato na nila yung Ref Herald sa taas. Alam nila na nandun si Domeng sa taas kasi siya yung may hawak nitong Ref Herald. Ginagawa nila yung distraction, ini-start na nila agad kasi magdating na a bit of time pa si Domeng para makapasok dito. So yun, meron silang vision. If ever nakukunin nila to, now is the time for the side rito. Ito nakita natin, Grand Entrance agad sa backline. Quickness of Ozoroveki. Nakuha agad sila na kill si Ozoroveki. Meron siyang kataklis na natamaan pa sila ng ultimate. Inferno Bomb, 1 HP. Oh no! Nakuha pa nga ng smite ni Ozoroveki yung kanilang Drake. And ito, nakuha sila ng objectives dahil nga nakuha na sila. Low HP yung Sem9. Pwede silang kumuha ng ibang objectives. So, lagi nag-target Grand Entrance. Hindi tumama pero enough na yun para makuha nila yung tower ito dito sa mid lane. At dito na sila lahat. IP dito sa backline. Si Calm, 1 HP. Si Arhedge may ultimate. So, if ever mag-flash siya, yun, nakuha na kanya sa likod. Hindi pa nila napatay. And at least, naka-back away pa yung side ng FENNEL Adversity doon.
Grabe nail biting naman, pero grabe pa rin si Chili, and now Rafe backs away. Grabe yung sustainability na pinakita doon ng FENNEL Adversity, but Sem9 smite Tiff on that Infernal Dragon. They did manage to take the objective, pero Domeng isolated.
Remember, meron siyang Ragnarok, so hindi siya matatakot. If ever nilabanan siya dito, meron siyang ultimate. If ever na kailangan niyang gamitin, ito si Arhedge, hinahabol na nga niya. Meron pa silang shielding sa kanilang side, pero hindi na sila tutuloy. At least nakapag-hit ng isa yung Ref Herald sa taas.
Yeah, it was, counter punch.
Ito, Grand Entrance na nga. Meron pong flash itong si Winter. If ever kailangan niya, Haymaker, meron flash, nakapag-back away, merong Gargle Enchant para makapabuhay pa ng orte. And 1 HP, kala ko pa, mapapatay pa ng FLA.
Board, nakadalagan pa si Board, pre. Nakatakas pa nga on that sequence. Ay, now, we have just discussed on that game 1 dash, the damage was the big factor, no, from Sem9. But this time around, sliver of health nakikita natin on that skirmishes time and time again. Hindi nila mapunit ito yung side ng Sem9. Speaking of which, as the game progresses, nagiging tanky na yung mga players dito ng side of Sem9. Look at this one. It is now Rafe doing that initiation with that sustain coming in from Redemption. just like that, like a boss, thief in the night, Ozora Feki out of nowhere, ang ganda din, of course, ng broken wings doon coming in from the side there of Arhedge, doing this micro plays, pinapakita din ng Sem9 that they are not, of course, to be underestimated in this series.
Yeah, nagcha-chadwalk lang itong si Ozora Feki kasi alam niya nga makunat siya, hindi naman siya mapapatay nila Domeng if ever na pumasok siya. So kaya nakuha niya na easily yung Drake sa side nila. Si Calm yung magiging target nila. Meron sila showstopper pero nakapag-dash away itong si Calm. Pero would they go for a risk? Wala pang tower na nakukuha yung FLA, no? Kaya ang lakas ng pressure na binibigay ng Sem9 sa kanila.
True, and speaking of pressure, parang 1-3-1 makikita natin dito. The formation coming in from Sem9 with our hedge going for that hull breaker as well. Chile Hullbreaker, they can go for a 1-3-1 setup dito. Pressure across the Wild Rift against FENNEL Adversity. Mahirapan sila because mobility is key. Pero ito na nga.
Yeah, si Arhel, siya hinahabol nila. Meron pa siyang broken wings. Pero gusto niya patubakbo, pero wala siyang flash. Kaya easy kill for the side of FLA. Great advantage. Pwede sila kumuha ng ibang objectives.
Yeah, will they be able to do so? Pero parang Sem9 very aggressive in this moment in time. They did not take advantage of that number, of course, against FENNEL Adversity dito. I really thought mag-go sila sa Baron dito, but they are still respecting, no? Even though kulang na kulang yung FENNEL Adversity doon, respecting this one. Pero ito na nga, Chile.
Oo, 1v1 against Olaf. No. Hindi ata yun yung maganda. Kasi yun, nakita natin, nag-back away siya, respect na nila. And ito, slowly but surely, the classic FLA playstyle. Kukuha ng objectives, pag may distracted sila, kukuha tayo. Sem9 nagawa nila yun kanina, pero dahil nga equal yung gold nila kanina pa, yung FENNEL Adversity, dahil nakakuha sila ng 2 2K gold din agad. Dahil nakuha nila yun.
Bago ko lang sinabi, Dash, na parang 1-3-1 formation yung gagamitin ng side ng Sem9. It was actually FENNEL Adversity. Kahit walang Hullbreaker, nandun sa top side. Of course, si Arise sa both side naman, si Domeng. And of course, consecutively, they have taken objectives against Sem9. Sila pa nga na macro outplay doon in that situation. But this third dragon is going to spawn in the pit. Very crucial dito. Again, you have mentioned this one, Dash. The dragon boss will give favor for Sem9 in their scaling potential in it. Dito, ibibigay, of course, likely ng side ng FENNEL Adversity.
Oo, ito. Nakita natin dito sa Sem9. Gusto nila makipaglaban dito sa Ocean Drake natin. Pero remember, meron tayong con, merong Stand United. Kaya, if ever makikipaglaban sila, yung TP kailangan gamitin dito ni Arhedge. Mahirap dito, if ever ma-off timing yung TP ni Calm, which is very important for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Si Rap naghahanap ng kanyang chance na makapasok dito. Remember, meron siyang flash. So if ever pumasok dito, tama-tama, dapat yung timing yan. Ito, nakita natin sa backline, hindi ito mama, pero may quickness pa. Ito, kataklisi pa ka. On their side, nakuha nila Ocean Drake, and this is good for them. Pero backside nila, nagkaroon ng access na yung members dito ng Sem9, and para po papasok na with the showstopper, hindi na tama kasi remember, meron silang Ragnarok. So Winter na yung kanila target. Hindi rin tama, pero Adversity humahabol pa rin. Si Arhedge yung target, wala pa silang damage. And ito, yung wins na siya ata, mapapatay dito si Arise. Pero hindi pa enough dahil nakapag-exhaust sila on the right timings. Stasis para mabuhay. 5 members on both sides, buhay na buhay sa FLA at Sem9.
Beautiful micro plays between these two teams. Once again, grabe naman ang series na to, Dash. Again, that was a sliver of help coming in from Arise. Grabe na pa-nail bite ako doon. But anyway, Sem9, very tanky. Pinakita lang dito, of course, ng Sem9 that their champions right now is not easy to be taken away in the Rift. With the Divine Thunderer, Hullbreakers in check, Black Cleaver, Statics gauge, Asterox gauge rather for Ozora Becky, kailangan nila damage talaga dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. But on that sequence, nakita natin, FENNEL Adversity showing their micro plays as well. Grabe, walang casualties na naganap on that long team fight na nangyayari. But right now, we are seeing again, split push coming in from the side of Sem9. Doon naman si Chile's top side. And again, Arhedge on the bot. A 1-3-1 formation once again.
Okay, yun talaga ang hirap dito sa FENNEL Adversity. Sinabi nga natin kanina, mahihirapan sila sa damage nila talaga. Nakikita na natin nag-show yun unti-unti ngayong game na to. So Sem9, ginagawa lang nila is every time na makikipag-fight sila, the longer the fight goes, the lesser the damage of FLA has. Kasi merong mas magandang potential of damage itong members ng Sem9. Kasi remember, they have a 6, they have a Jace. Ito, naghahanap sila ng potential for a kill. I hope na malaman ng FENNEL Adversity kasi one clash could be the end of this. 18 minutes on the clock. Domeng would be the target. Meron siyang flash if ever kailangan niya umalis. Hindi niya ginamit yung Ragnarok. Ngayon, dahil nawala sila nakakalisip, pwede sila pumalag dito. Ito, nakita na nga natin yung flash nila sa side nila. Ito, nakapag-knock up. 2 kills agad sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Pero ito, wala na damage sa side ng Zemnine. Nauubos na nga sila. Ito, nasa likod. Ito, si R-Hedge. Pero hindi niya makakakaya. Ito, si Danny. Dahil nga, chumong ang sinigaw dito ng FENNEL Adversity. Hahabol pa sila kay Dragon Ball. Sa grand entrance, hindi tumama. Pero ito, hahabol pa si Calm. Makapag-buy sila ng time. Pwede sila mag-push. If ever habulin na nito si Sagi, makakuha sila na maraming turrets sa stage nila kasi may 30 seconds on the clock dito sa side of M9. Ito, mapapatay pa nga nila. So, pwede nila tapusin ito. Remember, ito, kayang-kaya nila tapusin ito. 20 seconds on the clock. Dead-eye, ito ata. Hinahanap nila potential dito. Gusto nila na FENNEL Adversity. Hinahabol na nila. 20 seconds on the clock. 15 seconds. EP. Ito, nagdi-DP na to. Ito, kayang-kaya nila tapusin. Ito na nga si Danny. Ito na, FENNEL Adversity. Danny lang sa isang flash. Tatapusin na nila. Sabi nga ni Dead-Eye, ito na, 2-0 sa side ng FENNEL Adversity.
Wow! Just like that dash, just a single big team fight. Ubos lahat. Another Bascog play. Pinakita dito ng side ng FENNEL Adversity. That was insane. To be honest, parang medyo meron ako concern sa nangyari. Meron ko to na medyo kihado yung FENNEL Adversity doon. But again, do not doubt the Bascog of Philippine representatives, yung most especially FENNEL Adversity. Of course, grabe yung pinakita nito. That was an intense last, of course, team fight, no? Pinakita doon ng side of FENNEL Adversity. But, of course, but, you know, Dash, to be honest, in fairness, maganda din pinakita ng Sem9. They have shown a different look sa kanilang team doon. They have controlled actually the game as well. Pero Domeng stepping up as well on his Olaf. Malaking bagay yung Olaf na yun. With that great stand united as well, the sustain is there. And you have to see, of course, the prolonged team fight yung sinabi nga natin, which will give advantage for Sem9. Pero on that last team fight, surprise! FENNEL Adversity outplaying them.
O kasi one mistake lang yung hinahanap ng FENNEL Adversity doon. And yun yung mistake na nakita natin sa fight na yun. Nung fight na yun, na tinry nila mag-jump in kay Domeng, hindi niya ginamit yung Ragnarok niya. Nakapag-flash out agad siya, saktong-sakto yung stand united. And dahil doon, nakapag-turn around siya agad. Pero yun, that's just us. Pero hintayin natin yung post-match analysis ng ating panel.
But a lot of Domengs in the air. But where is Danny? Hello?
Yeah, like, FLA still managed to win that game. But a lot of that came down to the strong initiation, the fight starting that happened for the team. Good initiation, good shot calling, and this decisiveness to going together. But Danny, he doesn't seem as on-form model. What's going on?
I mean, dude, just almost not even worried, dude. Not even worried. I mean, Danny, I know, he's, you know, the built-up star here. And that's where FENNEL Adversity really advanced their playstyle. It's not all about Danny anymore. But yes, Danny, hey, you know what? Wake up. That should,
get the guy some coffee, quick.
That shouldn't happen. Let me just get that straight. That face check. The very early stages of the game, definitely against, you know, stronger teams will be heavily punished. But he redeemed himself. He redeemed himself at least in that last fight. There was an all-in attempt on him. But yeah, good fighting from Danny.
This was a relatively bloodless game, right? Yep. Like, a lot of the kills happened towards the rear end, towards that full sweep. Like, it was 7-6, and they got 5 kills to turn in like 12-6. It was only towards the very end that we actually see action happen. Danny has a lot of damage, and he's still a major part of the team, but it's not to the extent that we were expecting to see. What was surprising, though, was that Sem9, they got to the late game. Like, and they have the Ziggs.
Why surprised? Why are you surprised by that?
I thought that the problem for them was surviving the early game.
They have a Zig. Definitely is going to go late game.
For sure, no. But the thing is, Ziggs is good in the late game.
Yeah.
But he's so successful to getting dived, to getting like engaged on. Sem9 managed to survive through the early game. The Ziggs is online, and then they lose the game.
There were just a lot of disconnects still, though. I mean, yes, you survived the early game and you give yourself a chance. But if you really want to have that chance exponentiated to another level, you have to play clean from the get-go, especially against FENNEL Adversity. FENNEL Adversity is from the region. It's one of the strongest in Southeast Asia. Let's be fair. Right? Or let's be truthful, at least for this, right? Vietnam and the Philippines are really the top 2 regions that we have here in Southeast Asia, which means that at least, you know, the Filipinos are actually watching this right now. If they secure this win, we have at least one team one team already going over to the Icons Club Up.
And you're proud of it. Definitely you have to be proud of it. The one that actually devastated right now is going to be me. Yeah. How about we do a bit of a fun stuff, yeah? Other than just talking about how Sam9 just crushing my dreams as well. You know what? Stop roasting me. I heard you know a couple of fun stuff and trivia.
Definitely. Right? Trivia time. Let's go. Let's celebrate the players. Okay. Let me go first. Can we have the trivia for the FENNEL Varsity people first?
It's like begging for food.
Oh, there we go. Did you know FLA edition number 1? Danny's number one support. Number one support is his pillow.
What?
Yeah, he don't play without his pillow.
Is it specific pillow?
I don't know. Maybe he can sell it, right? I mean, Danny's pillow for sale gives you mechanics. And number 2, Rave pairs everything with Japanese mayo. You know Maggie, right? The fried noodles.
Yeah.
He will pair it. He will mix it up when
How?
I don't know. He just loves it.
Is Japanese mayo that different?
Some people will do it. Like there's
Like
a sweetness to it, right? It's like the yellow bottle of like the red nozzle, right? Like I love this stuff too, but like to put it with everything, that's a little much. That's a little much.
Maybe that's the reason why they're winning right now. We need a pillow for Sam9. We need a Japanese.
We need a pillow with Japanese mayo.
Okay, your turn.
That's too much information.
Let's get the Sam9 trivia up here as well. Oh, we actually have to play the game
Okay.
first. We'll go through this one first.
The MVP this time, we're not surprised at all with that Olaf. This definitely with there's not that much. It's not a double-digit KDA like we had back then. You know, today we have a lot of double-digit, but Domeng did a decent round just now, and there's so many Domengs mentioned in the air coming up from our casters as well. So with the damage output, still decent for me, but 83 kill potential. He's just everywhere.
I mean, most of his just damage, like most of his team's damage is going to come from the Olaf. They've drafted for an Olaf composition. He better be part of these fights. And for good reason as well, right? You think about what happens here, most of the risk for Sam9 is overextending, committing to the fights too heavily, which is what we see happened, which is what we didn't really see happen that much with Sam9 to begin with. Sam9 was still quite controlled, quite measured. They didn't throw the game early. That's how they built that early lead. And then once we started going to the late game, I think they started feeling the pressure.
Exactly.
Like, the heat was on.
And a very good reminder why Olaf is almost permanent against so many teams right now. It's because of the items, right? Black Cleaver, Divine Thunder, Let's Dance, Match Made in Heaven, I guess. I believe for the Olaf in this particular patch.
Yeah, the Death Dance. I have to say the rework really is kind of work things out when it comes to. But still, we want to know the trivia coming from Sam9. Okay, I finally got it. I want to know. But you know what? It's going to be the highlight. Just because the highlight, I also want to mention and point it out. You know, we saw Sam9 got the lead just now, but they sort of desperate with the double hull breaker. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's desperation per se. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think they had a specific read on the game, right? So here's how I kind of see things. They initially tried to draft for a composition that could play together. Once we saw the Shin come out, that changed the dynamic dramatically. And so they needed a really strong Baron laner. In this case, it happened to be Arhedge's Riven. He's done really well in that with the WCS NYSG in his own regional league. The problem here being they kind of didn't correctly identify this, I think. The Shin is going to join into a side lane and make that 2 versus 1. Now you're playing 1-3-1. You're gonna have 3 people against the 3 people left on FLA side. If you're playing 4-1, you have 4 versus 3, and that gives you the edge. You get to pull the trigger and win a fight potentially.
That was actually a very good display of how FLA does things, right? They know that their draft is all about going all in, but at certain points in the game, since Danny is the one shot calling, he will just pull everyone. Hey, you know what? Protect me, protect me. That's his call, and regardless of what composition they do, it's a very straight out. It's a dive-in composition. But when was the last time we saw an Olaf peeling for an AD carry? Just FLA things.
Just FLA stuff. But I have to say, even though Danny is not that flashy just now, but he still actually put out the work that he needs to be done, everything that needs to be done. We saw the damage output coming from Danny and Domeng is quite high. And it's just, I love the fact how FLA read out everything so quickly and adapt to it. But this is what Sam9 has to do as well. This is their last chance.
Do or die, baby.
Do or die.
Yeah.
Sam9.
Again, as I am a good friend of the Malaysian
Stop saying you're a good friend.
Are you trying to disown me? But yes, please. I'm willing to at least go to
we got this.
game number 4.
We got this. Okay. We have. Did you know Sem 9 edition, right? So the first one, Sagi just graduated.
High
Wow. That's college.
College.
He's not that young. I know the guy is like, he's got the young looks, but he's not that young.
Okay, you got the baby face.
That's true.
The guy's an up and comer. You know, stay in school, finish it, right? There's so much ahead of you guys. It's just such a cool thing to see Sagi joining us here now. And the second thing, the Sem 9 team cat, Yoda it is called.
Wow, he really did the impression.
Sounds very wise.
Yoda, it is good. Let's go.
Imagine Yoda actually mewing the reverse way, how Yoda talk. How would it actually sound like?
I don't know how dyslexic meowing would sound like.
I mean, imagine a cat with a Jedi power, right? That would be so cool.
That is that's so terrifying. Imagine the chaos in your house. Like you thought that the cat knocks over a cup. Imagine now it's your shelf just brings the whole thing toppling over.
Right, the Force.
They don't even have Jedi powers now. It's already toppling over all over the place for the stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine with Jedi powers.
You know what? Actually, we don't know yet. Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Like, can I tell you guys a story?
Go ahead.
Can I tell you guys a story, right? I have a friend. I go over to his house pretty often, and he has a bunch of pets, like multiple cats, multiple dogs.
Zoo.
Basically, menagerie, right? And so he has this cat. Brings it back from a different country. You know, they've been reunited after a long time. Within the first week of the cat coming back, because it was last year around Christmas time, so they still had the reef up, right?
Yep.
The cat knocked over a candle, somehow tossed the candle close enough to the reef, knocked over the reef, and set the reef on fire.
Oh!
Could you imagine that? The amount of effort necessary for the cat to set that thing on fire and almost set the house on fire.
Without Jedi powers.
Within the first week of bringing the cat back, without Jedi powers.
Wait.
That's just how
You're
scary
painting
cat.
cats so bad right now, Brandon.
I'm more of a dog person anyway.
Are you trying to alienate yourself from, cat lovers right now?
No, it's still super cool. No, I just think this is a side of the ingenuity and the genius of cats. But like, keep them away from open flames, please. PSA, please keep them away from open flames.
My first question is, last point. You know what my first question is when you said, a long time ago, this cat, meets his master. Does the cat really remember his master?
I don't know.
Right? Cat actually do. You know
Do
what?
they?
Yeah, and their whiskers are actually guiding them as a GPS, so they know which way to go.
Oh,
and it
wow,
balances out
okay.
their body. But speaking of cats, the cat's
Sorry,
not
the lab.
looking good right now. It's going to be Sem 9 with their last chance, their last shot. That's why you don't actually vote for Sem 9 today, Brandon, because they're cats and you're... cats are just...
Let's not go there.
One thing though, Sem 9 swag kit, everything, dude, so fire. That jogging pants? I don't know what you call it though.
Jogging pants?
Yeah,
The sweatpants.
Yeah, sweatpants. Right?
What, the suit coming from Sem 9?
Oh, there you go. Smile for us, baby. Haha.
Right, they look very serious. I'm loving their tracksuit, like the whole thing. I wish all South Asia teams are sort of having their own uniforms that kind of this very, sporty uniform. There you go.
Yeah.
It looks very comfortable.
Going back into the game though.
Yep.
We have Karma being banned away, and also the Galio. But Yumi still being respected here by S9. Maybe an over-respect, but I will still understand. You take it away from the Filipino teams. Period.
I think the question here for Sem 9 is, do we ban away the Senna, do we ban away the Olaf? I think Olaf is a bigger issue. I think Senna has a bit more counterplay. So FLA, I think if they want to go for the Senna here, Sem 9 could potentially pull something out, play for a little bit more aggression. That's looked to be the better option for this team.
There's also the Set and the Jace letting loose here. So definitely FLA have so many options. If they want to flex it out for a bit, they can.
I think they're okay with not picking Senna first here. Against the Vietnam teams, you would go for Senna first. Yeah, exactly. Against the other teams that really heavily prioritize the Senna and can really make it work, you go for it. But this time, just go for some... I'm sorry about that.
If they can make it work.
I'm sorry about that. But yes, we have a Jace that can still be flexed on 3 different lanes. Dumbing or Rise Calm. We'll just have, a mini game. Okay? Who's going to play the Jace? Oh, it's you.
And now, Sem 9 snatching away the Rakan from FLA. So this is going to be a huge statement. We do know Winter can actually play well with this Rakan. But I'm more of his trash fan,
This this is interesting. At the same time, I have to say, I don't like the set. If you're going to go for the Rakan, like, there's no point to show the set so early on. And on the side of FLA, now they have this option to go for the Thresh, right? It's a good matchup against the Rakan. You have quite a good amount of utility. You have this pick-off potential. And it's to define your composition early. I think the Sam9 here, they're looking at this in retrospect. They identify what was the major issue we had last game. It was the Rakan. But why is the Rakan such a big problem? Because there was an Olaf paired together with it that isn't this high of a priority. It's artificial. Sam9 are kind of reeling after the last game.
I'm going for a reach here. And I just hope that this Rakan goes to the mid lane and surprise FLA right from the get-go.
If it does, that would actually be a really good pivoting point for Sam9.
Yeah.
If that's going to happen.
You have to
That's
surprise,
a big if there.
You have to surprise FLA. They're weak against surprises, I tell you.
Have
I
you
know
seen
this team.
Chile on
Now that we're 2 games out, now that FLA is 2 games up, Otto is confident to give you like some tips against FLA. It's like,
Finally, the auto win condition.
Where they're bad, where FLA is bad against surprises. Now that they're 2 games up and like on the cusp of victory.
And believe me, it's strong though. I mean, Rakan in a set. Believe me,
definitely,
Rakan in the mid lane is like, you know,
it's a crazy
very
crowd
good
control.
AP scaling.
Yep, that's kind of true, and also very good setting. But the Lux coming out.
Okay, this is a
time.
Saggy champion. This is Saggy champion. We have noted down that this is a champion that, you know, Saggy really is comfortable in using and can really make, tons of damage from a mile away, similar to a Varus.
Don't punch me. The way he's just gonna jab me right now, I'm so scared.
Balag-bagan.
Bagat-bagan.
Balag-bagan.
Balag-bagan.
Alright.
Which one is the dirty one? Balag or bagan?
Nah.
None of it?
None of it.
A lot to be seen here from Sam9, right? So what they kind of need now is not they still need a really strong mid laner unless they bring the Rakan in here, and they still need to have the support isn't in place. So the question is if they're gonna try and run something in the jungle, or if the set's gonna try and run in there. It's a little bit confusing now for Sam9. They're trying to get rid of a lot of the pull here. I think Lee Sin's gonna be heavily prioritized next because I think that's the kind of initiation they need. But seeing how Zervek has been playing, Xin Zhao, Javan just seem to be the more default options for Sam9.
Xin Zhao is a good option for SM9, at least in this particular composition, because you have a Varus and you also have a Jace that really goes for the pokes. Rengar being bad away here. Okay, you're right on this one.
They do go for Lee Sin.
Wow, interesting.
I mean, that's what I was hoping for, but I didn't think they were actually going to do it.
Exactly. I mean, it's not really a Veki champion, is it?
No, it's not. Like, he's played a lot of Xin Zhao. He likes to play the Initiator.
No, he actually plays a lot of Lee Sin.
He's definitely played a couple of games of Lee Sin, but against usually opponents that Sam9 outclasses, right? Like they punch above they're punching below their weight when they play Lee Sin. Now that they're going up against a stronger opponent, it surprises me that they've gone for something that's mechanically intensive.
Now they're still FENNEL University. Could still go for the mid laner here because I believe this Jace will go to the jungle once more for FLA. Still, you know, tempo wise, it's not the fastest, but it's doable. It's bearable. Game number 1, we've already seen it from FLA. Now we're just waiting to see what their last pick is going to be. Oh, what?
It is the Jace
so
jungle.
Boring.
What do you mean so boring?
I mean, I expected something more interesting coming out from FLA.
FLA just want to win the game auto. They just want to 3-0 them. Type of Death Sam9.
It's so boring. Why the Ari?
Not only do you have to win the game, you also have to entertain auto while you're doing it. It's a lot of pressure on FLA. I really like how I like Sam9's composition this time around though. Like they've managed to round off the composition with the Corki. I think that looks pretty good for them. I hope it actually goes on to Sagi. I feel like Chile can do quite a bit with that, but I prefer him on a control mage, on some utility. Unfortunately, at the same time, I don't think the Lux does that well into the Ahri. So I think it has to go Sagi.
Yeah, it has to be the Corki going into the mid lane, right, Chile? Sagi's champion on that, Sagi selecting this Lux. It's actually a positive point for S9. Again, going back here too. Is it doable? Very, very doable.
Everything is doable on paper.
But ease of execution definitely on the side of FENNEL. That's why I call it boring, right? Very straightforward.
Because it's gonna be easy for FLA.
It's not that. It's just so easy to execute. There's really nothing complex about this.
That's kind of true, actually. Coming up with the start up, Ahri really good when it comes with the charms, follow up with all the rest of the team. Both teams actually have a quite good control as well if they want to go fight all the way.
Yeah. I mean, fight they will, for sure.
You become Yoda now?
And Sam9 need to. This is a really difficult spot for them. Like, Sam9 have to be the aggressors in this case.
Fight they will. But Casas, take it away. Into the rift we go.
Ang pagbabalik dito sa last game ay hindi pa pala last game ng FENNEL University versus Sem9. And kami ulit, yung mga casters nyo. O nga pala si Dash, kasama ko dito uli si Deadeye. And sarang kita natin sa composition agad. Nakikipagsuntukan agad dito si Onhesh. Literally, suntukan agad sila sa top side. Pero balik tayo sa sinabi ko. Pick composition, Deadeye. Ito, yung favorite ng FENNEL Adversity.
Exactly! And pinakita lang dito na confident na sila. Pero sinabi mo yung intro, emotional damage yung Dash. Ikaw Pero,
akin.
Pero ito na naman tayo, Dash. Yung composition, puro CC. Wala naman damage. Yun, emotional damage again.
Yung problema dito, no?
Pero kidding aside, Sem9 right now, of course, meron silang maraming frontliner, especially you have RH here. You have Winter as well sa Set and Rakan respectively. So initiations will be one of their advantage here. And of course, Zoraveki on that Lee Sin can also initiate team fight. Pero nakita natin, of course, on the previous skirmishes, it is one of their downside. Parang awkward yung Sem9 mag-initiate ng mga team fights unlike FENNEL Adversity. Pero dito sa bot side, of course, the typical Varus and the Thresh combo. Very devastating, very high offensive duo against Winter dito and Sagi.
And remember, lalong-lalo na it's a Lux that they're fighting against. Napakadali itong mabully dahil nga after 2 skills, wala na nga rin naman DPS itong si Lux. Kaya every time, kailangan lang nila maging careful dun sa mga light binding. Pero ito, nakikita natin sa top side, kinukuha agad nila yung kanilang mga objectives dito. So if ever, I think nakakuha sila ng hook dun sa bottom side. No? Kaya na-pop na agad yung Ignite. If ever lalaban sila, tumama nga dito yung Shock Blast kay Winter. Pero na-hold na nga sila ng light binding. Ito, pupunta sila sa backside. Sagi yung magiging target. May piercing arrow sila. If ever gusto na nila mapatay ito, oh no, nakakuha pa sila ng isang kill. Parang mali ata yung pasok dito ng FENNEL Adversity, pero at least it's just a 1-for-1 kasi execute yung isa
Execute
sa tower.
nangyari. Execute nga nangyari. Hindi nakapag-hit doon si Sagi, unfortunately. Pero of course, it will still be first blood advantage for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Yup, miscalculation nakita natin. But that was the typical FENNEL Adversity in the early stage of the game. Mahilig talaga sila mag-rotate on the side lanes na nakita na natin dito. Of course, Sagi using his flash. And of course, pero si Rome medyo late sa respond na yon. Sagi managed to hold his ground. Unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha yung first blood na yon on the side of Sem9. But still, FENNEL Adversity showing early aggression. Same thing na nakita natin game 1 and game 2.
And sa nakikita natin ngayon, Deadeye, sa composition pa lang, makikita natin yung damage ng Sem9 all comes down to magic damage. So if ever makikipaglaban sila later on, pwede lang mag-build ng magic resistances ang FENNEL Adversity and problem solved agad yung damage ng Sem9. So FENNEL Adversity, hintayin lang nila na magkaroon sila ng ganong items. After the first 2 items, pwede na sila mag-build ng defensive items. So yun yung hinihintay natin ng point para mag-turn around yung power spike nila against it. Pero remember, it's still a big composition. FLA is very well known sa ganito mga composition. Pero ito, nakita natin, showstopper agad sa offside. Wala nang reaction pa sa side ng FLA. Hindi sila nakakuha ng reaction play. And that is another kill for the side of Sem9.
Too late on. Si Rafe, of course, and Doming tried to go for that response. And great pick off once again for the side of Sem9 doon. So, yung sinabi nga natin, initiation-wise, magandang advantage, of course, sa hampon picks dito ng side ng Sem9. On the side of FLA, though, when it comes to team fight din, meron din sila mga pang-counter attack, especially Rafe here on the Thresh with the box. Meron din si Com. Of course, for that mini-stun as well. And with a Rise right now, nakita natin on this Ari, yung sinabi mga Dash, pick off, comp is the key for the side of FENNEL Adversity. And ito na nga, on that lower river, parang makikita tayo ng action.
Yun yung nakikita natin, nagsashine talaga yung FENNEL Adversity sa mga ganito. Kaya hinihintay nila talaga itong objective na to na mag-come out bago nila ilabas yung mga muscles nila. So ito, kukunin na agad nila yung Drake. Infernal Drake, mind you. Ito yung kailangan nila sa isang pick composition. The extra damage is very much welcome sa FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, I think this is a great trade in favor of the FENNEL Adversity. Kaya mostly, depende rin sa victory conditions, if you want to go for the referral, which is Sem9 is doing right now, putting pressure on the top side. Probably, most likely, rather, Hindi nila pitasin, of course, yung turret. I really thought na they are going to push through, punishing the top side dito against FENNEL Varsity, pero hindi nangyari yun. Waiting for another opportunity in this moment in time. But anyway, of course, with this Infernal Dragon on our side ng FENNEL Varsity, meron na silang advantage when it comes to later stages of the game. And I'm really looking forward din sa heavy aggression coming in from the side of Arai sa kanyang Ari. But so far, Ozora Becky is very, very proactive across the rift. So ito na, Referral.
Ginawa agad nila. May Dragon Rage pa nga nakasama pero hindi pa rin nila makukuha yung kill dito sa side nila. Ay, yung flash, pero meron pa silang safeguard dito. Pwede nilang tanggalin to eh. Yung Drake na to, parang hindi yata makuha yung Referral, pero to, na-cancel pa nga doon sa backside na tama yung grand entrance onto them, pero may Chain of Corruption para mapatay itong si Winter. Winter ata mamamatay, pero hindi pa rin tapos. Dahil hindi pa nila nakill si Winter kahit 1 HP na nga lang. And nakuha pa yung tower sa bot side.
Great move from Sem9 doon. Punishing, of course, the bot side, taking the turret, plus si Arise din on that Ari. So, this is the macro plays we're seeing from Sem9 right now. If this continues though, mapapunish dito yung FENNEL Varsity when it comes to the map control. Pero of course, holding their ground pa rin, Yumus Ghostblade, first activations are up. Dito, coming in from Domeng, and Blade of the Ruined King naman dito kay Com. So, at least, nakita natin, the progression is still there for the side of FENNEL Varsity.
Okay, so nakikita natin sa itemization ngayon, Deadeye, no? Si Chili, nag-go siya ng Divines on their Black Cleaver route, so hindi tayo mag-expect ng mas malaking damage in the later stages of the game. If he went to the crit route na usual na nakikita natin, pero to topside Winter, so yata makakuha ng kill dito, may Grand Entrance. Remember, may dominance pa tong si Calm. If ever makikipaglaban pa siya dito, so nag-flash out na siya, that's enough for them to get it. And ayun, hindi pa rin nila nakuha yung kill.
Yun nga, back to your point, Dash, no? Define Sunderer yung build dito ni Chili. And I really thought is going to go for that critical damage build because sinabi na nga natin, they need that damage. Yes, in the early start of the game, marami silang pick-off dito, maraming combo, maraming, of course, opportunities for them to scale. Pero, yeah, one of the concern for me right now is the late game power. Will they rely mostly dito kay Sagi sa kanyang burst potential? I think Chili should step up in this damage department as well.
Kasi remember yung bibuild dito ni Chili. Magba-Black Cleaver siya na second item. Wag nag-Black Cleaver siya, sino yung magbe-benefit doon? Si Arhes siya si Ozora Becky lang. Kasi most of the armor damage dito na Chili at si Chili, si Sagi, magic damage to eh. So parang wala lang din yung Black Cleaver na to. So maybe this would bite them in the back later on, which is good for FENNEL Adversity. At least ito, natamaan na nga. Ito, hindi na magpa-follow up. Chain of Corruption comes out. And tama-tama yung timing ng Charm doon. Isang piercing arrow na lang. Mapapatay na sana yung members ng Sem9. It's a good thing na hindi naka-cooldown yun sa side ni Danny. Kundi patay na sana yung members ng Sem9.
Dito lang nga si Rafe dito with that lantern. Going to go for the counter punch, pero of course nakuha-escape pa nga yung Sem9 in that moment. Pero grabe, just a split second, no? Nakapag-counter agad doon si Danny with the Chain of Corruption. Pero nandito si Chili, hiding in the brushes, Dash.
Okay, nandito na si Chili. Nasa likod, wala kasama. Valkyrie makakancel, pero si Danny nakapag-flash away din. Pero may barrier pa kasi sila doon sa side nila. Si Ozora Becky nakapag-Sonic Wave. Hindi tutuloy. Dito na si Sagi. Yung damage, so hindi. Okay, babak na rin sila. Wala pa rin tayo nakikita ang kill, Deadeye.
Ito nga yung sinasabi natin. Yes, palagi nilang merong initiation dito ng Sem9. They are feeling ko nagiging cautious na sila eh. Again, one more win for FENNEL Adversity, and mistakes will be, of course, very grave, no? The consequence of this series, especially match point game na to in favor for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Sem9, gusto nila, of course, to take those skirmishes, parang slowly but surely, dapat gusto nila perfect yung gameplay. Pero ito, this is gonna be another trade between two teams.
Okay. Interestingly, nakikipag-trade yung Sem9 sa kanila. And remember, with what we said, with what we established a while ago, yes, they have the extra health, they have the... Ang ginagawa kasi ni Chili dito, parang tinatraverse niya yung early game power spike nito ni Corkis. Wala siyang late game power spike, pero at least may early game presence siya compared to the normal natin na Corki, which is going good so far, no? Sa side ng Sem9. I hope na magtuloy-tuloy to kasi if hindi nila mas-snowball to, FENNEL Adversity would have a lot of damage. Remember, the composition is built for damage. So, Valkyrie, package, hindi pa natin nakikita nagagamit in a team fight. Pero parang team fight sila dito, Deadeye. Gusto nila lumaban, Chain of Corruption, meron pa silang dash away. So, hindi na makukontinue yung fight dito. Wow, that damage! Woo! Buti na lang, hindi tumuloy.
Aragoy Tiyoy, sakit katama yung nangyari doon with that shock blast coming in from the side of Doming doon. And yes, you know, we mentioned the build of itemizations, no? The build path rather for Sem9. Parang defensive eh. This one, Edge of Night, coming in from Ozorabeki. Divine Thunder na agad, Rebel Chili. Kailangan nila ng damage. Ito na naman tayo, Dashi. Crowd control pero walang damage. But speaking of which, team fight dito sa mid.
Okay, tinry niya si Ozorabeki. Tinry gumawa ng play pero ito, tinamaan naman sa likod. And may root pa nga nakasama. And at least nakakuha sila ng kill. Pero look at the gold lead dito, Deadeye. Equal na sila.
And this is a great macro plays because Domeng doon sa top side nakapag-push, putting pressure. Pero
ang ganda naman ng facebreaker na yun pero walang follow-up, chain of corruption para hindi sila makatuloy and showstopper. Parang nahinto ata pero tinabahan na like minding. Naku naman, tinamaan si Kuya mo Danny kaya namatay na nga siya. Pero at least hindi ganun kalaking lead yun for the side of Sem9.
Yeah, pero naku po. Si Danny doon na one shot, one kill doon. Kami yan Masagi and itemization. Yeah, pero itong sinasabi natin na Dash they are relying sa damage output kay Sagi. Look at this one. This is gonna be Rabadon's Death Cup next in line sa kanyang inventory dito, Rodin's Echo. Pero yeah, marami silang crowd control. I think this is what they want. Pick of play, pero medyo awkward yung nakita natin when it comes to their initiations. But that last skirmish was just perfect for them. So ito yung dapat yung gusto nila. Pero ito nga, parang si Ozorabeki nagiging sacrifice on that sequence, no? Pero on that follow-up coming from the rest of Sem9, punishing the rest of FENNEL University, and at least they have taken advantage of that aftermath na nangyari sa laban na yon. Now, FENNEL Adversity should be very careful of how Sem9 is now doing their macro plays across the Wild Rift. Now, sila na naman, Sem9 naman, of course, putting pressure on the top side. This is gonna be a trade coming in from FENNEL University on the bot side.
Okay, so 3 towers for 2. Malaki pa rin yung tower advantage nila dito. Hindi papayag ito. Nakapakuha yung mid game pero tinamaan na naman na life binding ito si Kuya Modani. And nakapag-flash away siya which is a good thing. And nakuha pa rin nila yung killing spree. Oh no, this is not good for FENNEL Adversity. Sem9 para nakakaroon sila ng ground and hindi ito good for their side. Exhausted na nga. Si Kuya Modomeng, tatlong members na namatayan. Meron pang grand entrance dito. Domeng, no! He's gonna fall down! And Sem9 gets their ground. Gets a 2K gold lead against FENNEL.
Alright, we have to give credit for Winter there. Beautiful initiations. Paghabol na doon, controlling the escape coming in from FENNEL Adversity. Sinabi na natin, of course, Chile, kahit ito yung build path niya, they still deal damage doon sa likod. With this free hit sa likod, it's gonna be difficult for FENNEL Adversity to absorb all. And Sagi doing those light bindings, man. Just perfectly holding the players of the side of FENNEL Adversity. Now at this moment in time, parang the pressure is there already for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Look at Winter. Just look at Winter in this monitor, guys. Just doing this initiations, controlling the team fight. And again, hinabol pa doon sa likod si Domeng with that grand entrance. Free hit lang. Of course, si Chile doon sa likod having the triple kill. But here comes another dragon spawning in the pit. Very crucial at this moment in time. I think FENNEL Adversity should prioritize this objective.
Oo, kailangan nila maging very reactive ngayon ng FENNEL Adversity kasi so far, no, pag tinatamaan sila lagi ni Sagi, dun nagiging mali yung positioning nila lagi. Kaya kailangan nila umiwas dun sa light binding kasi pag tumama yung light binding para ito, nasa botting na naman si Arise yung hinahabol, meron sila charm and hindi pa nila makukuha yung kill. Nakapag-stasis pa sila and para si Ozorabeki na ata yung mamamatay, turn around! What a good play from FENNEL Adversity. Pwede nila i-take to Mountain Drake.
There you go! What a microplay coming in from Arise. Outplaying Sem9 in that situation. Now taking advantage, numbers advantage din at this moment in time. Especially merong Mountain Dragon right now just sleeping silently dito sa pit. Pero hindi pa rin pinaprioritize ng FENNEL Adversity. Again, surgical way on how to go for this team fight. Ito na nga!
Oh, grand entrance. Si Domeng yung target. Pero pa silang lantern. Tumama pa nga yung charm. Pero nakapag-stun pa sila sa side nila. Haymaker would be able to hit the showstopper onto the record. And tinamaan na nga si R-Hedge. Hahabulin siya ng Ruthless Predator dito. Wala siyang slice and dice pero ignited na siya. That's gonna be the kill. Sayang. Kala ko makukuha nila yung Drake pero nakuha pa ng 2 kills ang Sem9.
Exactly. Sem9 still holding the ground. I think that was a great team fight again in favor sa side ng Sem9. Taking 2 players dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Now without Domeng, sila na makakuha ng Mountain Dragon dito. So great team fight for Sem9 and I love to commend this team, no. They are not giving up. Grabe, no retreat, no surrender yung ginagawa nila. But on that game 2, pinakita nila yung micro plays nila. Here in our match point game, game 3, Sem9 is still pretty looking good in their performance dito. And FENNEL Adversity, take note, meron si Chile of course on that Corki. If this is gonna be a different path, parang high offensive item build up na. medyo delicates yung FENNEL University in this situation right now.
Okay, the reason why is that si Arise hindi siya makapag-build talaga ng very offensive items like Rabadon Stealth Cup so far. Nag-build siya ng Banshee's build kasi nga pag na-light binding nga siya ni Sagi, pag nasisi siya, wala na siyang magagawa. Kaya kinakailangan talaga niya na mag-build ng Banshee's field. Pero later on, pag nakita natin yung Rabadon Stealth Cup niya, yun yung chance na magkaroon na rin siya ng damage. Kaya so far, hindi pagiging very malaki yung impact nung charms niya kanina pa. Pero ito si Arhedge para papasok. Ginamit na nila yung Hextech Proto Belt. So at least may nawalang thing sa side ng SEM9 dito.
Ito talaga mga light binding ni Sagi, man. He's just hitting it through.
Oh, yun yung charm na hinahanap ko kanina. Napunta pa sa likod pero parang na-turn around pa sila. Si Rap nagtitake down yung Winter. Meron pa sila damage. On to the side. Ito, nakita sa likod si Kuya Mukon. Meron siya Ruthless Predator. Ito na si Sagi na target. Good thing. Ignite, iniwan na nga. That's a fade away. Pero hindi pa rin patay. Bakit mo iniwan? Kala ko mamamatay na si Sagi doon. Pero at least, meron sila 2-for-2. Kahit na big, sobrang laki na ng disadvantage dito ng FENNEL University.
Oh, calm. Look at that move, man. Fade away for 2. Grabe nakuha doon. 2 players, of course, for the side of SEM9. And out of nowhere, nakita ko, of course, si Cam doon sa bot, putting pressure against SEM9. Pero I did not expect how quick he is to respond at the right moment, at the right time, at least with that punishment. Pero Arise, look at this. Oh, look at that sweet move. Parang sobra pa sa crossover yung nangyari doon. But then again, unfortunately, of course, hindi nila ma-burst down that easily. But Calm at this moment, though, that what you call this flanking maneuver is just perfect for the side of FENNEL University.
Sayang na sayang pero at least nakakuha sila ng mga shutdown goals in their favor. Remember, the reason why Chili was able to get out doon kasi nga ang bilis na wala ng charm niya. After no, nakaalis na agad si Chili pero nice try talaga from Arise yung ginawa niya na yun. At nakakita pa tayo ng isa pang ganun after niya. Ayan, may Hextech Proto Belt na siya ulit. So if ever mangyayari yun ulit, Arise, siya yung rason kung bakit mananalo sa fight itong FENNEL Adversity.
And then we have just mentioned, of course, Banshee's Veil, no, just to negate that initial crowd control coming in from that light binding. Now, look at this one. It's going to be a Rabadon Stealth Cup next time in line. For sure. Sakit yan, pre. Sakit yan, Besh. Yung initiations coming in from Arise with that sharp Proto Belt connection. Man, that shot blast talaga. It's just wrecking havoc, the health bars coming in from the side of SEM9. Pero Calm, again, nakita natin the Calm on WCS PH. He's one of the best split pushers in the scene. Pero ito na nga, he's just too late for this contest.
Gusto nila i-targetin itong si Calm dito sa bot lane. Magandang idea ba to? Kasi pag naipaglaban sila dito, pwede mag-take ng iba. Pero nakita natin, FENNEL Adversity wants to take their time and hintayin na mag-follow up ito. Wala nang HP si Winter tsaka si Chili. So if ever makikipaglaban sila dito, tama-tama yung timing nila. And half HP na. Kailangan mag-recall ni Chili dito. And wala pa siyang package. So 20 seconds, Elder Cloud Drake, yun yung tinitignan natin dito, Deday.
Yeah, Elder to. So this is a big objectives again to be taken by both teams. Yung SEM9 na yon knows about this one. Now, nandito na sila. Nauna sila sa, of course, the lower river trying to control the area. The positioning is key dito. FENNEL Adversity ready for contest dash.
And nakikita naman natin yung kay Domeg, yung mga shock blast niya, yung Jolen niya, ang laki, no? Parang lugi. Pag nakikipaglaro ng Jolen, tas ang laki ng Jolen niya, ganun. Tas lugi agad sa pamata. Pero ito, pumapasok na nga sila, showstopper doon sa likod, and nataba pa nga sila. Dito, tatama pa yung ultimate, itinamaan si Rap, pumamatay, pero ang daming low HP. Tas na hindi na makakapag-turn around na ata. Ito si Ozora Veki was able to get a kill. Stasis para makapag-buy ng time, and ito, makakapag-follow pa nga sila. Isang mga piercing arrow to their side. Ito na ata, Jobong! Tinamaan ni Dani. And 2-for-1, wala pa si Ozora Veki. So if kukunin nila itong Elder Cloud Drake, pwedeng kunin na FENNEL Adversity yun.
Exactly, numbers advantage, no jungler dito sa side ng SEM9. Now si Danny nandito na nga sa Elder Dragon Spit. Teleportations are up as well. They need to hurry this objective.
What? Yung charm na naman! Ito ni Arise, grabe naman yung mga charm na yan. Si Danny, parang bilyar yung laro hindi Jolen. Nakikipag-Jolen nga lang si Domeng Pero sakit ng damage yung piercing arrow so far, no? Pero si Arhedge, meron siyang showstopper, remember? Pag pumasok nila dito si Chili, yung kailangan nila, what is that? Half HP agad! Isang damage pala si Arhedge kapag showstopper pero wala yung magagawa. Kasi 4 members, yun nandito, nakuha pa nila yung Elder Cloud Drake.
Baskog play once again. Now the Elder Dragon been checking in. Dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Now at least we are safe to say na FENNEL Adversity controls this game at this moment in time. Malaking bagay yun. With Arise, isolation plays, bigla lang charm. That is charm death, of course, binibigay dito ni Arise. Pero ito,
Parang no, Deadeye. Parang kanina lang parang deja vu na SEM9 yung merong advantage sa early game. Tapos si FENNEL Adversity makaka-turn around after nung mid-game. Dahil nandito na tayo sa late game, nahihirapan sila mag-decide. So far, yung decision-making ng FENNEL Adversity was the reason why nakakatagal sila kanina pa dito against SEM9.
Yeah, and with regards to itemizations then, Dash, no, here in the later stage of the game, I'm really looking forward for Chili to step up his game, his damage potential. Pero ito na nga!
Valkyrie, ginamit kay Valkyrie, pero yung Chain of Corruption, mas malakas yung damage Pero ito, gusto talaga nila patayin. Nag-flash pa sila para kay Rap, parang mali ata ang target yun! Dead sentence, ito na, may stun pa with the Ruthless Predator. Masyado ka atang aggressive, Kuya Winter. And ito, papalo up na yung FENNEL Adversity. And ito, wala na silang isa. Parang gusto pa nila. May charm pa nakasama against our hedge. And FENNEL Adversity, big advantage na nakuha sila nun. And
Yeah.
Yung Baron, parang babagsak ka.
Exactly. This is a great opportunity right now for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Pero, plug maneuver. Again, Arisa is just waiting there. Again, his charm death combos is very devastating. Pero nakita natin right now, Dash, a 1-3-1 strategy here. Split pushing on the sides in favor of the side of FENNEL Adversity. This is what you want. A great window para makuha yung Baron buff na yon. And now SEM9 going to react here against Comp.
Grabe naman, yung puso ko sa game na to, Deadeye.
Oh yeah,
sobrang lakas
man.
ng mga ginagawa ni FENNEL Adversity na nakaka-hold off sila. And sinabi naman natin kanina, during the early stages of the game, sinet up natin na si Corky yung kailangan tignan dito ng FENNEL Adversity. Pero dahil apat, yung tinitignan nilang damage potential sa side ng FENNEL, mas madaling mag-target shooting sa side ng SEM9 kasi dalawa lang kailangan patignan, si Chili lang tsaka si Sagi. Pag wala na sila, wala na silang damage. Sa FENNEL, kahit sino, patayin mo man yung isa sa kanila, okay lang kasi meron pa ibang naka-back up na pwedeng makapag-damage.
Now, speaking of damage, Dasha, Sagi, very scary yung light binding and his ultimate on the early game ito mid. Pero ngayon, hindi natin may feel. Pero I think SEM9 is trying to go for the pick-off. Pero nice warding there coming in from the side of FENNEL Adversity. Hindi pa naman natin nakikita, of course, yung Baron dance at this moment in time. Because again, this is what I love about the gameplay of FENNEL Adversity right now. Yung characteristic nila, the surgical way, the slowly but surely, of course, gameplay coming in from FENNEL Adversity. Pero ito na nga, Winter is going to go for the heavy aggression. Pero kinokontrol pa rin yung FENNEL Adversity around the Baron pit. Ito na nga, Dash.
Gusto lumaban ng hard edge, pero ito nakita na nga natin, meron pa sila Stacy, sa patayin na nila si Arise. Oh no, that's not good for FENNEL Adversity. Kailangan nila umalis sa laban na to kasi wala si Kuya Kalmo and si Domeng. Kapag flash away, si Danny nandito pa, pero pwede pa sila mag-flash. And that's gonna be good.
Okay.
Kasi at least, even though that Arise is dead, it's still a 4v5. Pwede pa sila lumaban dito eh.
Grabe yung Dash. Parang that was a scary situation. And speaking of which,
okay, hindi pa sila nag-take ng any risk to their side. Nag-dominance na sila para mayroon sila later yung range. Ito, nakita natin, nakapag-ult, pero may Guardians Angel. Nakita natin si Kalma sa likod, laban sa apat. And wala pang nakakapatay dito kay Kuya Mukal. Nakapag-Guardian Angel pa nga, si RH pa nga yung dumapa. And nakakuha sila na kill kay Ozora Veki. Makakapag-turn na rampa sa ata sila. Si Danny nagjujumong lang sa likod. Pero ito si Chili, parang gusto siya patayin. Buti na lang nakapag-flash away siya. Naging 4v4 pa nga yung laban natin, Deadeye.
And speaking of which, 5 seconds para mag-respond dito si Arise. Walang Ozora Veki at this moment in time. I think this is gonna be another window for the side FENNEL Adversity para kunin yung Baron buff na yon. But take note, SEM9 is not going to give it easily dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Ito na nga, D-line for FENNEL Adversity here in the Baron pit. Pero they are just taking it slowly but surely right now. Controlling the map, putting pressure across the lanes muna to be sure that SEM9 is not gonna be able to catch them off guard dito sa Baron Dance. Pero ito na nga, we are going to see two teams here, the Baron pick.
Okay, maganda yung wave state ng FENNEL Adversity if ever itatake nila yung timing na to para kunin. Pero remember, it's FENNEL Adversity. Hindi sila magtatake ng any risk dito bago nila kunin yung Baron. Kasi pag nakuha pa to ng SEM9, sila yung matatalo. Dahil dito, at this point in the game, na yung death timers natin sobrang deadly na. Kailangan nila makakuha muna na isang kill bago sila mag-take ng risk para kumuha ng objectives.
That's true. Great point, Dash. Again, the death timers will be a great factor then when it comes to later stage of the game. Again, 24 minutes. So will we be able to break the record yung 32 minutes, no? Yung makita natin. Pero hindi, and this is gonna be a high offense.
Okay, hindi tumama yung charm pero kailangan pa rin nila makasisi dito sa nila pero nawala rin yung quickness si Winter. Big win to the side.
Okay.
Pero remember, si Cam nasa baba. Pwedeng
Yeah.
itong i-push and kunin yung si Chili. Si Chili yung problema ng FENNEL adversity so far during this game. Kaya pag wala si Chili sa fight, pwede nila i-take tong Baron.
Macro plays by FENNEL adversity dito. It is going to be now company pressure. Oh, nakuha pa nga yung inhibitor turret doon. A big win! Napayes tayo doon. Walang kabayas-bayas, guys. Oh, yes! Nakuha yung inhibitor turret doon sa bot side against Sem9. And this is going to be a great advantage when it comes to map control. So ito na nga, Sem9, delikado sila dito. Big brain move coming in from Com here on his Renekton. And naka-hull breaker na nga dito. The last itemization coming in from Com. Putting pressure. Pwede na nga mag 4-1 situation din sila dito with Domin joining in the team fights. Now, Sem9, they have to look out for their bot lane because it is going to be super minion spawning dito. Putting pressure pa rin dito si Com. And this is going to be a macro decision play from Sem9 on how to prioritize this map against FENNEL adversity.
Remember, nakatipi tong si Com. So if ever magkakaroon ng big fights dito, si Ozora Veki rin nakatipi eh. Pero against sa 1v1, kay Calm, hindi mananalo to si Ozora Veki for sure. Kasi just because it's a Renekton versus Lee Sin matchup, it's easy enough to say na kayang-kaya i-push to. Kailangan nila ikunin yung timing right now. Tong Sem9, si Winter, nakikita natin gusto niya kunin yung timing na to. Pero dahil napupush na sila sa bot lane, hindi sila nagkakaroon ng timing. Ito na, pwede nang kunin ng FENNEL adversity to. Nakapag-Dragon's Rage sila against si Icon, nagamit nila yung flash. Walang flash si Ozora Veki. So hindi siya pwede gumawa ng play. Nandito rin si Chili dito sa bot side. Pero tinabahan, nagagyan na Charm. Itong si R-Hedge, makakapag-follow up ba sila? Oh no. Gamit nila yung TP. Pero pwede nila i-take to.
Oh, there you go. Wow. Very intense. Parang still we are not seeing a Baron dance dash here. Both teams taking it slowly but surely at this moment in time. Again, this is a match point game. Lower bracket. One more win for FENNEL adversity and manaka-out na dito yung MYSG representative Sem9 in this series. And FENNEL adversity here. They are taking this game, of course, seriously, Dash. They're not overcommitting. Hindi natin nakita yon. Unlike yesterday's gameplay, they are going to take it through a flawless series. Pero Sem9 is not going to give it easily dito. We are still seeing both teams dito, no? Just hanging, of course, just going around this Baron dance because ito si Arise putting pressure with his charm. Pero as this moment goes on, you have to take note again. Chili is there. Oh, Ozora Veki, Domeng, meron sweeping lens.
Okay, kita nila dito si Ozora Veki. So if ever lumaban sila si Chili, wala agad HP. Pero si Calm, pero pa siya, mapapatay pa nga ata sila si Chili. Napatay nila si Chili. So ito, si Ozora Veki na yung kasunod. Pwede nila patayin and wala sila makukuha. Good play from FENNEL adversity. Nakuha pa rin na si R-Hedge. So ito na yung laban natin. Dead ay mamamatay na. Yung Sem9, naubos na sila. And wala na sila ibang chance. Ang ganda pa nga naman ng charm na yun. Na-burn pa nila si Sagi. So pwede nila tapusin yung game na to. Ito sa bot lane, FENNEL adversity would be able to win this game. That wow, a 3-0 as we called it kanina. And this was the last game. FENNEL adversity takes a 3-0 against Sem9.
Kita mo ne? This is FLA! Ahoo! Yes! 3-0! A sweep! Itong kailangan ng FENNEL adversity, Dash. This game, one series at a time. Pero man, I'm really happy to see FENNEL adversity recovered easily sa kanilang talo doon against the side, of course, ng kahapon on that series. Pero this time around, lower bracket is not going to be an easy journey, but this momentum build-up is gonna play a big role in their momentum here in the lower bracket.
Eh, yung maganda pa dito kasi, Deday, yung ginawa nila during that last game, very, very great. Nag-take na sila ng risk. If nakita natin si Ozora Veki, if makita natin si Chili, pwede na natin sila patayin. Si Calm, yung nagdala nung later stages of the game kasi yung pressure na pinibigay niya against Sem9 was enough para gumawa ng rash decision yung Sem9 during that last part.
And nakita natin the macro plays coming in from FENNEL adversity. This time around, Dash, very perfect. And we have to give credit as well for Domengs. Of course, Ari there. the pressure of that deadly charm combo, flash deadly charm combo is just giving chills din sa Sem9 in that situation. And I think this recovery coming in from FENNEL University showing din to us na hindi sila easily going to be tilted, no? So walang curse dito, wala nang curse, and this is also a showing of FENNEL University that they are in for that goal, the Icon Series qualifier.
I like na nakikita na natin dito sa FENNEL Adversity yung adaptation nila during the fight, especially sa later stages of the game, and yung decision making nila is getting a lot smoother than before. And so far, yeah, we can see a lower bracket legendary run from FENNEL Adversity dito, and 3-0 pa nga nila yung MYSG representatives. I like what I'm seeing from FENNEL Adversity, and feel ko nagtaas na rin ng mga kamay yung mga audience natin para mag-send ng energy para sa FENNEL Adversity, and nakatulong siya sobra.
Tama. And good game well played for the side of Sem9, of course. They will be now knocked out in the series. Pero tingnan natin, of course, the panel for this post-match analysis.
Have also... Oh, just gonna flex it. It's flexing it. FENNEL Adversity for the win, Yarn. But there you go.
Let's go!
You can take it off if you want.
No, no, that's all you're gonna see. He takes it off when FENNEL University wins more.
That's true, in the icons. Maybe. But hey, that was sublime. When it comes to FLA, their performance today, on point. I'm sad, but it's okay. No more plays for Sem9, but it's okay.
I mean, it went the 26 minutes. I believe that was our second or third longest game of the whole tournament. Wow, Sem9 really pulling out the guns. Game number 3.
I will shed a tear for that. Like that was peak Sem9. No, I genuinely do feel like, man, I really did hope that we would have a better run than this. But ultimately, I understand that the level of competition is so high. We are competing in one of the best regions in the world, as is Sem9 competing against one of the best sub-regions within that as well. I mean, it's unfortunate for them, but I felt like they've given us a good match. That third game specifically, we got to see truly peak Sem9, and they gave us a really good showing, honestly.
There's a lot of room of improvement, definitely. We hope to see them in the future, but definitely that's going to be the end of their journey to greatness. But hey, FLA, they're moving forward.
At least, okay, so the positive point about all of this is at least we are now secured of one team. If I'm talking as if I'm a Filipino fan, right?
You are!
At least
it's okay.
We are now secured of a slot in the Icons Global, regardless of what happens. If there's going to be a team kill, hopefully not, right, against RRQ, you know, we take it, right? Now the question, at least for our sub-region, is how many teams do we send over? Do we have a 2x2? 2 from Vietnam, 2 from Philippines?
Possibly. That's a possibility.
That's very possible.
That is very possible. And there's still so much to be seen there. And even the position in Icons, if that's going to be in the playing stage, we have 3 going to play-ins and 1 going straight into the main stage in Icons too, right? The overall champion of the WCS gets to hold that mantle and kind of represent us. I think last time around in Horizon, we didn't get to have that same kind of impact, the same splash to begin with. I think Team Secret did an amazing job of kind of keeping us proud and proving that we are that good ultimately. But our start was pretty rocky.
But still, there's a shot. I do want to see if it happens to be Vietnam region and as well as the Philippine region moving forward. And it will be our representative for Southeast Asia when it comes to the icons and the world. But definitely, they will not disappoint us. And we saw how they just improved throughout the entire tournament today.
Exactly. Again, there is already one team from Vietnam that is secured. I mean, regardless of how the brackets play out. Again, when we did the whole thing.
Calm down. He's too excited.
Let me just get it out for a second, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing, the whole draw thing, it wasn't scripted at all. But you know, it really.
It's just
fate. Yeah, it really happened, right?
It's truly poetic, right? Like you have these individual sub-regions going through, and then you have this potential double team, team kill stacking moments again. It just feels so poetic, like the way it's moving forward, the direction we're moving forward with as well.
This is our play of the game. We did actually witness the Renekton was unkillable. 1,000 over damage. I love how Calm just plays in and out. The kite coming up from that Dominus and the Slice and Dice from the Renekton was way too good for Sem9 to, handle it.
Again, for Calm, I know him best on 2 champions, right? One is Camille, which is often banned, and this champion as well. This is definitely comfort for him. And I'm so glad that he gets to show it in the whole world, to the whole world, that, hey, you know what? If there's a player that you can trust with on that Renekton, that's going to be me. My name is Calm.
Look,
Your name is Calm now?
Calm came into this game like he's a kaiju. Like he's like the movie monster. He comes out of the water.
A
right?
kaiju, huh?
And the look on Sam9's faces is they're running into him. Like he joins into the fight late, but he just destroys the competition. He's in a side lane 2v1 and he makes it work. Like it's so pivotal. Calm's impact in this game. Without him, they would have never opened up that bot side turret. Without him, keep making sure that they got that entrance that put the pressure on Sam9. Sam9 could just turtle the entire game. We could have had a 40-minute Sam9 game, 40-minute Sam9 victory, in fact, if not for the pressure from Calm.
I agree, and also that last final spot is just so annoying, but he still managed to. The thing is, the Renekton came in a bit late. That was really crucial for Calm not to be, decimated quite early on. But look at the final spot; it's just so painful.
Exactly. Again, BFF Sagi, doing his best trying to carry his team. And I spoke to Contra, Husky, and maybe even you. I'm about to ask you a question.
Yes,
do you
go ahead.
prefer him on this mages, or do you want him to
I
be
mean, like
on the
Sagi
bottom?
have been known when it comes even in the regional and also in the playoffs back then. He loved to play APC more than ADC.
Yeah.
So when he plays AD, it's just more towards Senna or more complementary towards the team.
And I think this is the Danny highlight play, right? The flash over into the proto belt, into the arrow. A blind arrow at that. No, it was
okay, I guess
that
that was vision. The
commitment.
vision dropped it towards the end.
That commitment to actually just chase down, and that opens up for them to actually get the dragon later and finish off straight away.
I mean, honestly, Sagi has to be SVP here, right? Like like on his side for Sam9, he kept the game going for so long. Like the fact that he was able to hold his team together, he was clearing waves, he was finishing kills. We saw a very similar composition happen before, right? Where Lux was the main damage dealer with 4 tanks. And that game was an incredibly difficult one for the Lux because the Lux could never do damage by the time they got to the mid to late game. Sagi was different though. Sagi was still able to consistently put out damage. He was wave clearing. He was getting pickoffs. His binding was more impactful than the death sentence from Wraith, I felt like, in a lot of situations.
Yeah, definitely.
He was doing a lot for his team. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why they got that late into it. But ultimately, I feel like the efforts from FLA, to have that 4-1 split, the coordinated attacks on Sam9 ultimately overwhelmed them.
And you guys did mention about who's scaling way better when it comes to late game. And I think this is very good opportunity for us to explain it out, especially for newbie like me. Hey, yeah, I need to know why.
I mean, it's a given if you have a marksman in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Marksman really scales well into the late game, and you also have a Lux that, once it really reaches far into the late game, at level 3 ultimate, I believe the cooldown will just be around 13 seconds or 20 seconds.
I think it's
so you
around
could actually
20
cast
seconds,
it. Yeah, you could actually cast it twice in a very long team fight. And, when it comes to the late games, the long team fight is really what matters, is really what's happening, right? It just so happened that FENNEL Adversity got a pick on the bot lane. What was their team comp about? It was about, picking off champions. And they were successful in doing it at the last portion of the map, at the bottom part. At the bottom part, it was so poetic. FENNEL Adversity really outclassed Sam9 all throughout the series, but I still have to give Sam9 some props there in game number 3 and all throughout the series.
Absolutely, right? Like, we saw Sam9 come into it and this demonstrate like a good level of consistent gameplay. I think they had a tough draw against some really strong opponents, but that's the kind of the nature of the WCS, right? You are playing against very competitive regions. I think this is a good learning opportunity for them. I think they're going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, what can we learn right now is straight from FENNEL Adversity. We're going to have the interview from Calm, which is going to joining us right now. And I can't wait. This is the first time we're having an interview with FLA. Hi, Calm. Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay. Congratulations again for FLA winning and also advancing towards another, another step, which you guys are one step closer towards the icons. How are you guys feeling right now for the entire team?
We're feeling well now because we survived the first round for the lower bracket. And for now, we focused on the next round. So we will practice a lot. Thank you, thank you.
Still not resting.
Oh, wanna go next?
Sure, I love to hear from you so far. You guys have been playing the most number of games of any other team. What has been the most memorable experience for you guys, or memorable moment for you guys in the WCS so far?
From now po,
That's okay.
from now, the most memorable is the one that we win the fight versus One Esports, because that's mean a lot for us, because if we win that fight, we will go to playoffs, and if we go to playoffs, we have a chance to win the 4th place and the championship. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome, Brother Kong. Otalus here. How are you? How are you?
Okay, pwede ba mag-Tagalog sa'yo?
Sure, of course. I can translate it for you, brother.
We got a live translator, so it's okay.
Siyempre, masaya po kami ngayon.
Yeah.
Sobrang saya talaga namin kasi, siyempre po, galing po kami sa taas, di ba? Parang na-down po kami kasi na 0-3 po kami ng Team Flash. Pero ngayon po, ang pinokus po talaga namin is SEM9 na kailangan natin namin makabawi. Baka 3-0 din po. Para may lusot yung next round.
Hey, wait the
Ayun po.
distance. Let me just translate what you said, okay?
Okay.
Cam said, going from the top. From the top. Okay, so the pressure was on them. They felt sad, going down from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. But now they're happy because they're back on track, and beating SEM9 was actually a tough task. Now, Calm, my question for you is, that was a 3-0, but the third game went the distance. It was 26 minutes, right? So, what was the comms like?
Ano ko lang po, nung time na yun, parang hayaan nila ako mag-side kasi nung time na yun, parang ramdam ko po wala na may kaya sa akin sa side lane. Or pwede nila akong i-2v1 pero at least makaka-trade ako ng isa. Parang ganun po yung comms. So, hinahayaan lang nila ako mag-isa sa side, then pa-pressure nilang 4. Ayun po yung pinaka-comms namin doon. Kaya na-push ko din po yung bot lane.
Right, okay. So I'm going to translate that bit maybe later after the interview. But one last thing, Calm, my question for you is, how are you going to celebrate this win? Or are you even going to celebrate?
Sa ngayon po, hindi pa po. Bale, may practice po kami mamaya tsaka bukas po para mag-ready naman po sa next round kung sino ang mga kalaban namin.
Okay, great. So, for the second question, for the second question, I'm being asked to translate first. So basically what I asked them about was for the communications. Calm said that he owned it. He wanted to really just go on the side lane. He said that if it goes to a 2v1 setup, he can still take a kill off of that, and that's how they won the game. His confidence was really, really there. My third question was, how are they going to celebrate, right? And he said, no celebration, just as of yet.
Until they actually get into the icons later on. And one last thing, Calm, for all your heart supporters out there, especially the one beside me, the one that actually wearing his shirt, but never mind. I think it's enough for
We've got good energy from Otto. Otto's here repping everyone for us, right? He's got the good energy with us.
Calm, just want to ask one last thing. Because my talents keep on, the other talents keeps on bugging me for your merch, okay?
Yeah.
Can you ask people there to, send over some merch to people that really loves FENNEL Adversity?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, I will try.
All right.
All right. We actually will clip this just to make sure we can get it. Okay, you will try. I remember that. But thank you so much, Calm. And also congratulations again for FLA advancing forward one more step closer. I hope you guys do well and all the best. Good luck in the next series. Bye.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're back to being friends now. We're back.
Yeah, and those achievement unlocked, right? I did
He's
become a
leaving me
translator
He's
at one
leaving
point
me
in my
hanging.
life.
Can I get a pinky swear that we're friends again? And there you go, we got a pinky swear that we're friends. Okay, we're friends. Not really. Wow. What?
He's like, check his other hand. Was he crossing his fingers in the back? It's like, no.
We're friends.
But hey, that was most of the team that we actually seen and actually interviewed them today. All of them are not resting, not celebrating at all.
No.
when it comes to like, at first we got the first series, Persis Esports versus CERBERUS. You know how they were like not. At least we get a reaction coming up from FLA. They're winning, right? But coming up from CERBERUS is just like, this is just a normal day for us, you know.
Here's the
guys
thing,
chilling.
right?
Yeah.
With teams like Cerberus, with FLA, RRQ, Flash Wolves, Team Flash, all these teams now still in the WCS finals. Every one of them has a chance to win the WCS. That's the thing. Like, I see every single team incredibly competitive, hungry for that title, the desire to get in first. And so when I see them not celebrating, it just makes me feel like reassured that they're looking towards that end goal, that end game, that final prize for them.
Which we're going to talk about the bracket right now. On the upper bracket, which is going to be the semifinals, RRQ versus Flash Wolf. This is going to be really tough to call. And also the next one, we have also BRU, Buriram United Esports versus Team Flash.
And again, tomorrow, this matches will have, whoever wins this matches will go straight to the Icons Global. So the excitement right now that I'm feeling is just going to be double tomorrow. So brace for it. Brace for it.
Definitely, especially when it comes to this series, Grandin, which one do you think is the hardest one to actually read out?
Wow. I can't say like which one is harder to win, but I will say that I'm rooting for the BRU Team Flash match. I feel like that is incredibly competitive, and I love these two teams to death. So I really want to see, honestly, either of them win. I just want to see this matchup go fast.
Fast?
I just wanted it to start fast is what I mean. I want it now. If I could, I get them to go to the phones right now and just play the match.
All right, that's true, that's true.
But whoever loses later will actually meet up with CES, CERBERUS Esports waiting, as well as FLA. Now, if RRQ, we do know if they advance, hey, they're gonna secure the top 4.
Yep.
But chances are, one of these teams gonna have to prepare to fight another round in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There could be a team kill happening here. If Flash Wolves ends up winning against RRQ, they send RRQ to the lower brackets to face FENNEL adversity. And on the other side, if BRU wins against Team Flash will be meeting.
But that's not going to happen.
Well, that's true.
Right, the series tomorrow definitely is going to be RRQ versus Flash. First, all the Flash is going to be here tomorrow with BRU, Buriram United Esports fighting against Team Flash. You guys try to predict. Maybe you guys can actually do the panelists better than us because we sometimes got it wrong. Definitely, I got everything wrong today, but hey. It's me.
So far, Omo has been perfect.
Wow.
You hate to say it, right? It's like, it pains me,
it's
honestly.
He doesn't have a team that he, personally roots for, so he can stay on the logical side.
But man, it has been a day for us. It was really sublime performance coming out from all these teams. And also, we want to thank our sponsors. This is brought to you by Riot Games. And thank you so much, Coca-Cola, Ghosty Gamers, and One Esport. It has been a great day. I feel like it's a very short day. For me, it's a trio all the way. But that officially wraps up day 3 of our playoff, everyone. We'll catch you all again tomorrow for more Wild Rift action at the WCS Finals playoff. Wild Rift, which is going to be Wild Rift Southeast Asia. Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia final playoff, which already done for the third day. We're going to jump over to day number 4. Thank you all from the panelists and casters. We wish to see you guys more tomorrow. Stay tuned and stay safe. Bye.
myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, rapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old. Energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling.